The Conjure Woman. By Charles W. Chesnutt. The Goophered Grapevine. Some years ago my wife was in poor health, and our family doctor, in whose skill and honesty I had implicit confidence, advised a change of climate. I shared, from an unprofessional standpoint, his opinion that the raw winds, the chill rains, and the violent changes of temperature that characterized the winters in the region of the Great Lakes tended to aggravate my wife's difficulty, and would undoubtedly shorten her life if she remained exposed to them. The doctor's advice was that we seek, not a temporary place of sojourn, but a permanent residence, in a warmer and more equable climate. I was engaged at the time in grape culture in northern Ohio, and, as I liked the business and had given it much study, I decided to look for some other locality suitable for carrying it on. I thought of sunny France, of sleepy Spain, of Southern California, but there were objections to them all. It occurred to me that I might find what I wanted in some one of our own southern states. It was a sufficient time after the war for conditions in the South to have become somewhat settled, and I was enough of a pioneer to start a new industry, if I could not find a place where grape culture had been tried. I wrote to a cousin who had gone into the turpentine business in central North Carolina. He assured me, in response to my inquiries, that no better place could be found in the South than the state and neighborhood where he lived. The climate was perfect for health, and, in conjunction with the soil, ideal for grape culture, labor was cheap, and land could be bought for a mere song. He gave us a cordial invitation to come and visit him while we looked into the matter. We accepted the invitation, and after several days of leisurely travel, the last 100 miles of which were up a river on a sidewheel steamer, we reached our destination, a quaint old town, which I shall call Patesville, because, for one reason. That is not its name. There was a red brick market house in the public square, with a tall tower, which held a four-faced clock that struck the hours, and from which there pealed out a curfew at 9 o'clock. There were 2 or 3 hotels, a courthouse, a jail, stores, offices, and all the appurtenances of a county seat and a commercial emporium. For while Patesville numbered only 4,000 or 5,000 inhabitants, of all shades of complexion, it was one of the principal towns in North Carolina, and had a considerable trade in cotton and naval stores. This business activity was not immediately apparent to my unaccustomed eyes. Indeed, when I first saw the town, there brooded over it a calm that seemed almost sabbatic in its restfulness, though I learned later on that underneath its somnolent exterior the deeper currents of life, love and hatred, joy and despair, ambition and avarice, faith and friendship, flowed not less steadily than in livelier latitudes. We found the weather delightful at that season, the end of summer, and were hospitably entertained. Our host was a man of means and evidently regarded our visit as a pleasure, and we were therefore correspondingly at our ease, and in a position to act with the coolness of judgment desirable in making so radical a change in our lives. My cousin placed a horse and buggy at our disposal, and himself acted as our guide until I became somewhat familiar with the country. I found that grape culture, while it had never been carried on to any great extent, was not entirely unknown in the neighborhood. Several planters thereabouts had attempted it on a commercial scale, in former years, with greater or less success. But like most southern industries, it had felt the blight of war and had fallen into desuetude. I went several times to look at a place that I thought might suit me. It was a plantation of considerable extent, that had formerly belonged to a wealthy man by the name of McAdoo. The estate had been for years involved in litigation between disputing heirs, during which period shiftless cultivation had well-nigh exhausted the soil. There had been a vineyard of some extent on the place, but it had not been attended to since the war, and had lapsed into utter neglect. The vines, here partly supported by decayed and broken-down trellises, there twining themselves among the branches of the slender saplings which had sprung up among them, grew in wild and unpruned luxuriance. And the few scattered grapes they bore were the undisputed prey of the first comer. The site was admirably adapted to grape raising, the soil, with a little attention, could not have been better. And with the native grape, the luscious scuppernong, as my main reliance in the beginning, I felt sure that I could introduce and cultivate successfully a number of other varieties. One day I went over with my wife to show her the place. We drove out of the town over a long wooden bridge that spanned a spreading mill pond, past the long whitewashed fence surrounding the county fairground, and struck into a road so sandy that the horses' feet sank to the fetlocks. Our route lay partly uphill and partly down, for we were in the Sandhill County. We drove past cultivated farms, and then by abandoned fields grown up in scrub oak and short-leaved pine, and once or twice through the solemn aisles of the virgin forest, where the tall pines, well-nigh meeting over the narrow road, shut out the sun, and wrapped us in cloistral solitude. Once, at a crossroads, I was in doubt as to the turn to take, and we sat there waiting 10 minutes. We had already caught some of the native infection of restfulness, for some human being to come along, who could direct us on our way. At length a little Negro girl appeared, walking straight as an arrow, with a piggin full of water on her head. After a little patient investigation, necessary to overcome the child's shyness, we learned what we wished to know, and at the end of about 5 miles from the town reached our destination. We drove between a pair of decayed gateposts. The gate itself had long since disappeared, and up a straight sandy lane, between 2 lines of rotting rail fence, partly concealed by jimson weeds and briars. To the open space where a dwelling house had once stood, evidently a spacious mansion, if we might judge from the ruined chimneys that were still standing, and the brick pillars on which the sills rested. The house itself, we had been informed, had fallen a victim to the fortunes of war. We alighted from the buggy, walked about the yard for a while, and then wandered off into the adjoining vineyard. Upon Annie's complaining of weariness, I led the way back to the yard, where a pine log, lying under a spreading elm, afforded a shady though somewhat hard seat. One end of the log was already occupied by a venerable-looking colored man. He held on his knees a hat full of grapes, over which he was smacking his lips with great gusto, and a pile of grape skins near him indicated that the performance was no new thing. We approached him at an angle from the rear, and were close to him before he perceived us. He respectfully rose as we drew near, and was moving away, when I begged him to keep his seat. "Don't let us disturb you," I said. "There is plenty of room for us all." He resumed his seat with somewhat of embarrassment. While he had been standing, I had observed that he was a tall man, and, though slightly bowed by the weight of years, apparently quite vigorous. He was not entirely black, and this fact, together with the quality of his hair, which was about 6 inches long and very bushy, except on the top of his head, where he was quite bald, suggested a slight strain of other than Negro blood. There was a shrewdness in his eyes, too, which was not altogether African, and which, as we afterwards learned from experience, was indicative of a corresponding shrewdness in his character. He went on eating the grapes, but did not seem to enjoy himself quite so well as he had apparently done before he became aware of our presence. "Do you live around here?" I asked, anxious to put him at his ease. "Yas, Sue. I lives to ober yender, behind the next sandhill, on the Lumberton Plank Road." "Do you know anything about the time when this vineyard was cultivated?" "Lord bless you, Sue, I knows all about it. Day ein nar a man in dis settlement w at one, tell you old Julius McAdoo, usie bound en raise, on dis your same plantation. Is you de Norven gemman w at squine tur by de old vineyard?" "I am looking at it," I replied. "But I don't know that I shall care to buy unless I can be reasonably sure of making something out of it." "Well, Sue, you is a stranger ter me, and I is a stranger ter you, and we is both strangers ter one another, but if I usie in yo place, I wouldn't buy dis vineyard." "Why not?" I asked. "Well, I dunno whru believes in Conjure not, some de white folks don't, says they don't, but the truth de matter is dat dis your old vineyard is Goophered." "Is what?" I asked, not grasping the meaning of this unfamiliar word. "Is Goophered, conjured, bewitched. He imparted this information with such solemn earnestness, and with such an air of confidential mystery, that I felt somewhat interested, while Annie was evidently much impressed, and drew closer to me. "How do you know it is bewitched?" I asked. "I wouldn't spec fair you ter believe me, less you know all 'bout de faces. But efun young miss dear don't min lease neen, ter ol nigger run on a minute 2 while you arrestin', I kin, splain to you how it all happened. We assured him that we would be glad to hear how it all happened, and he began to tell us. At first the current of his memory, or imagination, seemed somewhat sluggish, but as his embarrassment wore off, his language flowed more freely, and the story acquired perspective and coherence. As he became more and more absorbed in the narrative, his eyes assumed a dreamy expression, and he seemed to lose sight of his auditors, and to be living over again in monologue his life on the old plantation. "Ol' Mars Dougal McAdoo," he began, "bought dis place long many years befo' de war, and remember well when he sought out all dis your part de plantation in Scuppernons. De vims growed monstus fas, and Mars Dougal made 1,000 gallon Scuppernon wine every year. Now, ef days and thing a nigger lube, next ter possum, and chicken, and watermillions, it's Scuppernons. Dey ein nothing dat kin stand upside en de Scuppernon fair sweetness, sugar ain't a circumstance ter Scuppernon. When de season is nigh, 'bout ober, en de grapes begin ter swivel up de a little wid de wrinkles ol' age, en de skin gets soft en brown, den de Scuppernon make you smack yo lip and roll yo, en whoosh fair So I reckon it ein very 'stonishin' dat niggers lube Scuppernon. Dey was a sight o' niggers in de neighborhood de vineyard. Dear was ol' Mars Henry Brayboy's niggers, and ol' Mars James McLean's niggers, and Mars Dougal's own niggers. Den dey was a settlement of free niggers en buckras down by de Vimelton Road, and Mars Dougal had de only vineyard in de neighborhood. I reckon it ein so much so nowadays, but befo' de war, in slabry times, a nigger did en mind goin' 10 mile in a night, day was somepin good ter eat at de yother een. So atter a while Mars Dougal begin ter miss his Scuppernons. Cose he cures de niggers it, but dey all needed ter de loss. Mars Dougal sought spring guns and steel traps, and he and de overseer sought up nights once to twice, tell one night Mars Dougal, he usey a monstus careless man, got his leg shot full cowpeas. But somehow or nuther day could neber catch none de niggers. I dunner how it happened, but it happened like I tell you, and de grapes kep on goin' de same. But bimeby ol' Mars Dougal fix up a plan ter stop it. Dey was a Conjure Woman livin' down mongs de free niggers on de Vimelton Road, and all de darkies fum Rockfish ter Beaver Crick was feared of her. She could whoop de most powerfuls kin, goofer, could make people have fits, rheumatiz, make em de dwindle away and die, and dey say she went out ridin' de niggers at night, fair she was a witch, sides bein' a Conjure Woman. Mars Dougal hearn bout Peggy's doin's, and begun ter fleck whr no he could get her ter he him keep de niggers off de grapevines. One day in de spring de year, ol' Miss pack up a basket chicken and pound cake, and a bottle Scuppernon wine, and Mars Dougal tuck it in his buggy and drive over ter Peggy's cabin. He tucked the basket in, and had a long talk with Peggy. The next day Peggy come up ter de vineyard. De niggers seed her slippin' roon, and dey soon found out what she usey doin' dear. Mars Dougal had hide her ter Goophered Grapevines. She entered roon mongs de vims, and tuck a leaf fum dis one, and a grape hull fum dat one, and a grape seed fum another one. And den a little twig fum here, and a little pinch dirt fum dear, and put it all in a big black bottle, with a snake's tooth and a speckle, hen's gall and some har as fum a black cat's tail, and den fill de bottle with Scuppernon wine. When she got de goofer all ready and fix, she tuck and went out in de woods and buried it under de root uv a red oak tree, and den come back and told one de niggers she done Goophered de grapevines. En a nigger at eat dem grapes ud be show ter die inside 12 months. Atter dat de niggers let de Scuppernons lone, en Mars Dougal did have no cas on ter find no fault, and de season was mos gone, a strange gem man stop at de plantation one night ter see Mars Dougal on some business. And his coachman, seein' the scuppernon's growin' so nice and sweet, slip roon behind the smokehouse, and eat all the scuppernons he could hole. Nobody did notice it at the time, but that night, on the way home, the gemman's hoss runned away and kill the coachman. When we hearn the noos, Aunt Lucy, the cook, she up and say she seed the strange nigger eatin' the scuppernons behind the smokehouse, and then we knowed the goofer had been wuckin'. Then one the nigger chillens runned away from the quarters one day, and got in the scuppernons, and died the next week. White folks say he die the fevu, but the niggers knowed it was the goofer. So you can be show the darkies did have much ter do with dem scuppernon vims. When the scuppernon season usie ober fair dat year, Mars Dougal found he had made 1,500 gallon wine. And one the niggers hearn him laughin' with the overseer fit ter kill, and sayin' dem 1,500 gallon wine was monstrous good interest on the $10 he laid out on the vineyard. So low easy he paid down Peggy $10 fare to Goophered the Grapevines. The Goophered did wook no mo, tell the next summer, long to the middle the season one the fiel Hans died. Easy dat left Mars Dougal showed her Hans, he went off ter town fair ter by another. He fotched a no nigger home wid him. He was ol' nigger, the color a jingy cake, and ball easy a hossapple on the top his head. He was a pert ol' nigger, and could do a big day's wook. Now it happened that one the niggers on the next plantation, one ol' Mars Henry Brayboy's niggers, had runned away the day before, and tucked ter the swamp. And ol' Mars Dougal and some the yother neighbor Wite folks had gone out with deer guns and deer dogs fair ter he hunt fair the nigger. And the Hans on our own plantation was all so flustrated that we forgot ter tell the no Han, bout the goofer on the scuppernon vims. Coesse he smelled the grapes and see the vims, and atter doc the fust thing he done was ter slip off ter the grapevines, doubt sayin' nuffin ter nobody. Next mornin' he told some the niggers, bout the fine bait scuppernon he eat the night befo. When they told him, bout the goofer on the grapevines, he usie dat terrified dat he turned pale, and looked like he gwine ter die right in his tracks. The overseer come up and axed at usie the matter. NWN they told him Henry been eatin' the scuppernons, and got the goofer on him, he gin Henry a big drinker whisky, and lo dat the next rainy day he take I'm over ter Aunt Peggy's, and see if she would take the goofer off him. Seein' easy he did know nuffin about it tell he done eat the grapes. Sho nuff, it rained the next day, and the overseer went over ter Aunt Peggy's with Henry. And Aunt Peggy say dat bein' easy Henry did know bout the goofer, and eat the grapes in IGN answer the consequences, she reckoned she mought be able fair ter take the goofer off him. So she fotch out her bottle with some conjure medicine in it, and put some out in a goad fair Henry ter drink. He managed ter get it down, he say it tase like whiskey with some pen bitter in it. She load dat, ud keep the goofer off him till the spring. But the sap begin ter rise in the grapevines he ter come and see her in, and she tell him at ease ter do. Next spring, the sap commenced ter rise in the scuppernon vine, Henry tuck a ham one night. Whar'd he get the ham? I don't know. Dey wa'n't no hams on the plantation, seppen at usie in the smokehouse, but I never see Henry bout the smokehouse. But easy I was sayin', he tucked the ham over ter Aunt Peggy's. And Aunt Peggy told him dat Mars Dougal begin ter prune the grapevines, he muse go and take and scrape off the sap where it ooze out and the cut eens the vims, and int his ball head with it. And ef he do dat once the year the goofer would wook agin im long easy he done it. And bein' easy he fotch her the ham, she fix it so he kin eat all the scuppernon he want. So Henry int his head with the sap out and the big grapevine the half way, twixt the quarters and the big house, and the goofer never wook agin him dat summer. But the beaten'st thing you eber see happen ter Henry. Up ter dat time he was easy ball easy a sweetened tater, but de easy soon easy de young leaves begun ter come out on de grapevines, de haar begun ter grow out on Henry's head, and by de middle de summer he had de biggie's head haar on de plantation. Befo dat, Henry had tolerable good haar roon de ages, but soon easy de young grapes begun ter come, Henry's haar begun to quarrel all up in little balls, de like dis your reg'lar grapey haar. And by the time the grapes got ripe his head looked like a buncher grapes. Combin, it did do no good, he wook at it half de night wid Jim Crow, and think he get it straightened out, but in de morning de grapes ud be dear de same. So he gin it up, and tried ter keep de grapes down by havin' his haar cut short. A small card, resembling a currycomb in construction, and used by Negroes in the rural districts instead of a comb. But dat wa'n't the queers thing 'bout de goopher. When Henry come ter de plantation, he was gittin' a little ol' and stiff in de J&Ts. But dat summer he got de easy spry and lively easy any young nigger on de plantation. Fac, he got so biggity dat Mars Jackson, de overseer, ter eaten ter whip him, ef he did stop cuttin' up his didos and behave hisef. But de mos carousas thing happen in de fall, when the sap begin ter go down in the grapevines. Fuss, when the grapes gathered, the knots begun ter straighten out and Henry's haar, and the leaves begin ter fall, Henry's haar, mence, ter drap out. And when the vims bar, Henry's head was baller and it was in the spring, and he begin ter get old and stiff in the J&T's agin, and paid no mo, tension ter the gals dioin, de whole winter. And next spring, he rubbed the sap on agin, he got young agin, and so supple and lively dat none de young niggers on the plantation could jump, na dance, na ho easy much cotton easy Henry. But in the fall de year his grapes mence ter straighten out, and his J&T's ter get stiff, and his haar drap off, and de rheumatiz begin to wrastle wid him. Now, knowed ol' Mars Dougal McAdoo, knowed dat it ter be a mighty rainy day when he could find somepen fair his niggers ter do, and it ter be a mighty little hole he could crawl though. And ter be a monstrous cloudy night when $1 get by him in the darkness. NWN he see how Henry get young in the spring and ol' in the fall, he load ter his fez how he could make money out and Henry Dan by wuckin' him in the cotton fiel. Long the next spring, atter the sap mence ter rise, and Henry int is head and estated fair ter get young and supple, Mars Dougal up and tuck Henry ter town, and sol him fair $1,500. Co-se the man at bought Henry did know nuffin 'bout de goopher, and Mars Dougal did see no cass on fair ter tell him. Long to ds de fall, de sap went down, Henry begin ter get ol' ag in same easy useful, and his no Mars ter begin ter get skeered less he gwine ter lose his $1,500 nigger. He sent fair a mighty fine doctor, but de medicine did pair ter do no good, de goopher had a good holt. Henry told the doctor 'bout de goopher, but the doctor da laugh at him. One day in the winter Mars Dougal went ter town, and was santerin' long de main street, when who should he meet but Henry's no Mars ter. Dey said haughty, and Mars Dougal ax I'm ter have a sejar. And atter dey run on a while 'bout de craps and de weather, Mars Dougal ax him, sorter careless, like easy ef he'd a thought of it. How you like de nigger I sold you last spring? Henry's Mars ter shook his head and knocked the ashes off his sejar. Spec, I made a bad bodgin when I bought dat nigger. Henry done good wook all de summer, but since de fall set in he pairs ter be sorter pinnin' away. Dey ain't nuffin particular de matter wid him, leastways de doctor say so, sepen a tecker de rheumatiz, but his haar is all fell out, and ef he don't pick up his strength mighty soon, I spec I'm gwine ter lose him. Dey smoked on a while, and bimeby ol' Mars say, well, a bodgin, a bodgin, but you and me is good friends, and I don't want ter see you lose all de money you paid fair dat nigger, and efw at you say is so, and I ain't sputin' it, he ain't wuff much now. I expects you wucked him too hard this summer, ese the swamps down here don't agree with the sandhill nigger. So you to lemme know, and ef he gets any wusser I'll be willin' ter give yer $500 fair him, and take my chances on his livin'. Sho enough, when Henry begun ter draw up wid the rheumatiz and it looked like he gwine ter die fair show, his Noel Mars ter son, fair Mars Dougal, and Mars Dougal, gin him what he promise, and brung Henry home agin. He tuck good cure uv, im dioin, de winter, give im whisky ter rub his rheumatiz, and tobacco ter smoke, and all he want ter eat, case a nigger at he could make $1,000 a year off and did en, grow on Evie huckleberry bush. Next spring, WN de sap ris en Henry's har commence, ter sprout, Mars Dougal, sol, im agin, down in Robeson County dis time, and he kept dat sellin' business up fair 5 year or mo. Henry neber say nuffin' bout de Goopher ter his Noel marsters, case he know he gwine ter be tuck good cure uv de next winter, WN Mars Dougal, by him back. En Mars Dougal, made nuff money off en Henry ter by another plantation ober on Beaver Creek. But long, bout de dat 5 year day come a stranger ter stop at de plantation. De fust day he dear he went out with Mars Dougal en spent all de morning lookin' ober de vineyard, en atter dinner day spent all de evenin' playin' Kia-DS. De niggers soon skiver dat he was a Yankee, and dat he come down ter north clean fair ter larn de white folks how to raise grapes and make wine. He promised Mars Dougal, he cd make de grapevines bear twice easy many grapes, and dat de Noah winepress he was a sellin', would make him dn twice easy many gallons or wine. And Mars Dougal de drunk it all in, de paired ter be bewitch wid dat Yankee. When the darkies see dat Yankee runnin' roon de vineyard en diggin' under de grapevines, dey shook deir heads, en load dat dey feared Mars Dougal losin' his min. Mars Dougal had all de dirt dug away from under de roots or all de scuppernon vims, and let em stand dat away fair a week or mo. Den dat Yankee made de niggers fix up a mix dry lime en ashes en manio, en it roon de roots de grapevines. Den he, vice Mars Dougal, fair ter trim de vims closed, en Mars Dougal, tuck en done everything de Yankee told him ter do. Dio in all dis time, mind yer, dis yer Yankee was bin off en de fat de lawn, at de big house, en playin' Kia-DS wid Mars Dougal, evie night. En dey say Mars Dougal, los mon $1,000 dioin de week dat Yankee was a ruinin' de grapevines. When de sap ris next spring, ol Henry enint his head easy useful, en his har ments, ter grow de same easy it done evie year. De scuppernon vims growed monsts fas, and de leaves was greener and thicker dan de eber bien dioin my rememance, and Henry's har growed out thicker dan eber, and he paired ter get younger, and suppler, and suppler. En seein' easy he was showed bands dat spring, havin' tuck in considerable no ground, Mars Dougal eluded he would sell Henry, tell he get de crap in de cotton chop. So he kept Henry on de plantation. But long, bout time fair de grapes ter come on de scuppernon vims, dey paired ter come a change ober De leaves withered en swivel up, en de young grapes turned yaller, en bimeby everybody on de plantation could see dat de whole vineyard was dyin'. Mars Dougal tuck en water de vims en done all he could, but tyn no use, dat Yankee had done bust de watermillion. One time de vims picked up a bit, en Mars Dougal load day was gwine ter come out agin. But dat Yankee done dug too close under de roots, en pruned de branches too close ter de vime, en all dat lime and ashes done burn de life out en de vims, en dey de kep a within en a swivlin'. All dis time de Goopher was a wuckin'. When de vims estiated ter wither, Henry ments ter complain his rheumatiz, en when de leaves begin ter dry up, his har ments ter drap out. When de vims fresh up a bit, Henry d get pert agin, en when de vims wither agin, Henry d get ol agin, en de kep gittin' imo fittin' fair nuffin, he de pined away, en finally tuck ter his cabin. And when the big vine war he got the sap ter and his head withered and turned yaller and died, Henry died too, though went out sorter like a cannel. Dey didn't pear ter be nuffin the matter wid him, seppen de rheumatis, but his strength did dwindle away, tell he did en haber enough left ter draw his breath. De Goopher had got de underholt, and th'd Henry dat time fair good en all. Mars Dougal tuck on mightly bout losin' his vims and his nigger in de same year, and he SWO dat ef he could get holt dat Yankee he d where him ter a frazzle, and den chaw up de frazzle. And he'd done it, too, for Mars Dougal usie a monstus brash man wn he once get started. He sought de vimyard out ober agn, but it was thee fo year befo de vims got terbieren any scupernons. When de war broke out, Mars Dougal raise a comp New York, and went off ter fight the Yankees. He say he was mighty glad dat wa come, and he da want ter kill a Yankee fair $EV he long dat grape raisin Yankee. And I spec he would done it, too, ef the Yankees had an espicion sumpen, and killed him fuss. Atter de render ol miss move, ter town, de niggers all scattered way fum de plantation, and de vimyard ein bien cultivated sense. Is that story true? Asked Annie doubtfully, but seriously, as the old man concluded his narrative. It's de easy true easy I may settin here, miss. Dey's a easy way ter prove it, I kin lead de way right ter Henry's grave ober yender in de plantation burying ground. And I tell your Mars ter, I would vice you to buy dis your old vimyard, case de Goopher, on it yit, en dey ein, no tellin, it's gwine ter crap out. But I thought you said all the old vines died. Dey did, pair ter die, but a few on come out agn, en is mixed in mongs de yuthers. I ein skeered ter eat de grapes, case I knows de old vims fum de noa ones, but with strangers dey ein, no tellin, mought happen. I would vice your ter by dis vimyard. I bought the vineyard, nevertheless, and it has been for a long time in a thriving condition, and is often referred to by the local press as a striking illustration of the opportunities open to northern capital in the development of southern industries. The luscious Scuppernong holds first rank among our grapes, though we cultivate a great many other varieties, and our income from grapes packed and shipped to the northern markets is quite considerable. I have not noticed any developments of the Goopher in the vineyard, although I have a mild suspicion that our colored assistants do not suffer from want of grapes during the season. I found, when I bought the vineyard, that Uncle Julius had occupied a cabin on the place for many years, and derived a respectable revenue from the product of the neglected grapevines. This, doubtless, accounted for his advice to me not to buy the vineyard, though whether it inspired the Goopher story I am unable to state. I believe, however, that the wages I paid him for his services as coachman, for I gave him employment in that capacity, were more than an equivalent for anything he lost by the sale of the vineyard. Sandy. On the northeast corner of my vineyard in central North Carolina, and fronting on the Lumberton Plank Road, there stood a small frame house, of the simplest construction. It was built of pine lumber, and contained but one room, to which one window gave light and one door admission. Its weather-beaten sides revealed a virgin innocence of paint. Against one end of the house, and occupying half its width, there stood a huge brick chimney. The crumbling mortar had left large cracks between the bricks. The bricks themselves had begun to scale off in large flakes, leaving the chimney sprinkled with unsightly blotches. These evidences of decay were but partially concealed by a creeping vine, which extended its slender branches hither and thither in an ambitious but futile attempt to cover the whole chimney. The wooden shutter, which had once protected the unglazed window, had fallen from its hinges, and lay rotting in the rank grass and jimson weeds beneath. This building, I learned when I bought the place, had been used as a schoolhouse for several years prior to the breaking out of the war, since which time it had remained unoccupied, save when some stray cow or vagrant hog had sought shelter within its walls from the chill rains and nipping winds of winter. One day my wife requested me to build her a new kitchen. The house erected by us, when we first came to live upon the vineyard, contained a very conveniently arranged kitchen. But for some occult reason my wife wanted a kitchen in the backyard, apart from the dwelling house, after the usual southern fashion. Of course I had to build it. To save expense, I decided to tear down the old schoolhouse, and use the lumber, which was in a good state of preservation, in the construction of the new kitchen. Before demolishing the old house, however, I made an estimate of the amount of material contained in it, and found that I would have to buy several hundred feet of lumber additional, in order to build the new kitchen according to my wife's plan. One morning old Julius McAdoo, our colored coachman, harnessed the gray mare to the rockaway, and drove my wife and me over to the sawmill from which I meant to order the new lumber. We drove down the long lane which led from our house to the plank road. Following the plank road for about a mile, we turned into a road running through the forest and across the swamp to the sawmill beyond. Our carriage jolted over the half-rotted corduroy road which traversed the swamp, and then climbed the long hill leading to the sawmill. When we reached the mill, the foreman had gone over to a neighboring farmhouse, probably to smoke or gossip, and we were compelled to await his return before we could transact our business. We remained seated in the carriage, a few rods from the mill, and watched the leisurely movements of the mill hands. We had not waited long before a huge pine log was placed in position, the machinery of the mill was set in motion, and the circular saw began to eat its way through the log, with a loud whir which resounded throughout the vicinity of the mill. The sound rose and fell in a sort of rhythmic cadence, which, heard from where we sat, was not unpleasing, and not loud enough to prevent conversation. When the saw started on its second journey through the log, Julius observed, in a lugubrious tone, and with a perceptible shudder. "Ugh! But dat do cuddle my blood." "What's the matter, Uncle Julius?" inquired my wife, who is of a very sympathetic turn of mind. "Does the noise affect your nerves?" "No, Miss Annie," replied the old man, with emotion, "I ain't narvous. But dat saw, cuttin' en grindin' though dat sticker timber, en moanin', en groanin', en squeakin', kyars my memance back ter old times, en mins me Sandy." The pathetic intonation with which he lengthened out the Sandy touched a responsive chord in our own hearts. "And who was poor Sandy?" asked my wife, who takes a deep interest in the stories of plantation life which she hears from the lips of the older colored people. Some of these stories are quaintly humorous. Others wildly extravagant, revealing the oriental cast of the Negro's imagination, while others, poured freely into the sympathetic ear of a northern-bred woman, disclose many a tragic incident of the darker side of slavery. "Sandy," said Julius, in reply to my wife's question, "was a nigger at used ter belong ter ol' Mars Marabo McSwain. Mars Marabo's place was on de yuther side en de swamp, right next to yo' place. Sandy was a monstrous good nigger, and could do so many things erbout a plantation, en alluz, ter his wook so well, dat Mars Marabo's chillens growed up and married off. Dey all wanted dey daddy fair ter gin Sandy fair a weddin present. But Mars Marabo no derez would be satisfied ef he gin Sandy ter one So day was all done married, he fix it by loan one of his chillens ter take Sandy fair a mont or so, en den another for a mont or so, and so on dat way tell dey had all had him de same lenker time. En den dey would all take him roon agin, sepen, once it in a whilwn Mars Marabo would len, im ter summer his yuther kinfox, roon, de country, day was shorter Hans. Tell bimeby it got so Sandy did hardly knowed where he was gwine ter stay fum 1 week's ter de yuther. One time Sandy was lent out yushel, a speculator come erlong wid a lot of niggers, en Mars Marabo swap Sandy's wife off fair a no Oman. When Sandy come back, Mars Marabo gin im $1, en load he was monsta sorry fair ter break up de family, but the speculator had gin im big boot, en times was hard and money skaze, and so he was bleedst ter make de trade. Sandy tuck on some, bout losin' his wife, but he soon seed dey want no use cryin' ober spilt merlusses, en bein' easy he lacked de lookser de no Oman, he tuck up wid her adder she'd bein' on de plantation a mont or so. Sandy and his Noah wife got on mighty well tergether, and the niggers all mens ter talk about how lovin' day was. When Teeny was tuck sick oncet, Sandy used ter set up all night wid and den go ter wook in de mornin' de lack he had his reg'lar sleep. And Teeny would done anythin' in de world for her Sandy. Sandy and Teeny had been lib been tergether fair mo, dn 2 months befo, Mars Marabo's old uncle, W at Libby down in Robeson County, sent up ter fin out ef Mars Marabo could len him or hire him a good ban, fair a mont or so. Sandy's Mars ter was one er dece your easygwine folks W at wanter please eva body, and he says yas, he could len him Sandy. En Mars Marabo tol, Sandy fair ter get ready ter go down ter Robeson next day, fair ter stay a mont or so. It was monstus hard on Sandy fair ter take him way from Teeny. It was so fur down ter Robeson dat he did have no chance er comin' back ter see her till the time was up. He would mind comin' 10 or 15 mile at night ter see Teeny, but Mars Marabo's uncle's plantation was dn 40 mile off. Sandy was mighty sad and cast down atter W at Mars Marabo told him, and he says ter Teeny, says he. I'm gettin' monstus teed er dish gwine ruin so much. Here I is lent ter Mars Jeems dis mont, and I got ter do so and so. En ter Mars Archie de next mont, and I got ter do so and so, den I got ter go ter Miss Jinny's, and hit Sandy dis and Sandy dat, and Sandy yer and Sandy dear, tell it pears to me I ain't got no home, no Mars ter, no mistis, no nuffin. I can't eben keep a wife, my yuther ol' oman was sole away widout my gettin' a chance fair ter tell her goodbye, and now I got ter go off and leave you, Teeny, and I dunno whr I'm eber gwine ter cuag or no. I wished I was a tree, a stump, a rock, somepen W at could stay on de plantation fair a while. Atter Sandy got though talkin', Teeny didn't say nair word, but de sot dear by de fear, studyin' and studyin'. Bimeby she up and says, Sandy, is I eber tol you I was a Conjure Woman? Cose Sandy had neber dreamt nuffin lack dat, and he made a great miration wn he hear W at Teeny say. Bimeby Teeny went on. I ain't goophered nobody, na done no conjure wook, fair 15 year or mo, wn I got religion I made up my mind I would wook no mo goopher. But dey is some things I don't believe it's no sin fair ter do. Nef you don't want her be sent rune, fum pillar terpaz, nef you don't want her go down ter Robeson, I can fix things so you won't have ter. Ef you'll da say the word, I can turn you ter W ataber you want her be, and you can stay right where you want her, easy long easy you maneater. Sandy say he don't care, he's willin' fair ter do anythin', fair ter stay close ter Teeny. Den Teeny ax him ef he don't want her be turnt inter a rabbit. Sandy say, no, the dogs mought get atter me. Shall I turn you ter a wolf, says Teeny. No, everybody skeered er a wolf, and I don't want nobody ter be skeered er me. Shall I turn you ter a mockingbird? No, a hawk mought catch me. I want her be turnt inter somepen W at'll stay in one place. I kin turn you ter a tree, says Teeny. You won't have no mouth na years, but I kin turn you back oncet in a while, so you kin get somepen ter eat, and hear W at gwine on. Well, Sandy say dat'll do. And so Teeny tuck him down by de edge er de swamp, not fur from de quarters, and turned him inter a big pine tree, and sot him out mongs some yuther trees. En de next mornin easy some de fiel Hans was gwine long deer, dey see de tree W at dey did member haben, see befo. It was monstus quare, dey was bleats ter low dat dey had membered right, ese one de saplins had been growin' monstus fas. When Mars Marabo skiver dat Sandy was gone, he load Sandy had runned away. He got de dogs out, but de lost place dey could track Sandy ter was de foot dat pine tree. En dear de dogs stood and barked, bayed, pawed at the tree, and tried ter climb up on it. NWN day was tuck roon, though de swamp ter look fair descent, day broke loose and made fair dat tree ag in. It was de Beatini's thing de Wite folks eber hearn of, and Mars Marabo load dat Sandy must, climb up on de tree and jump off on a mule or sompan, and rid fur enough fair ter spile descent. Mars Marabo wanted ter cue some de yother niggers heppen Sandy off, but dey all needed ter de loss, and everybody knowed Teeny sought too much sto by Sandy fair ter he im run away where she could never see im no mo. When Sandy had been gone long enough fair folks ter think he done got clean away, Teeny used ter go down ter de woods at night and turn im back, and den dey slip up ter de cabin and set by de fire and talk. But dey ter be monstus careful, ese somebody would, seed and dat would, spile, de whole thing, so Teeny aluz turned Sandy back into morning early, befo anybody was stirring. But Sandy did get erlong without his trials and tribulations. One day a woodpecker come erlong and mence ter peck at de tree, and the next time Sandy was turned back he had a little round hole in his arm, de lack a sharp stick stuck in it. Adder dat Teeny saw de sparrowhawk fair ter watch de tree, NWN de woodpecker come erlong next morning fair ter finish his nest, he got gobble up mos fo, he stuck his bill in de bark. Nudder time, Mars Marabo sent a nigger out in de woods fair ter chop tuppentime boxes. De man chop a box in dish your tree, en hack de bark up 2 te feet, fair ter let de tuppentime run. The next time Sandy was turned back he had a big skyer on his left leg, de lack it skunt, and it tuck Teeny nigh, bout all night fair ter fix a mixtry ter kyo it up. Adder dat, Teeny saw de honnet fair ter watch de tree. NWN de nigger come back and fair ter cut another box on de yother side de tree, de honnet stung I'm so hard dat de axe slip and cut his foot nigh, bout off. When Teeny see so many things happenin' ter de tree, she eluded she ter turn Sandy ter sompen ese. En adder studyin' de matter ober, en talkin' wid Sandy one ebening, she made up her mind fair ter fix up a gopher mixtry at would turn hersef and Sandy ter foxes, sompen. So dey could run away and go somewheres where dey could be free and lib lack Wite folks. But dey ain't no tellin' what's gwine ter happen in dis world. Teeny had got de night sought fair her and Sandy ter run away, dat vey day one Mars Marabo's sons rid up ter de big house in his buggy, and say his wife was monsta sick, and he want his mammy ter len oman fair ter nuss his wife. Teeny's mistis say son Teeny, she was a good nuss. Young Mars was in a terrible hurry fair ter get back home. Teeny was washin' at de big house dat day, and her mistis say she should go right long with her young Mars ter. Teeny tried ter make some skews fair ter get away and hide tell night, she would have everything fix up fair her and Sandy, she say she want her go ter her cabin fair ter get her bonnet. Her mistis say it don't matter, bout de bonnet. Her head handkerchief was good enough. Den Teeny say she want her get her best frock, her mistis say no, she don't need no mo frock, dat one got dirty she could get a clean one where she was gwine. So Teeny had ter get in de buggy and go long wid young Mars Duncan ter his plantation, which was 20 mile away, and dey wa'n't no chance her seein' Sandy no tell she come back home. De gal felt monstus bad bout de way things was gwine on, and she knowed Sandy Muse be a wanderin' why she didn't come and turn him back no mo. Whiles Teeny was away nussin' young Mars Duncan's wife, Mars Marabo tuck a notion fair ter bill im a no kitchen, and bein' easy he had lots er timber on his place, he begun ter look roon fair a tree ter have de lumber sawed out en I dunno how it come to be so, but he happened fair ter hit on de vey tree at Sandy was turned inter. Teeny was gone, en dey wa'n't nobody nuffin fair ter watch de tree. De two men at cut de tree down say dey never had second time with a tree befo, dey axes would glanch off, en did pair ter make no progress though de wood. En of all de creakin', en shakin', en wobblin', you eber see, dat tree done it wn it commence, ter fall. It was de Beatini's thing. When dey got de tree all trim up, dey chain it up ter a timber wagon, and start fair de sawmill. But dey had a hard time gettin' de log dear, fuss dey got stuck in de mud wn dey was gwine cross de swamp, and it was 2 hours befo dey could get out. When dey start on agin, de chain kep a comin' loose, and dey had ter keep a stoppin' fair ter hitch de log up agin. When dey commence, ter climb de hill ter de sawmill, de log broke loose, and roll down de hill en in mongs, de trees, and hit tuck nigh, 'bout half a day mo, ter get it haul up ter de sawmill. De next mornin' atter de day de tree was haul, ter de sawmill, Teeny come home. When she got back ter her cabin, de fust thing she done was to run down ter de woods and see how Sandy was gettin' on. When she seed de stump standin' dear, wid de sap runnin' out en it, and de limbs layin' scattered roun', she nigh, 'bout went out en her min. She run ter her cabin, and got her gopher mix dry, and den follered de track de timber wagon ter de sawmill. She knowed Sandy could en lib mo, en a minute so ef she turned him back, fair he was all chopped up so he en bleeds ter die. But she wanted ter turn him back long enough fair ter splain ter him dat she had en went off a purpose, en lef him ter be chopped down en sawed up. She did en want Sandy ter die with no hard feelin's to des her. De Hans at de sawmill had de got de big log on de carriage, en was startin' up de saw, wn dey see de Oman runnin' up de hill, all out her breath, cryin' en gwine on de lack she was plumb 'stracted. It was Teeny. She come right inter de mill, en th'd hersef on de log, right in fronter de saw, a hollerin' en cryin' ter her Sandy ter forgive her, en not ter think harder her, fair it wa'n't no fault of hern. Den Teeny 'membered de tree did en have no years, and she was gettin' ready fair ter wook her gopher mix dry so easy ter turn Sandy back, wn de mill hands cotch holter her en tied her arms wid a rope, en fasten her to one de posts in de sawmill. En den dey started de saw up agin, en cut de log up inter bodies en scantlins right befo her eyes. But it was mighty hard wook, fair of all de sweekin', en moanin', en groanin', dat log done it whiles de saw was a cuttin', though it. De saw was one dese your old-timey, up-and-down saws, en hit tuck longer dem days ter saw a log en it do now. Dey greased de saw, but dat did en stop de fuss, hit kep right on, tel finally dey got de log all sawed up. When de overseer at run de sawmill come fum breakfast, de Hans up en tell him, 'bout de crazy Oman, easy day esposed she was, at had come runnin' in de sawmill, a hollerin' en gwine on, en tried ter th'ow hersef befo de saw. En de overseer sent 2 de Hans fair ter take Teeny back ter her marster's plantation. Teeny pared ter be out en her min fair a long time, en her mars ter lock her up in de smokehouse, tel she got over her spells. Mars Marabo was monstus mad, en hit would, made yo, flesh crawl fair ter hear him cuss, case he say de speculator at he got Teeny fum had fooled him by wuckin' a crazy Oman off on him. Whiles Teeny was lock up in de smokehouse, Mars Marabo tuck en hauled de lumber fum de sawmill, en put up his no kitchen. When Teeny got quiet down, so she could be load ter go ruin de plantation, she up en told her marster all about Sandy en de pine tree, en wn Mars Marabo hernit, he load she was de wuss 'stracted nigger he eber hearn of. He did en no at ter do wid Teeny, fuss he thought he put her in de house. But Finley, seein' easy she did en do no harm ter nobody nuffin, but de went round moanin', en groanin', en shakin' her head. He clued ter let her stay on de plantation en nuss de little nigger chillins wn de mammies was ter wook in de cotton fiel. De no kitchen Mars Marabo bill was en much use, fair it had en put up long befo de niggers ments ter notice queer things about it. Dey could hear somepen moanin' en groanin' 'bout de kitchen in de night time, en de wind would blow day could hear sompen a hollerin' and squeakin' lak it was in great pain and sufferin'. And it got so atter a while dat it was all Mars Marabo's wife could do ter get a, mon ter stay in de kitchen in de daytime long enough ter do de cookin'. En dey wa'n't nair nigger on de plantation at would en rudder take 40 dan ter go, bout dat kitchen atter dark, dat is, sep en teeny, she did en per ter min de hinds. She used her slip roon at night, en set on de kitchen steps, en lean up egin de do jam, en run on ter hersef with some kind er foolishness at nobody could en make out. Fair Mars Marabo had eaten, ter sen, her off en de plantation ef she say anything ter any de yother niggers, bout de pine tree. But somehow nudder de niggers found out all about it, en dey all knowed de kitchen was haunted by Sandy's spirit. En bimeby hit got so Mars Marabo's wife hersef was skeered ter go out in de yard atter dark. When it come ter dat, Mars Marabo tuck en to de kitchen down, en use de lumber fair ter bill, dat ol schooloos at you were talkin' bout pullin' down. De schooloos was en use sep en, in de daytime, en on dark nights folks gwine long de road would hear queer sounds en see queer things. Ol teeny used ter go down deer at night, en wander roon de schooloos. En de niggers all load she went fair ter talk wid Sandy's spirit. En one winter morning, when one de boys went ter school early fair ter start de fire, at should he fin, but ol teeny, layin' on de floe, stiff, en call, en dead. Dear did en pair ter be nuffin particular de matter wid her, she had de grieve hersef ter deaf fair her Sandy. Mars Marabo didn't shed no tears. He thought Teeny was crazy, en dey wa'n't no tellin' at she mought do nex. En dey ain't much room in dis world fair crazy wite folks, let lone a crazy nigger. Hit wa'n't long atter dat beefo Mars Marabo's soul, a piece his tracker lawn, ter Mars Dougal, McAdoo, my ol Mars ter, en dat, es how de ol schooloos happen to be on yo place. When de war broke out, de school stop, en de ol schooloos been standing empty ever since, dat is, sep en, fair de hinds. En folks says dat de ol schooloos, any yother house at got any dat lumber in it at was sawed out and de tree at Sandy was turned inter, is gwine ter be haunted till de lost piece plank is rotted and crumble inter dus. Annie had listened to this gruesome narrative with strained attention. What a system it was, she exclaimed, when Julius had finished, under which such things were possible. What things? I asked, in amazement. Are you seriously considering the possibility of a man's being turned into a tree? Oh, no, she replied quickly, not that, and then she murmured absently, and with a dim look in her fine eyes, poor Teeny. We ordered the lumber, and returned home. That night, after we had gone to bed, and my wife had to all appearances been sound asleep for half an hour, she startled me out of an incipient doze by exclaiming suddenly. John! I don't believe I want my new kitchen built out of the lumber in that old schoolhouse. You wouldn't for a moment allow yourself, I replied, with some asperity, to be influenced by that absurdly impossible yarn which Julius was spinning today. I know the story is absurd, she replied dreamily, and I am not so silly as to believe it. But I don't think I should ever be able to take any pleasure in that kitchen if it were built out of that lumber. Besides, I think the kitchen would look better and last longer if the lumber were all new. Of course she had her way. I bought the new lumber, though not without grumbling. A week or two later I was called away from home on business. On my return, after an absence of several days, my wife remarked to me, John, there has been a split in the Sandy Run Colored Baptist Church, on the temperance question. About half the members have come out from the main body, and set up for themselves. Uncle Julius is one of the seceders, and he came to me yesterday and asked if they might not hold their meetings in the old schoolhouse for the present. I hope you didn't let the old rascal have it, I returned, with some warmth. I had just received a bill for the new lumber I had bought. Well, she replied, I couldn't refuse him the use of the house for so good a purpose. And I'll venture to say, I continued, that you subscribed something toward the support of the new church?" She did not attempt to deny it. "What are they going to do about the ghost?" I asked, somewhat curious to know how Julius would get around this obstacle. "Oh," replied Annie, "Uncle Julius says that ghosts never disturb religious worship, but that if Sandy's spirit should happen to stray into meeting by mistake, no doubt the preaching would do it good." Mars James's nightmare. We found old Julius very useful when we moved to our new residence. He had a thorough knowledge of the neighborhood, was familiar with the roads and the watercourses, knew the qualities of the various soils and what they would produce, and where the best hunting and fishing were to be had. He was a marvelous hand in the management of horses and dogs, with whose mental processes he manifested a greater familiarity than mere use would seem to account for. Though it was doubtless due to the simplicity of a life that had kept him close to nature. Toward my tract of land and the things that were on it, the creeks, the swamps, the hills, the meadows, the stones, the trees, he maintained a peculiar personal attitude, that might be called predial rather than proprietary. He had been accustomed, until long after middle life, to look upon himself as the property of another. When this relation was no longer possible, owing to the war, and to his master's death and the dispersion of the family, he had been unable to break off entirely the mental habits of a lifetime, but had attached himself to the old plantation, of which he seemed to consider himself an appurtenance. We found him useful in many ways and entertaining in others, and my wife and I took quite a fancy to him. Shortly after we became established in our home on the sand hills, Julius brought up to the house one day a colored boy of about 17, whom he introduced as his grandson, and for whom he solicited employment. I was not favorably impressed by the youth's appearance, quite the contrary, in fact. But mainly to please the old man I hired Tom, his name was Tom, to help about the stables, weed the garden, cut wood and bring water, and in general to make himself useful about the outdoor work of the household. My first impression of Tom proved to be correct. He turned out to be very trifling, and I was much annoyed by his laziness, his carelessness, and his apparent lack of any sense of responsibility. I kept him longer than I should, on Julius's account, hoping that he might improve, but he seemed to grow worse instead of better, and when I finally reached the limit of my patience, I discharged him. "I am sorry, Julius," I said to the old man. "I should have liked to oblige you by keeping him, but I can't stand Tom any longer. He is absolutely untrustworthy." "Yas, Sue," replied Julius, with a deep sigh and a long shake of the head, "I knows he ain't much account, and dey ain't much penance to be put on 'im. But I was hopin' dat you mought make some 'lowance fa IGN young nigger, Sue, and gib 'im one mo' chance." But I had hardened my heart. I had always been too easily imposed upon, and had suffered too much from this weakness. I determined to be firm as a rock in this instance. "No, Julius," I rejoined decidedly, "it is impossible. I gave him more than a fair trial, and he simply won't do." When my wife and I set out for our drive in the cool of the evening, afternoon is evening in southern parlance, one of the servants put into the rockaway 2 large earthenware jugs. Our drive was to be down through the swamp to the mineral spring at the foot of the sand hills beyond. The water of this spring was strongly impregnated with sulfur and iron, and, while not particularly agreeable of smell or taste, was used by us, in moderation, for sanitary reasons. When we reached the spring, we found a man engaged in cleaning it out. In answer to an inquiry he said that if we would wait 5 or 10 minutes, his task would be finished and the spring in such condition that we could fill our jugs. We might have driven on, and come back by way of the spring, but there was a bad stretch of road beyond, and we concluded to remain where we were until the spring should be ready. We were in a cool and shady place. It was often necessary to wait a while in North Carolina, and our northern energy had not been entirely proof against the influences of climate and local custom. While we sat there, a man came suddenly around a turn of the road ahead of us. I recognized in him a neighbor with whom I had exchanged formal calls. He was driving a horse, apparently a high-spirited creature, possessing, so far as I could see at a glance, the marks of good temper and good breeding. The gentleman, I had heard it suggested, was slightly deficient in both. The horse was rearing and plunging, and the man was beating him furiously with a buggy whip. When he saw us, he flushed a fiery red, and, as he passed, held the reins with one hand, at some risk to his safety, lifted his hat, and bowed somewhat constrainedly as the horse darted by us, still panting and snorting with fear. "He looks as though he were ashamed of himself," I observed. "I'm sure he ought to be," exclaimed my wife indignantly. "I think there is no worse sin and no more disgraceful thing than cruelty." "I quite agree with you," I assented. "A man w at busses his hoss is gwine ter be hard on de folks w at wooks fair im," remarked Julius. "Ef young Mr. McLean don't min, he'll have a bad dream one er dese days, de lack, is granddaddy had way back yender, long yes befo de war." "What was it about Mr. McLean's dream, Julius?" I asked. The man had not yet finished cleaning the spring, and we might as well put in time listening to Julius as in any other way. We had found some of his plantation tales quite interesting. "Mars Jeems McLean," said Julius, "was de granddaddy dis your gentleman w at is de gone by us beatin' his hoss. He had a big plantation and a heap er niggers. Mars Jeems was a hard man, en monsta strick with his hans. Eber since he growed up he neber pared ter hab no feelin' fair nobody. When his daddy, ol' Mars John McLean, died, de plantation and all de niggers fell ter young Mars Jeems. He had been bad 'nuff befo, but it wa'n't long a terwa ds, tell he got so dey was no use in lib bin, at all efu ha, ter lib ruin Mars Jeems. His niggers was bleeds ter slave fum daylight ter decay, Wiles yother folkses did en, hafter wook, sepen fum sun ter sun, en dey did en, git no mo, ter eat dan day otter, en dat de coases kin. Dey wa'n't load ter sing, na dance, na play de banjo wn Mars Jeems was ruined de place. Fair Mars Jeems say he would en, hab no sec gwins on, said he bought his hans ter wook, en not ter play, en wn night come day muse sleep en res, so day, be ready ter get up soon in de mornin', en go ter day wook fresh en strong. Mars Jeems did en, lo no cotin Junzian, ruin his plantation, said he wanted his niggers ter put day mins on day wook, en not be wastin' day time wid no sec fullies ness. En he would en, let his hans get married, said he was en, raisin' niggers, but was raisin' cotton. Nweneber any de boys en gals mens ter get sweet on one another, he sell one de yother on send way down in Robeson County ter his yother plantation, or dey could en neber see one another. Ef any de niggers eber complained, dey got fotai, so cose dey did en many on complain. But dey did en lack it, de same, en nobody could en blame fair dey had a hard time. Mars Jeems did en make no lowance fair natural bound lasness, na sickness, na trouble in de min, na nuffin, he was de gwine ter get so much wook outer evie han, or no de reason wy. Dey was one time de niggers load, fair a spell, dat Mars Jeems mought get betta. He tuck a lack kin, ter Mars Marabo McSwain's old's gal, Miss Libby, en used ter go ober dear evie day evie ebeneen, and folk said dey was gwine ter get married show. But it pears dat Miss Libby heerd bout de gwinson on Mars Jeems's plantation, en she da load she could en truss hersef wid no second man. Dat he mought get so used ter bizen his niggers dat he mens ter buse his wife adder he got used ter habin her ruin de house. So she cleared she was en gwine ter hab nuffin mo ter do wid young Mars Jeems. De niggers was all monsta sorry wn de match was bust up, fair now Mars Jeems got wusser, and he was befo, he estiated sweethiatin. The time he used her spend cotin Miss Libby he put in find in fault with de niggers, and all his bad feelin's case Miss Libby th'd ober he paired ter try ter wook off on de niggers. Whiles Mars Jeems was cotin Miss Libby, two de hans on de plantation had got ter settin a heap sto by one another. One on was named Solomon, and de yother was a, Oman w at wucked in de fiel long earth him, I fagit dat, Oman's name, but it don't mount ter much in detail know-how. Now, whether Case Mars Jeems was so tuck up with his own Junzi dat he did en, paid no, tension fair a while ter w at was gwine on, twix Solomon and his Junzi, or whether his own cotin, made him kin, easy on de cotin, in de quarters. Dey ain't no tellin'. But dey's one thing show, dat wn Miss Libby th'd, im ober, he found out, bout Solomon en de gal monstus quick, en gun Solomon fo tie, en sont de gal down ter de Robeson County plantation. En tol, all de niggers ef he catch at any sec foolishness, he was gwine ter skin alive en tan day hides befo day vyis. Co-se he would done it, but he mought, made things wusser en day was. So you kin, imagine day wa'n't much lube makin', in de quarters fair a long time. Sweetheart. Mars Jeems used ter go down ter de yother plantation sometimes fair a week or and so he had ter hab a overseer ter look atter his wook whiles he usie gone. Mars Jeems's overseer was a white man named Nick Johnson, de niggers called him Mars Johnson ter his face, but behin his back day used ter call him Ol Nick, and de name suited him ter at. He was wusser en Mars Jeems ever did ter be. Co-se de darkies did lacked the way Mars Jeems used but he was de Mars ter, and had a right ter do easy he please. But dis your ol Nick wa'n't nuffin but a buckra, and all de niggers spised him easy much easy dey hated him, fair he did own nobody, and wa'n't no betta, a nigger. Fair in dem days any spectable poosin would ruther be a nigger dan a white man. Now, atter Solomon's gal had been sont away, he kep feelin' mo bad about it, tell fin lly he load he was gwine ter cef day could be somepin done fair ter get back, and ter make Mars Jeems treat de darkies betta. So he tuck a pecker coen out en de bayen one night, and went over ter see ol Peggy, de free nigger Conjure Woman down by de Vimelton road. Own Peggy listen, ter is tale, en ax him some questions, en den tol him she d wook her roots, en cw at day, d say, bout it, en tomorrow night he sh'd come back agin en fetch another peck coen. En den she d have sompen fair ter tell him. So Solomon went back the next night, en show nuff, Peggy tol him at ter do. She gun some stuff at look lack it been made by poundin' up some roots and yarbs wid a pestle in a motar. Dis your stuff, says she, is monstus powerful kin guffer. You take dis home, en gin it ter de cook, ef you kin truss her, and tell her fair ter put it in yo marster's soup de fuss cloudy day he have okra soup fair din now. Min, you follers de directions. It ein gwinneter piesin is it, ax Solomon, gitten, kin, skeered, fair Solomon was a good man, en did want ter do nobody no ral him. Oh, no, says ol Peggy, it's gwine ter do good, but he'll have a monstus bad dream fuss. A mont fum now you come down here en lemme know how de guffer is wuckin'. Fair I ein done mucher dis kin, kunjin, late yes, en I has ter kinder keep track on it ter see dat it don't, compelish nomo, dn I los ferret ter do. En I has ter be kinder careful, bout kunjin white folks. So be show, en lemme know, wataber you do, de at is gwine on rune, de plantation. So Solomon say all right, en tuck de guffer mixtry up ter de big house en gun it ter de cook, en tol her fair ter put it in Mars Jeems's soup de fuss cloudy day she have okra soup fair din no. It happened dat de vey next day was a cloudy day, and so de cook made okra soup fair Mars Jeems's din na, and put de powder Solomon gun her inter de soup, and made de soup raw good, so Mars Jeems eat a whole lot of it en paired ter enjoy it. The next morning Mars Jeems tol de overseer he was gwine way on some business, and den he was gwine ter his yother plantation, down in Robeson County, and he did en spec, he be back fair a month or so. But, says he, I wants you to run dis your plantation fair all it's worth. Dese your niggers is gittin' monsters triflin' and lazy and careless, and dey ein no penance to be put in em. I wants dat stop, NWILs I'm gone erway I wants de spenses cut way down and a heap mo wook done. FAC, I wants dis your plantation ter make a recode dat'll show W at kinder oversee you is. Ol' Nick did en said nuffin but yas, Sue, but de way he kinder grin, ter his F and show his big yaller teeth, and snap, de rawhide he used ter kyer rune wid im. Made call, chills run up and down de backbone dem niggers W at heerd Mars Jeems a talkin'. En dat night day was amonine en groanin' down in de quarters, fair de niggers all knowed W at was comin'. So, sho nuff, Mars Jeems went erway next mornin', en de trouble begun. Mars Johnson sta ted off de vey fust day fair ter CW at he could have ter show Mars Jeems WN he come back. He made the tasks bigger and de rations littler, NWN de niggers had wucked all day, he fin, sumpen fair, ter do rune, de bayen sommers adder de k, fair ter keep busy a hour so befo day went ter sleep. About thee fo days adder Mars Jeems went erway, young Mars Duncan McSwain rode up ter de big house one day wid a nigger settin behin him in de buggy, tied ter de seat, and ax ef Mars Jeems was home. Mars Johnson was at de house, and he say no. Well, says Mars Duncan, says he, I fotch dis nigger over ter Mr. McLean fair ter pay a bet I made wid im last week WN we was playin' Kia DST get air. I bet im a nigger man, and he S1 I reckon'll fill de bill. He was tuck up de yother day fair a stray nigger, and he could gib no counter his F, and so he was sole at Octation, and I bought im. He's kinder brash, but I knows yo powers, Mr. Johnson, and I reckon ef anybody kin make im to de make, you is de man. Mars Johnson grin one dem grins W at show all his snaggle teeth, and make de niggers lo he look lak de old de bill, and says he ter Mars Duncan. I reckon you kin trust me, Mr. Duncan, fair ter tame any nigger was eber bound. The nigger don't live W at I can't take down in, bout fo days. Well, ol' Nick had his hands full long dat no nigger. NWILs de res de darkies was sorry fair de put a man, day, load he kept Mars Johnson so busy dat day got along better en day, done ef de no nigger had never come. De fust thing dat happen, Mars Johnson says ter dis yo no man. What, es yo name, Sambo? My name ein Sambo, spawn de no nigger. Did I ax you W at yo name wyant, says Mars Johnson. You wants to be partic'lar how you talks to me. Now, W at is yo name, en where did you come from? I dunno my name, says de nigger, en I don't 'member where I come from. My head is all kin, mix up. Yas, says Mars Johnson, I reckon I'll have ter give you somepen fair ter clar yo head. At the same time, it'll larn you some manners, en adder dis meb you'll say, Sue, WN you speaks to me. Well, Mars Johnson haul off with his rawhide and hit de no nigger once. The no man look at Mars Johnson fair a minute ef he did no W at ter maker dis your kin, larnin. But WN de overseer raise his WIP ter hit him agin, de no nigger de haul off and made fair Mars Johnson, ef some de yother niggers hadn't stop im, it paired ef he mought, made it whyam fair ol' Nick dear fair a WIL. But de overseer made de yother niggers he tie de no nigger up, and den gun im fo tie, wid a dozen or so th'd in fair good measure, fair ol' Nick was never stingy wid dem kin, rations. De nigger went on at a terrible rate, de lack a will man, but co-se he was bleeds ter take his medicine, fair he was tied up and could he his sef. Mars Johnson lock, de no nigger up in de bien, en did en, gib, im nuffin ter eat for a day or so, till he got, I'm kinner quiet, down, en den he to en tea, im loose and put, im ter wook. De nigger, load he wa'n't used ter wuckin, en would en, wook, en Mars Johnson gun, im another fo tie fair laziness and impotence, and let, im faz a day or so mo, en den put, im ter wook ag in. De nigger went ter wook, but did en per ter know how ter hon lo a ho. It tuck bout half de overseer's time lookin atter im, en dat nigger got mo, lashins en cuffins dan any fo yuthers on de plantation. He did en mix, wouldn't talk much ter de res er de niggers, and could en per ter get it teach his min, dat he was a slave and had ter wook en min, de wite folks, spiter de fac, dat old nick gun, im a lesson every day. En fin ly Mars Johnson load dat he could en, do nuffin wid, im, dat ef he was his nigger, he d break his spirit or break his neck, one er de other. But co-se he was only sont ober on trial, nez he did en, gib satisfaction, and he had en, heard from Mars Jeems, bout wn he was comin' back. Nez he was feared he d get mad sometime nother and killed a nigger befo, he noted, he load he d better send im back where he come from. So he tied im up and sont im back ter Mars Duncan. Now, Mars Duncan McSwain was one dece your easygoing gentleman at did en lack ter have no trouble with niggers or nobody ese, and he knowed ef Mars ol Nick could en get long with dis nigger, nobody could. So he tucked the nigger ter town dat same day, en sol him ter a trader at was gettin' up a gang lackly niggers fair ter ship off on de steamboat ter go down de river ter Vimelton and fum dear ter Noa Orleans. The next day atter de Noa man had been sont away, Solomon was wuckin' in de cotton fiel, wn he got ter de fence next, ter de woods, at de een, de row, who shtc on de yother side but olaun, Peggy. She beckoned, ter im, de overseer was down on de yother side de fiel, en says she. Ein, you done come en, peted ter me lack I told you. Law. Oun, Peggy, says Solomon, day ein nuffin ter, pet. Mars Jeems went away de day atter we gun, im de goofer mixtry, en we ein, seed hide na hair im sense, en co-se we don't know nuffin, bout fec it had on, im. I don't care nuffin bout yo Mars Jeems now. I wants ter know is is bn gwine on, mongs, de niggers. Has you been gettin' long any better on the plantation? No, oun Peggy, we been gettin' long wusser. Mars Johnson is stricker, and he eber was befo, and de niggers don't daily get time ter draw day breath, en day los day mot de easy well be dead easy alive. Aha! Says oun Peggy, says she, I told you dat, you'se monstus powerful goofer, and it's wook don pair all at once. Long easy we had dat no nigger here, Solomon went on, he kept Mars Johnson busy pot at a time. But now he gone way, I suppose de res on us'll catch it wusser, en eber. What gone with de no nigger, says oun Peggy, raw quick, batten, her eyes en straightening up. Ol Nick done sont im back ter Mars Duncan, who had fotch im he fair ter pay a gamblin' debt ter Mars Jeems, says Solomon, and I he as Mars Duncan has sol im ter a nigger trader up in Patesville. At gwine ter ship im off wid a gang termore. Oun Peggy, paired ter get raw stirred up wn Solomon told her dat, en says she, shakin' her stick at him. Did en, you come and tell me bout dis no nigger bein' sol her way. Did en, you promise me, ef I, d give you dat goofer, you, d come en, put ter me, bout all at was gwine on dis plantation co-se I could, found out fair myself, but I, pended on yo, tellin' me. And now by not doin' it I's feared you gwine spile my cungin. You come down ter my house ternight and do at I tells you, or I'll put a spell on you dat ll make yo, har fall out so you'll be ball, and yo, eyes drap out so you can't see, and yo teeth fall out so you can't eat. And yo, years grow up so you can't hear. When you is foolin' with a Conjure Woman like me, you got term in, yo, P's and Q's day'll be trouble show nuff. So Co-Se Solomon went down to Peggy's dat night, and she gun I'm a roasted sweet end tater. You take dis your sweet end tater, says she, I done goofed it specially fair dat no nigger, so you better not eat it yo sef or you'll whoosh you had and slip off ter town, and fin dat strange man, and gib him dis your sweet end tater. He muse eat it beefo morning, show, ef he don't want her be soul way ter New Orleans. But esposin de paterols catch me, Aunt Peggy, at I gwine ter do, says Solomon. De paterols ein gwine tek you, but ef you don't fin dat nigger, I'm gwine get you, and you'll fin me wusser and de paterols. Des hole on a minute, and I'll sprinkle you with some dis mix dry out and dis your bottle, so de paterols can't see you, and you kin rub yo feet with some dis your grease out and dis goad, so you kin run fas. And rub some on it on yo eyes so you kin see in de decay. And den you muse fin dat no nigger and gib im dis your tater, you gwine ter have trouble on yo bands, and you eber had beefo in yo life eber will have sense. So Solomon tucked the sweet end tater and sta ted up de road fas easy he could go, and beefo long he reached town. He went right long by de paterols, and they did pair ter notice him, and bimeby he found where de strange nigger was kep, and he walked right pa de jard at de do and found him. De nigger could see him obi Co-Se, and he could see de nigger in de decay, ef it had been fair de stuff Peggy gun him ter rub on his eyes. De nigger was layin' in a coender, sleep, and Solomon de slip up ter him, and hilt dat sweet tater fo de nigger's nose, and he de knockly retch up with his han, and tuck de tater and eat it in his sleep, without knowin' it. When Solomon seed he done eat de tater, he went back and told Peggy, and den went home ter his cabin ter sleep, way long, 'bout 2 o'clock in de morning. The next day was Sunday, and so de niggers had a little time ter days vs. Solomon was kinder sturb in his min, thinkin' 'bout his Junzi at uz gone away, and wanderin' at Peggy had ter do wid dat no nigger. And he had entered up in de woods so ter be by hisef a little, and at de same time ter look atter a rabbit trap he'd sot down in de age de swamp, who shtc stan in under a tree but a white man. Solomon did know de white man at fuss, tell de white man spoke up ter him. Is dat you, Solomon, says he. Den Solomon recognized the voice. Fair de laud sake, Mars Jeems. Is dat you? Yas, Solomon, says his Mars ter, dis is me, what's left for me. It wa'n't no wonder Solomon had knowed Mars Jeems at fuss, fair he was dressed like a white man, and was barefooted, and look monstrous pale and peaked, easy ef he de come teach a hod spell or sickness. You lookin' kinder pulley, Mars Jeems, says Solomon. Is you sick, Sue? No, Solomon, says Mars Jeems, shakin' his head, and speakin' sorter slow and sad, I ain't sick, but I's had a monstrous bad dream, fac, a reg'lar, knockle nightmare. But tell me how things has gwine on up ter de plantation since I gone, Solomon. So Solomon up and told him 'bout de craps, and 'bout de hosses and de mules, and 'bout de cows and de hogs. NWN he ments, ter tell 'bout de no nigger, Mars Jeems prick up is yes and listen, and evie now and den he say, aha. Aha, and nod his head. And bimeby, WN he'd ax Solomon some mo questions, he says he. Now, Solomon, I don't want you ter say a word ter nobody 'bout meetin' me here, but I wants you ter slip up ter de house, and fetch me some CLOs and some shoes. I forget ter tell you dat a man rob me back yender on de road and swap CLOs with me without ashin me whether or no, but you needn't say nuffin 'bout dat, nuther. You go and fetch me some CLOs here, so nobody won't see you, and keep yo' mouth shet, and I'll give you $1. Solomon was so stonish, he lack ter fell over in his tracks. WN Mars James promised ter give him $1. Day Sutenly was a change come over Mars James, WN he offer one of his niggers dat much money. Solomon mens Turk spec dat own Peggy's conjation had bn wucken monsta strong. Solomon fotch Mars James some clos and shoes, and dat same evening Mars James paired at the house, and let on lack he did dat minute got home from Robeson County. Mars Johnson was already talk im, but Mars James sont im what he wa'n't feelin' vy well dat night, and he'd see im termore. So next morning atter breakfast Mars James sont fair de Obersia, and ax im fair gib counter his stewardship. Ol' Nick told Mars James how much work bn done, and got the books and showed him how much money bn save. Den Mars James ax him how the darkies bn behabin, and Mars Johnson say they bn behabin good, most on and dem w at did n behave good at fust change day conduct, atter he got holt on a time or two. All, says he, sep en, de no nigger Mr. Duncan fotch over hia en lef on trial, whiles you was gone. Oh, yas, lo's Mars James, tell me all, bout dat no nigger. I heard a little, bout dat queer no nigger last night, and it was de too ridiculous. Tell me all, bout dat no nigger. So seein' Mars James so good not chewed, bout it, Mars Johnson up and told him how he tied up de no ban, de fust day en gun, im fo tie case he would en, tell him, his name. Ha, ha, ha. Says Mars James, laughin' fit ter kill, but dat is too funny fair any use. Tell me some mo' bout dat no nigger. So Mars Johnson went on and told him how he had starved a no nigger fo, he could make him take holter a hoe. Dat was de Beatini's notion fair a nigger, says Mars James, puttin' on airs, de lack he was a white man. And I reckon you did en do nuffin ter him. Oh, no, Sue, says de Obersia, grinnin' lack a chessy cat, I did en do nuffin but take the hide off en him. Mars James laughed and laughed, tell it, paired lack he was de gwine ter be used. Tell me some mo' bout dat no nigger, oh, tell me some mo'. Dat no nigger interests me, he do, and dat is a fac. Mars Johnson did en, quite unerston, wy Mars James sh'd make sich a great miration, bout de no nigger, but co-se he want, ter please de gentleman at hide him, and so he explain, all, bout how many times he had cowhide de no nigger. And how he made, im do tasks twice at easy big easy some de yother hans, and how he de-chain, im up in de bayen at night and feed, im on co-en bread and water. Oh! But you is a monstus good Obersia, you is de best Obersia in dis county, Mr. Johnson, says Mars James, WN de Obersia got teach oo with his tail, en day ein neber bien no nigger breaker lack you rune, he a beefo. En you de Sarby's great credit fair sendin, dat nigger, way beefo, usplt, im fair de market. Fac, you is sec a monstus good Obersia, en you is got dis your plantation in sec fine shape, dat I reckon I don't need you no mo. You is got dese your darkies so well trained dat I spec I kin run myself fun dis time on. But I does woosh you had a hilt on ter dat no nigger, tell I got home, fair I, lack ter, seed im, I sutenly should. De Obersia was so stonish, he did en daily no w at ter say, but finly he ax Mars James ef he would en gib I'm a rickaman fair ter get another place. No, Sue, says Mars James, somehow or nother I don't lack yo, look sense I come back dis time, and I'd much ruther you would en stay rune hia. Fac, I's feared efi, meet you alone in de wood some time, I mought wanter him you. But layin' dat aside, I been lookin' over dese your books yo nw at you kep, whiles I was, way, and fair a so back, and dear some figures at ein, de clar ter me. I ein got no time fair ter talk bout now, but I spec befo I settles wid you fair dis los mont, you better come up hea termorer, at our eyes look, de books en, counts ober some mo, en den will straighten you, business all up. Mars Jeems load a terwa ds dat he was de shootin, in de KWN he said dat, bout de books, but howsomever, Mars Nick Johnson left dat neighborhood, twixt de next 2 sons, and nobody rune, dear never seed hide na hair on, im sense. And all de darkies t'ank de laud, and load it was a good riddance or bad rubbage. But all dem things I done tole, you ein nuffin, side end de change at come over Mars Jeems fum dat time on. Own Peggy's gopher had made a no man im entiely. The next day atter he come back, he told de Hans de meenter wook ani fum son ter son, and he cut de tasks down so de did en nobody hab ter stand ober hem wid a rawhide or a hickry. And he load ef de niggers want to have a dance in de big bay and any sad day night, they mought have it. En bimeby, WN Solomon seed how good Mars Jeems was, he axed him ef he would please send down ter de yother plantation fair his junsey. Mars Jeems say su ten ly, en gun Solomon a pass and a note ter de overseer on de yother plantation, en sant Solomon down ter Robeson County wid a hoss and buggy fair ter fetch his junsey back. When de niggers see how fine Mars Jeems gwine treat they all tuck ter sweethiatin, en junsian en singin en dancin, en 8 or 10 couples got married, en bimeby eva body, mence, ter say Mars Jeems McLean got a finer plantation. En slicker lookin' niggers, en dat he, usie makin' cotton en coen, dan any yother gentleman in de county. En Mars Jeems's own junsey, Miss Libby, heerd bout de no gwinzon on Mars Jeems's plantation, and she change, her min, bout Mars Jeems en tuck im back agin, and fo long day had a fine wed din, and all de darkies had a big fias. En day was fiddlin' en dancin' en funnin' en frolickin' fum sundown tel morning. And they all lived happy ever after, I said, as the old man reached a full stop. Yas, Sue, he said, interpreting my remarks as a question, they did. Solomon used ter say, he added, dat own Peggy's gopher had turned Mars Jeems ter a nigger, and dat no ban was Mars Jeems hisself. But coese Solomon did en das ter let on, bout at he spicioned, en ol own Peggy would, need it ef she had been axe, fair she, got in trouble show, ef it, usie knowed she, bn conjin, de wite folks. Dis your tale goes ter show, concluded Julius sententiously, as the man came up and announced that the spring was ready for us to get water, dat wite folks at is so hot and strict. En don't make no lowens fair pa ign ant niggers at ein, had no chance ter arn, is liebly ter have bad dreams, ter say de lees, and dat dem at is kin, en good ter pa people is show, ter prosper and get long in de world. That is a very strange story, Uncle Julius, observed my wife, smiling, and Solomon's explanation is quite improbable. Yes, Julius, said I, that was powerful gopher. I am glad, too, that you told us the moral of the story. It might have escaped us otherwise. By the way, did you make that up all by yourself? The old man's face assumed an injured look, expressive more of sorrow than of anger, and shaking his head he replied. No, Sue, I heard dat tale befo you or Miss Annie dear was bound, Sue. My mammy told me dat tale when I went mo, dn knee high ter a hoppergrass. I drove to town next morning, on some business, and did not return until noon, and after dinner I had to visit a neighbor, and did not get back until supper time. I was smoking a cigar on the back piazza in the early evening, when I saw a familiar figure carrying a bucket of water to the barn. I called my wife. My dear, I said severely, what is that rascal doing here? I thought I discharged him yesterday for good and all. Oh, yes, she answered, I forgot to tell you. He was hanging round the place all the morning, and looking so down in the mouth, that I told him that if he would try to do better, we would give him one more chance. He seemed so grateful, and so really in earnest in his promises of amendment, that I'm sure you'll not regret taking him back. I was seriously enough annoyed to let my cigar go out. I did not share my wife's rose-colored hopes in regard to Tom. But as I did not wish the servants to think there was any conflict of authority in the household, I let the boy stay. The Conjurer's Revenge. Sunday was sometimes a rather dull day at our place. In the morning, when the weather was pleasant, my wife and I would drive to town, a distance of about 5 miles, to attend the church of our choice. The afternoons we spent at home, for the most part, occupying ourselves with the newspapers and magazines, and the contents of a fairly good library. We had a piano in the house, on which my wife played with skill and feeling. I possessed a passable baritone voice, and could accompany myself indifferently well when my wife was not by to assist me. When these resources failed us, we were apt to find it a little dull. One Sunday afternoon in early spring, the balmy spring of North Carolina, when the air is in that ideal balance between heat and cold where one wishes it could always remain, my wife and I were seated on the front piazza. She wearily but conscientiously plowing through a missionary report, while I followed the impossible career of the blonde heroine of a rudimentary novel. I had thrown the book aside in disgust, when I saw Julius coming through the yard, under the spreading elms, which were already in full leaf. He wore his Sunday clothes, and advanced with a dignity of movement quite different from his weekday slouch. "Have a seat, Julius," I said, pointing to an empty rocking chair. "No, thanky, boss, I'll da set here on the top step." "Oh, no, Uncle Julius," exclaimed Annie, "take this chair. You will find it much more comfortable." The old man grinned in appreciation of her solicitude, and seated himself somewhat awkwardly. "Julius," I remarked, "I am thinking of setting out scuppernong vines on that sandhill where the 3 persimmon trees are. And while I'm working there, I think I'll plant watermelons between the vines, and get a little something to pay for my first year's work. The new railroad will be finished by the middle of summer, and I can ship the melons north, and get a good price for them." "If you gwine ter have any mo, pluffin, ter do," replied Julius, "I spec you'll ha ter by another creeter, case hits much easy dem hosses kin do ter de whoop dey got now." Yes, I had thought of that. "I think I'll get a mule. A mule can do more work, and doesn't require as much attention as a horse." "I would vice you ter by no mule," remarked Julius, with a shake of his head. "Why not?" "Well, you may lo hits all fully's ness, but if I was in yo place, I would by no mule." "But that isn't a reason. What objection have you to a mule?" "Fac is," continued the old man, in a serious tone, "I don't lack ter drive a mule. I alluz afeard I mought be imposin' on some human creeter, every time I cuts a mule wid a hickory, pears to me mos lackly I's cuttin' some or my own relations, or somebody esew at can't heapy days vs. What put such an absurd idea into your head?" I asked. My question was followed by a short silence, during which Julius seemed engaged in a mental struggle. "I dunno hits wuff I'll tell you dis," he said, at length. "I don't daily spec fair you believe it. Does you, 'member dat club-footed man at hilt de hoss fair you de yother day when you was gittin' out de Rockaway down Mars Archie McMillan's sto? "Yes, I believe I do remember seeing a club-footed man there." "Did you eber see a club-footed nigger before sense?" "No, I can't remember that I ever saw a club-footed colored man," I replied, after a moment's reflection. "You and Miss Annie would wanter believe me, if I was ter lo dat man was once at a mule." "No," I replied, "I don't think it very likely that you could make us believe it." "Why, Uncle Julius," said Annie severely, "what ridiculous nonsense." This reception of the old man's statement reduced him to silence, and it required some diplomacy on my part to induce him to vouchsafe an explanation. The prospect of a long, dull afternoon was not alluring, and I was glad to have the monotony of Sabbath quiet relieved by a plantation legend. "When I was a young man," began Julius, when I had finally prevailed upon him to tell us the story, "dat club-footed nigger, his name is Primus, use ter belong ter ol Mars Jim McGee ober on de Lumpton plank road. I use ter go ober dear ter see Oman w at libid on de plantation, dat, as how I come ter know all about it. Dis your primus was de livelies han, on de place, aluz a dancin', en drinkin', en runnin' roon, en singin', en pickin' de banjo. Sepen, once in a while, wn he, lo he wa'n't treated right, bout somepen or nutter, he'd get so sulky and stubborn dat de wite folks could en hardly do nuffin wid him. It was, gin, de rules fair any de hans ter go, way fum de plantation at night, but Primus did en, min, de rules, en went wn he felt lack it. En de wite folks pertin, lack they did en, know it, fair Primus was dongeus wn he got in dem stubborn spells, en de Ruther not fool wid him. One night in de spring de year, Primus slip, off fum de plantation, en went down on de Vimelton road ter a dance gun by some de free niggers down dear. Dey was a fiddle, en a banjo, en a jug gwine roon on de outside, en Primus sung en dance, tell, long, 'bout 2 o'clock in de mornin', wn he start, fair home. Easy he come erlong back, he tuck a night cut, cross de cotton fields en, long by de age de Minal Spring swamp, so easy ter get shet de patrols at rid up and down de big road fair ter keep de darkies fum runnin' roon nights. Primus was antirin long, studyin', 'bout de good time he had wid de gals, wn, easy he was gwine by a fence coender, at sht hia but somepen grunt. He stopped a minute ter listen, and he heard somepen grunt in. Den he went over ter de fence where he heard de fuss, en dear, layin', in de fence coender, on a pile pine straw, he seed a fine, fat shoat. Primus look hot at de shoat, en den head home. But somehow nutter he could get away fum dat shoat, wn he tuck one step forards wid one foot, de yother foot paired ter take 2 steps backards, and so he kep, knockly gittin' closeter ter de shoat. It was de beaten thing. De shoat de, paired ter chiam Primus, en fuss thing Primus found hisef way up de road wid de shoat on his back. Ef Primus had, knowed whose shoat dat was, he manage ter get it somehow nutter. Easy it happen, de shoat belong ter a Conjure man at libby down in de free nigger sediment. Cose de Conjure man did hab ter wook his roots but a little while he found out who tuck his shoat, and den de trouble begun. One morning, a day so later, befo, he got de shoat eat up, Primus did go ter wook wn de horn blow, wn de obersia one, ter look fair him, de wa, no trace Primus ter be skivered now har. When he did come back in a day so mo, eva body on de plantation load he had runned way. His Mars ter avertis him in de papers, and offered a big reward fair him. De nigger catchers fotch out day dogs, and track him down ter de age de swamp, and den de scent gun out, and dat was de loss anybody seed Primus fair a long, long time. 2 the weeks atter Primus disappear, his Mars ter went ter town one sad day. Mars Jim was stan in front Sandy Campbell's barroom, up by de ol wagonyard, wn a white man fum down on de Vimelton road come up ter him and ax him, kinder careless lack, ef he did want her by a mule. I dunno, says Mars Jim. It pends on de mule, on de price. War is de mule. Des Roon, he a back old Tom McAllister's STO, says de white man. I reckon I'll have a look at de mule, says Mars Jim, ef he suit me, I dunno but at I mought buy him. So de white man tuck Mars Jim Roon back STO, dear stood amongst us fine mule. When de mule see Mars Jim, he gun a whinny, de lack he knowed him befo. Mars Jim look at de mule, de mule paired ter be sown strong. Mars Jim load day paired ter be somepen familius, bout de mule's face, special why his eyes, but he had los nair mule, did hab no recommemance haben, seed de mule befo. He axed de buckra war he got de mule, de Buckra say his bur raise de mule down on Rockfish Creek. Mars Jim was a little espicious seein' a wite man would sec a fine creeter, but he fin ll greed ter give de man $50 fare de mule, bout hfw at a good mule was wuff dem days. He tied de mule behin de buggy wn he went home, and put im ter pluffin cotton de next day. De mule done mighty well fare teach fo days, and den de niggers, ments, ter notice some queer things about him. Dey was a metter on de plantation war dey use, ter put de hosses and mules ter pasture. Hit was fence, off from de cornfield on one side, but on de yother side end de pasture was a turbacker patch at wyant fence off, case de beastuses don none on eat turbacker. Dey don know at s good. Turbacker is lack religion, de good Lord made it fair people, and dey ein no yother creeter at kin, preciate. De darkies notice, dat de fuss thing de new mule done, wn he was turned inter de pasture, was ter make fair de turbacker patch. Coe dey didn't think nuffin on it, but next morning, wn dey went ter catch im, dey skivered dat he had eat up 2 whole rows turbacker plants. Adder dat dey had ter put a halter on im, and tie im ter a stake, dey would been nair leaf turbacker left in de patch. Another day one de Hans, named Dolphus, hitch de mule up, and drive up here ter dis your vineyard, dat was wn ol Mars Dougal own dis place. Mars Dougal had kilt a yearlin, and de neighbor wite folks all sont over fair ter get some fresh beef, and Mars Jim had sont Dolphus fair some too. Dey was a winepress in de yid war Dolphus left de mule a stan in, and right in fronter de press dey was a tub grape juice, de pressed out, and a little ter one side a barrel about half full wine at had been stan in, 2 the days. And had begun ter get sorter shoppy ter de tac. Dey was a couple bodies on top dis your barrel, with a rock laid on ter hold em down. Easy I was a sayin', Dolphus left de mule stan in de yid, and went inter de smokehouse fair ter get de beef. Bimeby, wn he come out, he seed de mule a staggerin, bout de yid, and fo, Dolphus could get deer ter fin out at was de matter, de mule fell right over on his side, and laid deer de lack he was dead. All de niggers bout de house run out deer fair ter at was de matter. Some say de mule had de colic, some say one thing and some another, tell bimeby one de Han seed de top was off en de barrel, and run and looked in. Fo, de Lord. He say, dat mule drunk. He en drinkin' de wine. And show, nuff, de mule had pa right by de tub fresh grape juice and push de kiver off en de barrel, and drunk 2 the gallon de wine at had been stannin' long enough fair ter begin ter get shoppy. De darkies all made a great miration, bout de mule gettin' drunk. Dey never had seed nuffin lack it in dey bound days. Dey put water over de mule, and tried ter sober him up. But it wa'n't no use, and Dolphus had ter take de beef home on his back, and leave de mule dear, till he slept off his spree. I don't, member whr I told you no, but wn Primus disappeared from de plantation, he left a wife behin him, a monstrous good-lookin' yaller gal, named Sally. When Primus had been gone a month so, Sally, ments, fair ter get lonesome, and tuck up wid another young man named Dan, at belong on de same plantation. One day dis your Dan tuck de no mule out in de cotton fiel, fair ter plow, and wn day was gwine long de 2 row, who sht meet but dis your Sally. Dan look roon and he did see de overseer now har, so he stop a minute fair ter run on with Sally. Howdy, honey, says he. How you feelin' dis mornin'? Fuss rate, spawn Sally. Dey was lookin' at one another, and dey did nair one pay no tension ter de mule, who had turned his head roon and was lookin' at Sally easy he could, and stretchin' his neck and raisin' his years. En whinnying kinder soft ter hisef. Yas, honey, lows Dan, and you gwine ter feel fuss rate long easy you sticks ter me. Fair eyes a better man dan dat low-down runaway nigger primus dat you been wastin', yo, time wid. Dan had let go the plow handle, and had put his arm round Sally, and was de gwine ter kiss her, wn sumpen catch im by de scruff de neck and flung im way over in de cotton patch. When he pick isef up, Sally had gone kitin' down de 2n row, and de mule was stannin', dear lookin' easy cam and peaceful easy a Sunday morning. Fuss Dan had load it was de overseer w at had cotch im wastin' is time. But dey wa'n't no overseer in sight, so he clued it must be de mule. So he pitch inter de mule and lammed im easy hod easy he could. De mule tuck it all, and paired ter be easy easy a mule could be. But wn day was makin' de turn at de de row, one de plow lines got under de mule's hind leg. Dan retch down ter get de line out, sorter careless like, wn de mule haul off and kick him clean over de fence inter a briar patch on de yother side. Dan was mighty so fum is wounds and scratches, and was laid up fair 2 te days. One night the Noel mule got out and de pastor, and went down to the quarters. Dan was layin' deer on his pallet, wn he heard sumpen bangin' away at the side of his cabin. He raise up on one shoulder and look roon, wn at should he see but the Noel mule's head stickin' in de winder, with his lips drawed back over his toofs, grinnin' and snappin' at Dan de lack he wanter eat him up. Den de mule went roon ter de do, and kick away lack he wanter break de do down, tell bimeby somebody come long and drive him back ter de pastor. When Sally come in a little later from de big house, where she been waitin' on de wite folks, she found Dan nigh 'bout dead, he was so skeered. She load Dan had de nightmare. But wn dey look at de do, dey see de marks de mule's huffs, so dey could be no mistake 'bout at had happen. Se de niggers tole, dey marsed her 'bout de mule's gwins on. Fust he did pay no tention ter it, but atter a while he tole him ef dey did stop dey fully's ness, he gwine tie some on up. So atter dat dey did say nuffin mo, ter dey marsed her, but dey kep on noticin' de mule's queer ways de same. Long 'bout de middle de summer day was a big camp meetin' broke out down on de Vimelton road, and nigh 'bout all de wite folks and free niggers in de settlement got ligion, and lo and behold. Mongs was de Conjure Man at own, de shote at Chamed Primus. Dis Conjure Man was a Guinea nigger, and befo, he was sot free had use, ter belong ter a gentleman down in Sampson County. De Conjure Man say his daddy was a king, a governor, some sorter at you may call way ober yender in a ficky war de niggers come fum, befo, he was stoled way and sol, ter de speculators. De Conjure Man had his marster out and some trouble nutter with his goofer, and his marster had sought him free, and bought him a track, land down on de Vimelton road. He pertin ter be a cow doctor, but everybody knowed at he rly was. De Conjure Man had modn come teach good, befo, he was tuck sick wid a call, at he cotch kneel in on de ground so long at de Mouna's bench. He kept gettin' wusser, and bimeby de rheumatiz tuck holt im, and drawed him all up, tell one day he sont word up ter Mars Jim McGee's plantation, and ax Pete, de nigger at tuck keer de mules. Fair ter come down deer dat night and fetch dat mule at his marster had bought fum de wite man dioin de summer. Pete did no at de Conjure Man was driven at, but he did daster stay way, and so dat night, he done eat his bacon and his hoe cake, and drunk his lasses and water, he put a bridle on de mule, and rid him down ter de Conjure Man's cabin. When he got ter de do, he lit and hitch de mule, and den knock at de do. He felt mighty jubous, 'bout gwine in, but he was bleeds ter do it, he knowed he could he isef. Pull de string, says a weak voice, NWN Pete lift the latch and went in. The Conjure Man was layin' on the bed, lookin' pale and weak, like he did have much longer fare ter lib. Is you fotch the mule, says he. Pete say yas, and the Conjure Man kep on. Brr Pete, says he, I's bein a monster sinner man, and I's done a power o' wickedness endioin, my days, but the good Lord is wash my sins away, and I feels now dat I's bound fair to kingdom. And I feels, too, dat I ain't gwine ter get up fum dis bed no mo, in dis world, and I wants ter ondo summer to harm I done. And dat's the reason, Brr Pete, I sont fair you ter fetch dat mule down here. You, 'member dat shote I was up ter yo, plantation inquirin' 'bout lost June? Yas, says Brr Pete, 'member yo, Oshin, 'bout a shote you had los. I dunno whr you eber larned it or no, says the Conjure Man, but I done knowed yo, Marsters Primus had tucked a shote, and I was bound, ter get eben wid, him. So one night I cotch him down by the swamp on his way ter a candy pullin', and I tho'd a goofer mixed dry on him, and turn't him ter a mule, and got a white man ter sell the mule, and we veed the money. But I don't want ter die, till I turn Brr Primus back agin. Then the Conjure Man ax Pete ter take down 1 goodies off a sheaf in the corner, and 1 2 bottles with some kin, mixed dry in and set him on a stool by the bed. And then he ax him ter fetch the mule in. When the mule come in to do, he gin a snort, and started fair to bed, the lack he was gwine ter jump on it. Hole on dear, Brr Primus, the Conjure Man hollered. I's monstus weak, nefu, ments on me, you won't never have no chance fair ter get turned back no mo. The mule seed the censor dat, and stood still. Then the Conjure Man tucked the goodies and bottles, and ments, ter wook the roots and yarbs, and the mule, ments, ter turn back ter a man, fust his ears, then the reser his head, then his shoulders and arms. All the time the Conjure Man kep on wuckin' his roots. And Pete and Primus could see he was gettin' weaker and weaker all the time. Brr Pete, says he, Bimeby, gimme a drinker dem bitters out and dat green bottle on the sheaf yender. I's gwine faz, and it'll gimme strength fair ter finish dis wook. Brr Pete look up on the mantelpiece, and he seed a bottle in the corner. It was so decay in the cabin he could tell whr it was a green bottle or no. But he hilt the bottle ter the Conjure Man's mouth, and he tuck a big mouthful. He had modn swallowed it befo, he ments ter holler. You gimme the wrong bottle, Brr Pete, dis your bottle, got pison in it, and I's done fair dis time, show. Hole me up, fair the laud sake, till I get tenin, Brr Primus back. So Pete hilt him up, and he kep on wuckin' the roots, till he got the goofer all tuck off and Brr Primus, sepen 1 foot. He had got dis foot dn half turned back befo his strength gone out entiely, and he drap the roots and fell back on the bed. I can't do no mo, fair you, Brr Primus, says he, but I hopes you will forgive me fair at harm I done you. I knows the good Lord done forgive me, and I hope ter meet you both in glory. I sees the good angels waitin' fair me up yender, with a long white robe and a starry crown, and I'm on my way ter jine And so the Conjure Man died, and Pete and Primus went back ter the plantation. The darkies all made a great miration and Primus come back. Mars Jim let on lack he did believe the tale the 2 niggers told. He says Primus had runned away, and stay, till he got ter the swamps, and then come back on him to be fed. He tried ter count fair the shape Primus' foot by sayin' Primus got his foot smash, snake bit, some pen, whiles he was way, and then stayed out in the woods where he could get it kyoed up straight. Stitter comin' long home where a doctor could tended ter it. But the niggers all notice dey Mars ter did tie Primus up, na take on much case the mule was gone. So dey load dey Mars ter must had his espicions, 'bout dat Conjure Man. My wife had listened to Julius's recital with only a mild interest. When the old man had finished it she remarked. That story does not appeal to me, Uncle Julius, and is not up to your usual mark. It isn't pathetic, it has no moral that I can discover, and I can't see why you should tell it. In fact, it seems to me like nonsense." The old man looked puzzled as well as pained. He had not pleased the lady, and he did not seem to understand why. "I'm sorry, ma'am," he said reproachfully, "if you don't lack dat tale. I can't make out what you means by some dem what you uses, but I'm tellin' nuffin but de truff. Cose I did see de Conjure man to im back, fair I was dear. But I be hearin' de tale fair 25 years, I ein got no, cas I on fair turt sputed. Dey so many things a body knows is lies, dat dey ein no use gwine run fin fault with tales dat mot de easy well be so easy not. Instance, dey's a young nigger gwine ter school in town, and he come out here de yother day and load dat de sun stood still and de yeath turnt run evy day on a kinder axletree. I told dat young nigger if he didn't take his way wid dem lies, I take a buggy trace tert him. Fair I sees de yeath standin' still all de time, and I sees de sun gwine run it, and if a man can't believe at he sees, I can't see no use in bin, mots well die in be war we can't see nuffin. And another thing at proves de tale, bout dis old Primus is de way he goes on if anybody acts him how he come by dat clubfoot. I axed him one day, mighty perlite and civil, and he called me a old fool, and got so mad he ein spoke to me sense. Hit's monsters queer. But this is a queer world anyway yer kin fix it, concluded the old man, with a weary sigh. If you makes up yo min not ter by dat mule, Sue, he added, as he rose to go, I knows a man at got a good hoss he wants ter sell, leasways dat's at I heerd. I'm gwine ter PRR meetin' ternight, and I'm gwine right by de man's house, and if you lack ter look at de hoss, I'll ax him ter fetch him run. Oh, yes, I said, you can ask him to stop in, if he is passing. There will be no harm in looking at the horse, though I rather think I shall buy a mule. Early next morning the man brought the horse up to the vineyard. At that time I was not a very good judge of horseflesh. The horse appeared sound and gentle, and, as the owner assured me, had no bad habits. The man wanted a large price for the horse, but finally agreed to accept a much smaller sum, upon payment of which I became possessed of a very fine-looking animal. But alas for the deceitfulness of appearances. I soon ascertained that the horse was blind in one eye, and that the sight of the other was very defective. And not a month elapsed before my purchase developed most of the diseases that horseflesh is heir to, and a more worthless, broken-winded, spavined quadruped never disgraced the noble name of horse. After worrying through 2 or 3 months of life, he expired one night in a fit of the colic. I replaced him with a mule, and Julius henceforth had to take his chances of driving some metamorphosed unfortunate. Circumstances that afterwards came to my knowledge created in my mind a strong suspicion that Julius may have played a more than unconscious part in this transaction. Among other significant facts was his appearance, the Sunday following the purchase of the horse, in a new suit of store clothes, which I had seen displayed in the window of Mr. Solomon Cohen's store on my last visit to town, and had remarked on account of their striking originality of cut and pattern. As I had not recently paid Julius any money, and as he had no property to mortgage, I was driven to conjecture to account for his possession of the means to buy the clothes. Of course I would not charge him with duplicity unless I could prove it, at least to a moral certainty, but for a long time afterwards I took his advice only in small doses and with great discrimination. Sis Becky's Pickaninny. We had not lived in North Carolina very long before I was able to note a marked improvement in my wife's health. The ozone-laden air of the surrounding piney woods, the mild and equable climate, the peaceful leisure of country life, had brought about in hopeful measure the cure we had anticipated. Toward the end of our second year, however, her ailment took an unexpected turn for the worse. She became the victim of a settled melancholy, attended with vague forebodings of impending misfortune. You must keep up her spirits, said our physician, the best in the neighboring town. This melancholy lowers her tone too much, tends to lessen her strength, and, if it continue too long, may be fraught with grave consequences. I tried various expedients to cheer her up. I read novels to her. I had the hands on the place come up in the evening and serenade her with plantation songs. Friends came in sometimes and talked, and frequent letters from the north kept her in touch with her former home. But nothing seemed to rouse her from the depression into which she had fallen. One pleasant afternoon in spring, I placed an armchair in a shaded portion of the front piazza, and filling it with pillows led my wife out of the house and seated her where she would have the pleasantest view of a somewhat monotonous scenery. She was scarcely placed when old Julius came through the yard, and, taking off his tattered straw hat, inquired, somewhat anxiously. "How is you feelin' dis afternoon, ma'am?" "She is not very cheerful, Julius," I said. My wife was apparently without energy enough to speak for herself. The old man did not seem inclined to go away, so I asked him to sit down. I had noticed, as he came up, that he held some small object in his hand. When he had taken his seat on the top step, he kept fingering this object. What it was I could not quite make out. "What is that you have there, Julius?" I asked, with mild curiosity. "This is my rabbit foot, Sue." This was at a time before this curious superstition had attained its present jocular popularity among white people, and while I had heard of it before, it had not yet outgrown the charm of novelty. "What do you do with it?" "I kyars it wid me fair luck, Sue." "Julius," I observed, half to him and half to my wife, "your people will never rise in the world until they throw off these childish superstitions and learn to live by the light of reason and common sense. How absurd to imagine that the forefoot of a poor dead rabbit, with which he timorously felt his way along through a life surrounded by snares and pitfalls, beset by enemies on every hand, can promote happiness or success, or ward off failure or misfortune." "It is ridiculous," assented my wife, with faint interest. "Dat swat I tells dese niggers ruin hia," said Julius. "De fo foot ein got no power. It has turby de hin foot, Sue, de left hin foot a graybeard rabbit, kilt by a cross-eyed nigger on a decay night in de full or de moon." "They must be very rare and valuable," I said. "Dey is kinderskasse, Sue, en dey ein no mount or money could buy mine, Sue. I mought len it ter anybody I sot sto by, but I would en sell it, no indeed, Sue, I would en dot." "How do you know it brings good luck?" I asked. "Cse I ein had no bad luck since I had it, Sue, en I's had dis rabbit foot fair fo yes. I had a good Mars turbifo de wa, en I went sol erway, en I was sot free, en dat usi all good luck." "But that doesn't prove anything," I rejoined. "Many other people have gone through a similar experience, and probably more than one of them had no rabbit's foot." "Law, Sue. You don't have to prove 'bout de rabbit foot. Everybody knows dat, leasways everybody roon hia knows it. But ef it has ter be prove, ter folks at wa'n't bound and raise, in dis neighborhood, dey is a easy way ter prove it. Is I eber told you de tale er sis Becky and her pickaninny?" "No," I said, "let us hear it." I thought perhaps the story might interest my wife as much or more than the novel I had meant to read from. "Dis your Becky," Julius began, "used ter belong ter old Colonel Pendleton, who owned a plantation down on de Vimelton Road, 'bout 10 miles from hia, de befo you gets ter Black Swamp. Dis your Becky was a fiel hun, and a monstus good un. She had a husband, oncet, a nigger at belonged on de next plantation, but de man at owned her husband, died, and his lawn, and his niggers had ter be sold, fair ter pay his debts. Colonel Pendleton lowed he'd bought dis nigger, but he had been bettin' on hoss races, and did en have no money, and so Becky's husband was sold erway ter Fudgeny. Coese Becky went on some, 'bout losin' her man, but she could en he pee hersef. En sides dat, she had her pickaninny fair ter comfote her. Dis your little Mose was de cuties, blacks, shiny-eyed little nigger you eber laid eyes on, and he was easy fond, his mammy easy his mammy was him. Coe Becky had ter wook and did en have much time ter was with her baby. Own Nancy, de plantation nuss down at de quarters, used ter take cure little moes in de daytime, and atter de niggers come in fum de cotton fiel, Becky, you de get her chili and kiss im and nuss im, and keep im, tell Monine. And on Sundays she de hab im in her cabin with her all day long. Sis Becky had got sorter used ter gettin' long widout her husband, WN one day Cunnel Penleton went ter de races. CoSEWN he went ter de races, he tuck his hosses, and CoSE he bet on, his own hosses, and CoSE he los his money, fair Cunnel Penleton did en neber have no luck with his hosses, ef he did keep his projeckin' wid em. But this time day was the hoss named Lightnin' Bug, at belonged ter another man, and dis hoss won de sweepstakes, and Cunnel Penleton tuck a lack kin, ter dat hoss, and ax, his owner at he was willin', ter take fair him. I'll take $1,000 fair dat hoss, says dis your man, who had a big plantation down to ds Vimel ton, or he raise hosses fair ter race and ter sell. Well, Cunnel Penleton scratch his head, and wonder where he was gwine to raise $1,000, and he did en see how he could do it, for he owed much easy he could borry ready on de skio ity he could give. But he was de bound ter hab dat hoss, so says he. I'll give you my note fair $1100 fair dat hoss. De yother man shuck his head, and says he. Yo note, Sue, is better ngol, I don't doubt. But I is made it a rule in my business not ter take no notes from nobody. Howsomever, Sue, ef you is kinder shoulder funds, mos lackly we kin make some kin, or bargain. NWILs we is talkin', I mought, as well say dat I needs another good nigger down on my place. Ef you is got a good one ter spar, I mought trade wid you. Now, Cunnel Penleton did en our ally have no niggers fair ter spar, but he load ter his he was de bleeds ter hab dat hoss, and so he says he. Well, I don't lack ter, but I reckon I'll have ter. You come out ter my plantation termorrer and look over my niggers, and pick out de one you wants. So show nuff next day dis your man come out ter Cunnel Penleton's place and rid ruin de plantation and glanched at de niggers, and who sht pick out fum em all but sis Becky. I needs a no nigger on down ter my place, says he, fair ter cook and wash, and so on, and dat young omon'll da fill de bill. You gimme her, and you kin hab lightnin' bug. Now, Cunnel Penleton did en lack ter trade sis Becky, case she was nigh, bout de best fiel han, he had, en, sides, Mars Cunnel did en cure ter take de mammies way fum de chillin' Wil's de chillin' was little. But dis man say he want Becky, ese Cunnel Penleton could en have de race hoss. Well, says de Cunnel, you kin have de, omon. But I don't lack ter sen her way fum her baby. What ll you gimme fair dat nigger baby? I don't want a baby, says de yother man. I ain't got no use fair de baby. I tell your at I'll do, lo's Cunnel Penleton, I'll out dat pickaninny in fair good measure. But de yother man shuck his head. No, says he, I's much bleedst, but I don't raise niggers, I raises hosses, and I don't want her be both rin, wid no nigger babies. Nemin de baby. I'll keep dat, omon so busy she forget de baby. Fair niggers is made ter wook, and dey ain't got no time fair no sich fullies ness easy babies. Cunnel Penleton did en wanter hoot Becky's feelin's, fair Cunnel Penleton was the kin-heated man, and neber lack ter make no trouble fair nobody, and so he told Becky he was gwine sen her down ter Robeson County fair a day or so. Ter he pee out his son-in-law in his wook. En bein easy dis yother man was gwine dat way, he had ax im ter take her long in his buggy. Kin I kyer little moes wid me, Mars ter, ax sis Becky. No, says de Cunnel, easy ef he was studyin' whether ter let her take im or no. I reckon you better let Nancy look at a yo, baby fair de day or two you'll be gone, and she'll see dat he gets enough ter eat, till you gets back. So Sis Becky hug and kiss little Mose, and tole him ter be a good little pickaninny, and take keer er his and not forget his mammy while she was gone. And little Mose put his arms round his mammy and laughed and crowed de lack it was monstus fine fun fair his mammy ter go way and leave him. Well, dis your hoss trader sta ted out wid Becky, and bimeby, atter day, gone down de Lungton road fair a few miles or so, dis man 2nt roon, in a different direction, and kep goin' dat way. Tell bimeby sis Becky up and ax him ef he was gwine to Robeson County by a no road. No, nigger, says he, I ain't gwine to Robeson County at all. I's gwine ter Bladen County, where my plantation is, and where I raises all my hosses. But how is I gwine ter get ter Miss Laura's plantation down in Robeson County? Says Becky, wid her heat in her mouth, fair she ments ter get skeered all er a sudden. You ain't gwine ter get dear at all, says de man. You belongs ter me now, fair I done traded my best race hoss fair you, wid yo ol Mars ter. Ef you is a good gal, I'll treat you right, and ef you don't behave yo sef, w at ese happens'll be yo own fault. Co-se sis Becky cried and went on, bout her pickaninny, but co-se it did do no good, and bimeby day got down ter dis your man's place, and he put sis Becky ter wook, and forget all, bout her habin' a pickaninny. Meanwhiles, ebenin, come, the day sis Becky was tuck way, little Mose ments, ter get restless, and bimeby, his mammy did come, he estated ter cry fair. Nancy fed him and rocked him, and finally he cried and cried, till he cried hisself ter sleep. The next day he did pair ter be as pert easy usual, and night come he fretted and went on wuss and he did the night befo. The next day his little eyes, ments, ter lose day shine, and he would eat nuffin, and he, ments, ter look so peaked dat Nancy tuck and kired him up ter the big house, and showed him ter her ol' missus. And her ol' missus gun her some medicine fair him, and, load ef he did get no better she sh'd fetch him up ter the big house agin, and dey, have a doctor, and nuss little Mose up dear. Fair Nancy's ol' missus load he was a lackly little nigger and wooty raisin. But Nancy had ter lack little Mose, and she did want her hab him tuck up ter the big house. And so he did get no better, she getted a mess green peas, and tucked de peas and de baby, and went ter see ol' Peggy, de Conjure Woman down by de Vimelton road. She gun Peggy de messer peas, and tole her all, bout sis Becky and little Mose. Dat is a monsta small messer peas you is fotch me, says Peggy, says she. Yas, I knows, low down Nancy, but dis year is a monsta small pickaninny. You'll have ter fetch me somepin mo, says Peggy, fair you can't, spec, me ter was my time diggin', roots and wuckin' conjation fair nuffin. All right, says Nancy, I'll fetch you somepin mo next time. You betta, says Peggy, or ese dey'll be trouble. What dis your little pickaninny needs is ter see his mammy. You leave him here, tell ebenin, and I'll show him his mammy. So Nancy had gone, way, Peggy tuck, and wucked her roots, and 2nt little Mose ter a hummingbird, and sont him off fair ter fin his mammy. So little Mose flewed away, tell bimeby he got ter the place where sis Becky belonged. He seed his mammy wuckin' roon de yid, and he could tell from lookin' at her dat she was trouble, in her min, bout sompen, and feelin' kin or pulley. Sis Becky heerd sompen hummin' roon her, sweet and low. Fuss she load it was a hummingbird, den she thought it sounded lak her little Mose croonin' on her brayas way back yender on de ol' plantation. And she imagine it was her little Mose, and it made her feel betta, and she went on, bout her wook purter and she done since she been down dear. Little Mose stayed roon till late in the evening, and then flew back easy hard easy he could turn Peggy. Easy fair sis Becky, she dreamt all dat night dat she was holdin' her pickaninny in her arms, and kissin' him, and nussin' him, the lack she used to do back on the old plantation where he was bound. And fair tgerfo days sis Becky went bout her wook wid mo, spirit dan she d showed sense she d bn down dear ter dis man's plantation. The next day after he come back, little Mose was mo perter and better, and he had been fair a long time. But tidies de de week he mens, ter get restless agin, and stop eatin', and Nancy kired im down ter Peggy once mo, and she too im ter a mockingbird dis time, and sont im off ter see his mammy agin. It didn't take him long fair ter get dear, nw'n he did, he seed his mammy standin', in the kitchen, lookin' back in the direction little Mose was comin' from. And dey was tears in her eyes, and she look mo pully and peaked, and she had wn he was down dear befo. So little Mose sot on a tree in the yid and sung, the fitten ter split his thot. Fuss sis Becky did and notice im much, but dis mockingbird kept stayin' roon the house all day, and bimeby sis Becky da imagine dat mockingbird was her little Mose crowin' and crowin'. The lack he used to do wn his mammy would come home at night from the cotton field. The mockingbird stayed roon dear Mose all day, and wn sis Becky went out in the yid one time, dis ya mockingbird lit on her shoulder and peck at the piece bread she was eatin', and fluttered his wings so dey rub up agin the side of her head. Nw'n he flewed away long late in the evening, the fo sundown, sis Becky felt mo better, and she had sense she had heard dat hummingbird a week or so pa. And dat night she dreamt bout old times agin, the lack she did befo. But dis year taughtin' little Mose down ter ol' Peggy, and dis year gittin' things fair ter pay de Conjure Woman, use up a lot around Nancy's time, and she begun ter get kinder teed. Sides dat, wn sis Becky had been on the plantation, she had used to heap Nancy with the young uns ebenins and Sundays. And Nancy mens, termis, monstus, specially since she got a tecker to rheumatis herself, and so she lows ter Peggy one day. Peggy, ein day no way you can fetch sis Becky back home. Ha! Says Peggy, I dunno bout dat. I'll have ter wook my roots and fin out whether I kin or no. But it'll take a monstus heaper wook, and I can't wazee my time fair nuffin. If you'll fetch me somep'n ter pay me fair my trouble, I reckon we kin fix it. So next day Nancy went down ter see Peggy agin. Peggy, says she, I is fotch you my best Sunday head handkercher. Will dat do? Peggy look at the head handkercher, and run her han ober it, and says she. Yas, dat'll do fuss rate. I's been wuckin' my roots since you been gone, and I lows mos lackly I kin get sis Becky back, but it gwine take figurin' and studyin' easy conjin. The fuss thing ter do'll be ter stop fetchin' dat pickaninny down here, and not send im ter see his mammy no mo. If he gets too pulley, you lemme know, and I'll give you some kin, a mixtry fair ter make im forget sis Becky fair a week or so. So, lessen you comes fair dat, you needn't come back ter see me no mo, tell I sends fair you. So Peggy sont Nancy Irway, and the fust thing she done was ter call a honnet from a nest under her eaves. You go up ter Colonel Pendleton's stable, honnet, says she, and sting the knees the race hoss name Lightnin' Bug. Be show, and get the right one. So the honnet flewed up ter Colonel Pendleton's stable and stung Lightnin' Bug roon the legs, and the next morning Lightnin' Bug's knees was all swole up, twice easy big easy day oughter be. When Colonel Pendleton went out ter the stable and see the hoss's legs, hit would, da made you tremble lack a leaf fair ter hear him cuss dat hoss traitor. Howsomever, he cool off bimeby and told the stable boy fair ter rub Lightnin' Bug's legs with some linimum. The boy done easy his marster told him, and by the next day the swellin' had gone down considerable. Own, Peggy had sont a sparrer, W.at had a nest in one the trees close to her cabin, fair ter watch W.at was gwine on, ruin, de big house, and W.n dis your sparrer tole, de hoss was gittin' ober de swellin'. She sont de honnet back fair ter sting, is knee some mo, and de next mornin' lightnin', Bug's legs was swole up wuss and beefo. Well, dis time Cunnel Penleton was mad thoo, and all de way, ruin, and he cussed dat hoss trader up and down, fum a terizard. He cussed so hard dat de stable boy got mos skeered ter death, and went off and hid hisself in de hay. Easy fair Cunnel Penleton, he went right up ter de house and got out his pen and ink, and tuck off his coat and roll up his sleeves, and writ a letter ter dis your hoss trader. And says he, "You is sold me a hoss W.at is got a ringbone or a spavin or some pen, and W.at I paid you fair was a sown hoss. I wants you ter send my nigger, Oman back and take yo ol hoss, or ese I'll sue you, show, s you bound." But dis your man wa'n't skeered a bit, and he writ back ter Cunnel Penleton dat a bog-in was a bog-in. Dat lightnin' bug was sown, W.n he sold him, and ef Cunnel Penleton did en knowed enough bout hosses ter take keer a fine racer, dat was his own foo now. And he say Cunnel Penleton kin sue en be cussed fair all he keer, but he ein gwine ter gib up de nigger he bought en paid fair. When Cunnel Penleton got dis letter he was madder and he was beefo, specially case dis man load he did en know how ter take keer fine hosses. But he could en do nuffin but fetch a lawsuit, and he knowed, by his own experience, dat lawsuits was slow easy de 7 year each and cosimo, dn day come ter, and he load he better go slow and wait a while. Own, Peggy knowed W.at was gwine on all dis time, and she fix up a little bag wid some roots and one thing and another in it, and gun it ter dis sparrer her and tole him ter take it way down yender whar Sis Becky was. And drap it right befo de do, her cabin, so she be show and fin it de fust time she come out and de do. One night Sis Becky dreamt her pickaninny was dead, and the next day she was a moanin' and groanin' all day. She dreamt the same dream 3 nights runnin', and den, the next mornin' atter de last night, she found dis your little bag de sparrer had drap in front her do. And she load she'd be en conjured, and was gwine ter die, and easy long easy her pickaninny was dead day wa'n't no use tryin' ter do nuffin nohow. And so she tuck and went ter bed, and tole her mars ter she be en conjured en was gwine ter die. Her marster laughed at her, and argied wid her, and tried ter swat her out and dis your fool notion, easy he called it, for he was one dis your W.ite folks W.at pertin dey don belieba in conjin, but hit wa'n't no use. Sis Becky kept gittin' wusser and wusser, tell finally dis your man load Sis Becky was gwine ter die, show nuff. En easy he knowed dey had en nuffin de matter wid lightnin' bug W.n he traded him, he load meb he could kyo him and fetch him rune all right, leasways good nuff ter sell agin. En anyhow, a lame hoss was better en a dead nigger. So he sot down and writ Cunnel Penleton a letter. "My conscience," says he, "has been troublin' me bout dat ringbone hoss I sold you. Some folks lo's a hoss trader ein got no conscience, but dey don't know me, fair dat is my weak spot, and de reason I ein made no mo money hoss tradin'. Fac is, says he, I is got so I can't sleep nights fum studyin' bout dat spavin hoss. And I is made up my min dat, W'il's a bog-in is a bog-in, and you seed lightnin' bug beefo you traded fair principle is with mo dn money hosses niggers. So ef you'll send lightnin' bug down here, I'll send yo nigger on back, and we'll call the trade off, and be easy good friends easy we eber was, and no hard feelin's." So show nuff, Cunnel Penleton sont de hoss back. NWN the man W at come ter bring lightnin', bug told Sis Becky her pickaninny wa'n't dead. Sis Becky was so glad dat she load she was gwine ter try ter lib, tell she got back where she could see little Mose once mo. NWN she retch the old plantation and seed her baby kickin' and crowin' and holdin' out his little arms to DS her, she whoosh she was conjured and did after die. NWN own Nancy told her all bout own Peggy. Sis Becky went down ter see the Conjure Woman, and own Peggy told her she had conjured her. And den own Peggy tucked the goofer off en her, and she got well, and stayed on the plantation, and raise her pickaninny. NWN little Mose growed up, he could sing and whistle de like a mockingbird, so dat the Wite folks used to hab him come up ter the big house at night, and whistle and sing fair and dey used ter gib him money and victuals and one thing or another. He alluz tuck home ter his mammy. Fair he knowed all about at she had gone teach He too nt out ter be a SM8 man, NL aren't the blacksmith trade, and Colonel Penleton let him hire his time. En bimeby he bought his mammy and sought her free, and den he bought his and tuck kier Sis Becky easy long easy day both libbied. My wife had listened to this story with greater interest than she had manifested in any subject for several days. I had watched her furtively from time to time during the recital, and had observed the play of her countenance. It had expressed in turn sympathy, indignation, pity, and at the end lively satisfaction. That is a very ingenious fairy tale, Julius, I said, and we are much obliged to you. Why, John, said my wife severely, the story bears the stamp of truth, if ever a story did. Yes, I replied, especially the hummingbird episode, and the mockingbird digression, to say nothing of the doings of the hornet and the sparrow. Oh, well, I don't care, she rejoined, with delightful animation. Those are mere ornamental details and not at all essential. The story is true to nature, and might have happened 100 times, and no doubt did happen, in those horrid days before the war. By the way, Julius, I remarked, your story doesn't establish what you started out to prove, that a rabbit's foot brings good luck. Hit's plain 'nuff ter me, Sue, replied Julius. I bet young Mrs. Dear kin splain it herself. I rather suspect, replied my wife promptly, that Sis Becky had no rabbit's foot. You is hit de bullseye de fuss fire, ma'am, assented Julius. Ef Sis Becky had had a rabbit foot, she never would, went teach all dis trouble. I went into the house for some purpose, and left Julius talking to my wife. When I came back a moment later, he was gone. My wife's condition took a turn for the better from this very day, and she was soon on the way to ultimate recovery. Several weeks later, after she had resumed her afternoon drives, which had been interrupted by her illness, Julius brought the rockaway round to the front door one day, and I assisted my wife into the carriage. John, she said, before I had taken my seat, I wish you would look in my room, and bring me my handkerchief. You will find it in the pocket of my blue dress. I went to execute the commission. When I pulled the handkerchief out of her pocket, something else came with it and fell on the floor. I picked up the object and looked at it. It was Julius's rabbit's foot. The grey wolf Sigenti. It was a rainy day at the vineyard. The morning had dawned bright and clear. But the sky had soon clouded, and by 9 o'clock there was a light shower, followed by others at brief intervals. By noon the rain had settled into a dull, steady downpour. The clouds hung low, and seemed to grow denser instead of lighter as they discharged their watery burden, and there was now and then a muttering of distant thunder. Outdoor work was suspended, and I spent most of the day at the house, looking over my accounts and bringing up some arrears of correspondence. Towards 4 o'clock I went out on the piazza, which was broad and dry, and less gloomy than the interior of the house, and composed myself for a quiet smoke. I had lit my cigar and opened the volume I was reading at that time, when my wife, whom I had left dozing on a lounge, came out and took a rocking chair near me. I wish you would talk to me, or read to me, or something, she exclaimed petulantly. It's awfully dull here today. I'll read to you with pleasure, I replied, and began at the point where I had found my bookmark. The difficulty of dealing with transformations so many-sided as those which all existences have undergone, or are undergoing, is such as to make a complete and deductive interpretation almost hopeless. So to grasp the total process of redistribution of matter and motion as to see simultaneously its several necessary results in their actual interdependence is scarcely possible. There is, however, a mode of rendering the process as a whole tolerably comprehensible. Though the genesis of the rearrangement of every evolving aggregate is in itself one, it presents to our intelligence. John, interrupted my wife, I wish you would stop reading that nonsense and see who that is coming up the lane. I closed my book with a sigh. I had never been able to interest my wife in the study of philosophy, even when presented in the simplest and most lucid form. Someone was coming up the lane. At least, a huge faded cotton umbrella was making progress toward the house, and beneath it a pair of nether extremities in trousers was discernible. Any doubt in my mind as to whose they were was soon resolved when Julius reached the steps and, putting the umbrella down, got a good dash of the rain as he stepped up on the porch. Why in the world, Julius, I asked, didn't you keep the umbrella up until you got under cover? It's bad luck, Sue, to raise a umbrella in the house, NWILs I dunno whether it's bad luck ter hire one inter de piazza or no, I lows it's a luz best to be on the safe side. I did suppose you young missus, you be gwine on yo drive today, but be in easy it's my pot ter take you ef you does, I load I, de report fair duty, and let you say whether or no you wants ter go. I'm glad you came, Julius, I responded. We don't want to go driving, of course, in the rain, but I should like to consult you about another matter. I'm thinking of taking in a piece of new ground. What do you imagine it would cost to have that neck of woods down by the swamp cleared up? The old man's countenance assumed an expression of unwonted seriousness, and he shook his head doubtfully. I dunno 'bout dat, Sue. It mought cost a mo, and it mought cost less, easy money is consarned. I ein deneen, you could CLAR up dat track, Ian, fair a couple $100, ef you wants ter CLAR it up. But ef dat, usie my track, Ian, would sturb it, no, Sue, I would show, you bound, I would dot. But why not? I asked. It ein fitten fair grapes, fair no ground never is. I know it, but it ein no yeathly good fair cotton, case its top low. Perhaps so, but it will raise splendid corn. I dunno, rejoined Julius deprecatorily. It's so nigh de swamp dat de coons'll eat up all de corn. I think I'll risk it, I answered. Well, Sue, said Julius, I wishes you much joy yo job. Ef you has bad luck or sickness or trouble or any kin, don't blame me. You can't say old Julius did whyen you. Warn him of what, Uncle Julius? Asked my wife. De bad luck at fallers folks at sturbs dat track, Ian. Dey is snakes and seo pions in dem woods. Ef you manages ter, scape de piesin animals, you is de bound, ter have a high ter settle wid, ef you don't have to. Whose haunt? My wife demanded, with growing interest. De grey wolf's high some folks calls it, but I knows better. Tell us about it, Uncle Julius, said my wife. A story will be a godsend today. It was not difficult to induce the old man to tell a story, if he were in a reminiscent mood. Of tales of the old slavery days he seemed indeed to possess an exhaustless store, some weirdly grotesque, some broadly humorous, some bearing the stamp of truth, faint, perhaps, but still discernible. Others palpable inventions, whether his own or not we never knew, though his fancy doubtless embellished them. But even the wildest was not without an element of pathos, the tragedy, it might be, of the story itself. The shadow, never absent, of slavery and of ignorance, the sadness, always, of life as seen by the fading light of an old man's memory. Way back yender befo de wa, began Julius, ol Mars Dougal McAdoo used to own a nigger named Dan. Dan was big and strong and hearty and peaceable and good-natured most of the time, but don gay us ter aggravate. He allus done his task, and never had no trouble with the Wite folks, but woe be unter the nigger W at load he cd fool with Dan, fair he was mos show, ter get a good lamb in. Soon easy everybody found Dan out, they did en many an temp ter sturb him. The one dat did would, whoosh he had en, ef he could, libbied long enough ter do any washing. It all happened this way. They was a Conjure man W at libbied ober t other side er the Lumton road. He had been the only Conjure doctor in the neighborhood fair low. Dese many years, tell Olaun Peggy sought up in the business down by the Vimelton road. This Conjure man had a son W at libbied wid him, and it was this your son W at got mixed up with Dan, and all, bout a, Oman. They was a gal on the plantation named Mahaly. She was a monstrous lackly gal, tall and supple, with big eyes, and a small foot, and a lively tongue, and W.N. Dan tuck ter gwine wid, eva body load day was well match, and none the other nigger men on the plantation dost ter go nigh her. Fair day was all feared Dan. Now, it happened dat dis your Conjure man's son was gwine long the road one day, W.N. who sh'd come pa but Mahaly. And the minute dis man sought eyes on Mahaly, he lowed he was gwine ter have her fair hisef. He come up side of her and mence ter talk ter her, but she didn't paid no tention ter him, fair she was studyin' bout Dan, and she did en lack dis nigger's looks nohow. So W.N. she got ter where she was gwine, dis your man wa'n't no foother long Dan he was W.N. he stated. Co-se, atter he had made up his min, fair ter get Mahaly, he mence ter quire Rune, and soon found out all bout Dan, and W at the Dongayus nigger he was. But this man lowed his daddy was a Conjure man, and so he come out all right in the een. And he kept right on atter Mahaly. Meanwhiles Dan's marster had said they could get married ef they want her, and so Dan and Mahaly had tuck up with one another, and was libbin in a cabin by days vs, and was to rop up in one another. But this your Conjure man's son did en pair termin Dan's talkin up with Mahaly, and he kept on hangin Rune did the same, tell finally one day Mahaly says ter Dan. Says she. I woosh you do sompen ter stop dat free nigger man fum follerin me Rune. I don't lack him nohow, and I ain't got no time fair ter wazee with no man but you. Co-se Dan got mad W.N. he heard bout dis man pesterin Mahaly, and the next night, W.N. he seed dis nigger comin' long the road, he up and ax him W at he mean by hangin Rune his Oman. The man did en spawn ter suit Dan, and one would led ter another, tell bimeby dis Conjure man's son pull out a knife and stated ter stick it in Dan. But befo he could get it drawed good, Dan haul off and hit him in the head so hard dat he never got up. Dan lowed he come to atter a while and go long bout his business, so he went off and left him layin' dear on the ground. The next morning the man was found dead. They was a great miration made bout it, but Dan did en say nuffin, and none er the other niggers had en seed the fight, so they wa'n't no way ter tell who done the killin'. En bein' easy it was a free nigger, and they wa'n't no Wite folks specially interested, they wa'n't nuffin done bout it, and the Conjure man come and tuck his son and kired him way and buried him. Now, Dan had en meant ter kill dis nigger, and whiles he knowed the man had en got no mo, dn he desarved, Dan ments ter worry mo, less. Fair he knowed dis man's daddy would wook his roots and probably fin out who had killed his son, and make all the trouble fair him he could. And Dan kept on studyin' bout dis till he got so he did en ha daily dos ter eat or drink fair fear dis Conjure man had piesin' de vittles or de water. Fin lly he load he d go ter si aun Peggy, de no Conjure Woman had moved down by de Vimelton road, and ax her fair ter do sompen ter protect im fum dis Conjure man. So he took a pecker, taters and went down to her cabin one night. Aun Peggy heard his tale, and den says she. Dat Conjure man is mo, dn twice easy ol easy I is, and he kin make monstus powerful gopher. What you needs is a life chiam, and I'll make you one tomorrow. It's the only thing w'll do you any good. You leave me a couple of hares from yo, head, and fetch me a pig tomorrow night fair to roas, and when you come I'll have the chiam all ready fair you. So Dan went down to round Peggy the next night, with a young shoat, and ound Peggy gun im de chiam. She had tucked the hares Dan had left wid her, and a piece of red flaneen, and some roots and yarbs, and had put em in a little bag made out and coonskin. You take dis chiam, says she, and put it in a bottle or a tin box, and bury it deep under the root or a live oak tree, and easy long easy it stays dear safe and sown, day ein no pieson kin pieson you, day ein no rattlesnake kin bite you. Day ein no Ethiopia kin sting you. Dis your Conjure man mought do one thing or nuther to you, but he can't kill you. So you needn't be at all skeered, but go long, bout yo, business and don't bother yo, min. So Dan went down by the river, and, way up on the bank he buried the chiam deep under the root or a live oak tree, and kivered it up and stomp, the dirt down and scattered leaves over the spot, and then went home with his min easy. Sho nuff, dis your Conjure man wucked his roots, the easy Dan had spect he would, and soon Elarn, who killed his son. En se he made up his min, fair ter get eben with Dan. So he saw the rattlesnake fair ter sting him, but the rattlesnake say the nigger's heel was so hot he could get his sting in. Den he sought his jaybird fair ter put pieson in Dan's victuals, but the pieson did wook. Den the Conjure man, lo, he'd double Dan all up with the rheumatiz, so he could get his ban, ter his mouth ter eat, and would have ter stav ter deaf. But Dan went ter round Peggy, and she gun him a intment ter kyo the rheumatiz. Den the Conjure man load he dbun Dan up with a fever, but oun Peggy told him how ter make some yarb tea fair dat nuffin dis man tried would kill Dan, so fin ly the Conjure man load Dan muse have a life chiam. Now, dis your jaybird the Conjure man had was a monstus SM8 creeter, FAC, the niggers, load he was de old de bill hisef, de septin rune waitin, terkire dis old man erway wn he de-retch de his rope. The Conjure man sont dis jaybird fair ter watch Dan and fin out war he kept his chiam. The jaybird hung rune Dan fair a week or so, and one day he see Dan go down by the river and look at a live oak tree. And den the jaybird went back ter his mars ter, and told him he spec the nigger kept his life chiam under dat tree. The Conjure man laughed, and he put on his biggie's pot, and fill it with his strong's roots, and beiled it, tell bimeby the wind, blowed, tell it blowed down the live oak tree. Den he stirred some more roots in the pot, and it rained tell the water run down the river bank and wash Dan's life chiam into the river. And the bottle went bobbin down the current de easy unconcerned easy ef it wyant talkin Dan's chances all long with it. And den the Conjure man laughed some mo, and load ter hisef dat he was gwine ter fix Dan now, sho enough, he wyant gwine ter kill im de yet, for he could do sompen ter im at would hoot wusser, and killin. So dis Conjure man mence, by gwine up ter Dan's cabin evie night, en talkin Dan out in his sleep and ridin, im rune de roads en fiels over de rough ground. In de mornin Dan would be easy teed easy ef he had bn ter sleep. Dis thing kept up fair a week or so, and Dan had bout made up his min, fair ter go and see oun Peggy agin, wn who sht come across, gwine long the road one day, to de sundown, but dis your Conjure man. Dan felt kinder skeered at fuss. But den he remembered bout his life chiam, which he had been ter see fair a week or so, load was safe sown under the live oak tree, so he hilt up his head walk long. The lack he did care nuffin 'bout dis man no mo any other nigger. When he got close ter the Conjure man, dis Conjure man says he. "Howdy, Bur Dan. I hopes you are well." When Dan seed the Conjure man was in a good humor did pair ter bear no malice, Dan load meb the Conjure man had found out who killed his son, so he termin fair ter let on lack he did know nuffin, so says he. "Howdy, Unc Ube. Dis old Conjure man's name was Ube. I pretty well, I thank you. How is you feelin' dis mornin'?" "I's feelin' easy a ol' nigger could feel at had los his only son, his main penance in his ol' age. But den my son was a bad boy, says he, I could spec nuffin ese. I tried ter larn him to his ways make him go ter ch and prr meetin', but it wa'n't no use. I dunno who killed him, I don't want ter know, fair I be mos show ter fin out dat my boy had stated de fuss. Ef I had a son like you, Bur Dan, been a proud nigger, oh, yas, I would, shows you bound. But you ain't lookin' easy you oughter, Bur Dan. Dey's somepen de matter wid you, at SMO, I spec you dunno at it is. Now, dis your kin, talk knockly tho Dan offen his jied, fuss thing he knowed he was talkin', ter dis old Conjure man de lack he was one his best friends. He told him all 'bout not feelin' well in de mornin', ax him ef he could tell at was de matter wid him. "Yas," says de Conjure man. "Dey is a witch ridin' you right long. I kin see de marks de bridle on yo mouth. I'll de bet yo back is raw war she beatin' you." "Yas, spawn Dan, so it is." He had notice it befo, but now he felt the lack de hide had tuck off him. Yo thighs is de raw war de spurs has drive in you, says de Conjure man. "You can't see de raw spots, but you kin feel em." "Oh, yas, los Dan, dey does hoot powful bad." "NW says de Conjure man, comin' up close ter Dan wuspin, in his I knows who it is ridin' you." "Who is it, ax Dan, tell me who it is." "It's a ol' nigger, on down by Rockfish Crick. She had a pet rabbit, you cotch him one day, she's been squarin' up wid you eber since. But you better stop her, you'll be rid ter death in a mont, so." "No," says Dan, "she can't kill me, show dot." "I dunno how dat is," said the Conjure man, "but she kin make yo life mighty miserable. Ef I was in yo place, I stop her right off." "But how is I gwine ter stop her?" ax Dan. "I dunno nuffin 'bout stoppin' witches." "Look a here, Dan," says de yuther, "you is a good young man. I lacks you monst us well. I feels lack some dese days I mought buy you fum yo Mars ter, ef I could eber make money enough at my business dese hard times, dop you fair my son. I lacks you so well dat I'm gwine ter heap you get rid dis your witch fair good all, fair de easy long easy she libs, you is show ter hab trouble, mo trouble. You is de best friend I got, Unc Ube, says Dan, I'll 'member yo, kinness ter my dyin' day. Tell me how I kin get rid dis your ol' witch ridin' me so hard." "In de fuss place," says de Conjure man, "dis ol' witch neber comes in her own shape, but evy night, at 10 o'clock, she herself inter a black cat, runs down ter yo cabin bridles you, mounts you, drives you out o de chimbly. Rides you ober de roughs places she kin fin. All you got ter do is ter set fair her in de bushes side o yo cabin, hit her in de head wid a rock or a lighted knot when she goes pa." "But," says Dan, "how kin I see her in de decay? S'posen I hits at her misses her." Eres posen I de wounds her, and she gets her way, w at she gwine do to me den. I is done studied, 'bout all dem things, says de Conjure man, and it, pairs to me de best plan fair you ter faller is ter lemmy to and you ter some creeter w at kin see in de decay, and w at kin run de easy faz easy a cat, and w at kin bite. And bite fair ter kill. And den you won't have ter have no trouble atter de job is done. I dunno whether you de lack dat or no, but dat is de show yes way. I don't care, spawn Dan I de easy leaf be anything fair a hour or so, ef I kin kill dat ol witch. You kin do de w at you eater. All right, den, says de Conjure man, you come down to my cabin at 9:30 tonight, and I'll fix you up. Now, dis Conjure man, wn he had got tho talkin' wid Dan, kep on down de road long de side or de plantation, till he met Mahaly comin' home fum whoop de adder sundown. Howdy do, ma'am, says he. Is yo name sis Mahaly, w at belongs ter Mars Dougal McAdoo? Yas, spawn Mahaly, that's my name, and I belongs ter Mars Dougal. Well, says he, yo, husband, Dan was down by my cabin dis ebeneen, and he got bit by a spider or some pen, and his foot is swole up so he can't walk. And he ax me fair ter fin you and fetch you down dear ter he pee him home. Coese Mahaly wanter cw at had happen ter Dan, and so she estiated down de road with de Conjure man. Easy soon easy he got her inter his cabin, he shet de dew, and sprinkle some goopher mix dry on her, and tea her ter a black cat. Den he tuck and put her in a barrel, and put a boat on de barrel, and a rock on de boat, and left her dear, till he got good and ready fair ter use her. Long, 'bout 9:30 Dan come down ter de Conjure man's cabin. It was a warm night, and de dew was standin' open. De Conjure man veet Dan ter come in, and pass de time or day wid him. Easy soon easy Dan mence talkin', he heard a cat meowin' and scratchin' and gwine on at a terrible rate. What's all dat fuss 'bout, axed Dan. Oh, dat ain't nuffin but my old grey tomcat, says de Conjure man. I has ter shet him up sometimes fair ter keep him in nights, and coese he don't lack it. Now, lo's de Conjure man, lemme tell you de w at you is got ter do. When you catches dis witch, you muse take her right by de throat and bite her right thoo de neck. Be show yo, teeth goes thoo at de fuss bite, and den you won't never be boated no mo, by dat witch. When you get done, come back here and I'll to you ter yo sefag in, so you kin go home and get yo night's res. Den de Conjure man gun Dan somepin nice and sweet ter drink out and a new goad, and in 'bout a minute Dan found hisef 2 ter a grey wolf. And soon easy he felt all fo, or his no feet on de ground, he estiated faz easy he could fare his own cabin, so he could be show, and be dear time enough ter catch de witch, and put a ter her kirins on. Easy soon easy Dan was gone good, de Conjure man tucked de rock off and de boat off and de barrel, and out looked Mahaly and estiated fair ter go home, de lack a cat or a oman or anybody ese would w at was in trouble. And it wa'n't many minutes befo, she was gwine up de path ter her own do. Meanwhiles, wn Dan had reached de cabin, he had hid hisef in a bunch er Jimson weeds in de yid. He had wait long befo, he seed a black cat run up de path to de do. Des easy soon easy she got close ter him, he looked out and catch her by de throat, and got a grip on her, de lack de Conjure man had tol him ter do. And lo and behold. No sooner had de blood mence ter flow Dan de black cat back ter Mahaly, and Dan seed dat he had killed his own wife. Whiles her breath was gwine she called out. Oh Dan! Oh my husband! Come and he pee me! Come and sabe me fum dis wolf w at s killin me! When Dan estiated to des her, easy any man knockly would, it de made her holler wuss and wuss, fair she did and knowed dis your wolf was her Dan. And Danda had to hide in the weeds, and grit his teeth and hoy his f in, till she passed out and her misery, Callan, fair Dan tur the loss, and wandering, wy he did en, come and he pee her. And Dan, load tur his f he d Ruther, bn kilt a dozen times, and tur, done w at he had tur Mahali. Dan was mighty nigh, stracted, but wn Mahali was dead and he got his min, straighten, out a little, it did en, take him mo, dn a minute or so fair tur see teach all de Conjure man's lies, and how de Conjure man had fooled him and made him kill Mahali. Fair tur get eben wid him fair killin, or his son. He kept gettin madder and Mahali had en, much mo, dn drawed her lost breath befo, he estiated back tur de Conjure man's cabin hod easy he could run. When he got dear, the dew was standin' open. A lighter knot was flickerin' on de hath, and the old Conjure man was settin', dear noddin', in de corner. Dan lopi in de dew, and jump, fair dis man's thot, and got the same grip on him at the Conjure man had told him, bout half a hour befo. It was hard wook this time, fair de old man's neck was monstrous tough and stringy, but Dan hilt on long enough to be show his job was done right. En eben den he did en hole on long enough. Fair wn he 2nt de Conjure man loose en he fell over on de flow, de Conjure man rolled his eyes at Dan, and says he. I's eben wid you, Bur Dan, en you er eben wid me, you kilt my son en I kilt yo, Oman. Nez I don't want no mo, dnw at s fair, bout dis thing, ef you'll retch up wid yo, paw and take down dat goat hangen on dat peg over de chimbly, and take a sipper dat mix dry, it'll to en you back tur a nigger agin. En I kin die mo, sadsfied en ef I lef you lack you is. Dan neber load fair a minute dat a man would lie with his lost breath, and se he seed de censor gittin, 2nt back befo, de Conjure man died, so he dumb on a chair en retch, fair de goad, and tuck a sip er de mix dry. Nez soon he done dat de Conjure man laughed his lost laugh, and gapsed out wid, his lost gaps. Aha! I reckon I's square wid you now fair killin' me, too. Fair dat goofer on you is done fix, and sot now fair good, and all de Conjin in de world won't never take it off. Wolf you is en wolf you stays, all de rest of yo, bound days. Se Bur Dan could en do nuffin'. He knowed it wa'n't no use, but he dumb up on de chimbly and got down de goats en bottles en yother Conjure fixins, and tried em all on his f, but they didn't do no good. Den he run down ter ol' own Peggy, but she did en know de wolf language, and couldn't tuck off dis yother goofer nohow, eben ef she understood w at Dan was sayin'. So Dan was bleeged ter be a wolf all de rest er his bound days. They found Mahali down by her own cabin next morning, and everybody made a great admiration, bout how she been kilt. The niggers load a wolf had bit her. The white folks say no, they ein been no wolves ruin dear fair 10 years or mo. En they did en no w at ter make out en it. NWN day could en fin Dan now har, day load he'd quoled with Mahali en kilt her, en run way, en they did en no w at ter make her dat, fair Dan and Mahali was de most lovin' couple on de plantation. They put de dogs on Dan's scent, en track him down ter ol' Unc Ubay's cabin, en found de ol' man dead, en they did en no w at ter make her dat, en den Dan sent gun out, en they didn't no w at ter make her dat. Mars Dougal tuck on a heap bout losin' 2 or his best hons in one day, and ol' Mrs. Load it was a jedgment on him fair sompen he done. But dat fall de craps was monstrous big, so Mars Dougal say de lawd had temper, de win, ter de show en ram, and make up ter him fair w at he had los. They buried Mahali down in dat piece low ground you er talkin' bout cl'rin up. Easy fair Dan, he did en have now har ese ter go, so he'd stayed ruined Mahali's grave, he went out in de yother woods gittin' sompen ter eat. En sometimes, When night would come, the niggers used to hear him howlin' down deer, de fitten, ter break his heat. En den some mo, said dey seed Mahalis high deer bun answer times, colligan wid dis grey wolf. En eben now, 50 years since, long atter old Dan has died and dried up in de woods, his high en Mahalis hangs, ruin, dat piece low ground, en eve body at goes, bout deer has some bad luck nother. Fair high don't lack to be sturb on day own stomping ground. The air had darkened while the old man related this harrowing tale. The rising wind whistled around the eaves, slammed the loose window shutters, and, still increasing, drove the rain in fiercer gusts into the piazza. As Julius finished his story and we rose to seek shelter within doors, the blast caught the angle of some chimney or gable in the rear of the house, and bore to our ears a long, wailing note, an epitome, as it were, of remorse and hopelessness. Dat es de lack po old Dan used ter howl, observed Julius, as he reached for his umbrella, at I been tellin' you is de reason I don't lack ter see dat neck would see a lard up. Coese it belongs to you, and a man kin do ez he choose wid his own. But ef you gets rheumatiz fever en aga, ef you snake bit piesin, wid some yarb nother, ef a tree falls on you, a hind runs you and makes you get stracted in yo, min. Lack some folks I knows at went foolin' ruin dat piece lawn, you can't say I never wanted you, Sue, en tol, you at you mought look fair and be show, fin. When I cleared up the land in question, which was not until the following year, I recalled the story Julius had told us, and looked in vain for a sunken grave or perhaps a few weather-bleached bones of some denizen of the forest. I cannot say, of course, that someone had not been buried there, but if so, the hand of time had long since removed any evidence of the fact. If some lone wolf, the last of his pack, had once made his den there, his bones had long since crumbled into dust and gone to fertilize the rank vegetation that formed the undergrowth of this wild spot. I did find, however, a bee tree in the woods, with an ample cavity in its trunk, and an opening through which convenient access could be had to the stores of honey within. I have reason to believe that ever since I had bought the place, and for many years before, Julius had been getting honey from this tree. The grey wolf's haunt had doubtless proved useful in keeping off too inquisitive people, who might have interfered with his monopoly. Hotfoot Hannibal. I hate you and despise you. I wish never to see you or speak to you again. Very well. I will take care that henceforth you have no opportunity to do either. These words, the first in the passionately vibrant tones of my sister-in-law, and the latter in the deeper and more restrained accents of an angry man, startled me from my nap. I had been dozing in my hammock on the front piazza, behind the honeysuckle vine. I had been faintly aware of a buzz of conversation in the parlor, but had not at all awakened to its import until these sentences fell, or, I might rather say, were hurled upon my ear. I presumed the young people had either not seen me lying there, the Venetian blinds opening from the parlor windows upon the piazza were partly closed on account of the heat, or else in their excitement they had forgotten my proximity. I felt somewhat concerned. The young man, I had remarked, was proud, firm, jealous of the point of honor, and, from my observation of him, quite likely to resent to the bitter end what he deemed a slight or an injustice. The girl, I knew, was quite as high-spirited as young Murchison. I feared she was not so just, and hoped she would prove more yielding. I knew that her affections were strong and enduring, but that her temperament was capricious, and her sunniest moods easily overcast by some small cloud of jealousy or pique. I had never imagined, however, that she was capable of such intensity as was revealed by these few words of hers. As I say, I felt concerned. I had learned to like Malcolm Murchison, and had heartily consented to his marriage with my ward. For it was in that capacity that I had stood for a year or two to my wife's younger sister, Mabel. The match thus rudely broken off had promised to be another link binding me to the kindly southern people among whom I had not long before taken up my residence. Young Murchison came out of the door, cleared the piazza in 2 strides without seeming aware of my presence, and went off down the lane at a furious pace. A few moments later Mabel began playing the piano loudly, with a touch that indicated anger and pride and independence and a dash of exultation. As though she were really glad that she had driven away forever the young man whom the day before she had loved with all the ardor of a first passion. I hoped that time might heal the breach and bring the 2 young people together again. I told my wife what I had overheard. In return she gave me Mabel's version of the affair. "I do not see how it can ever be settled," my wife said. "It is something more than a mere lover's quarrel. It began, it is true, because she found fault with him for going to church with that hateful Branson girl. But before it ended there were things said that no woman of any spirit could stand. I am afraid it is all over between them." I was sorry to hear this. In spite of the very firm attitude taken by my wife and her sister, I still hoped that the quarrel would be made up within a day or 2. Nevertheless, when a week had passed with no word from young Murchison, and with no sign of relenting on Mabel's part, I began to think myself mistaken. One pleasant afternoon, about 10 days after the rupture, old Julius drove the rockaway up to the piazza, and my wife, Mabel, and I took our seats for a drive to a neighbor's vineyard, over on the Lumberton plank road. "Which way shall we go?" I asked, "the short road or the long one?" "I guess we had better take the short road," answered my wife. "We will get there sooner." "It's a mighty fine dry brune, by de big road, Miss Annie," observed Julius, "and it don't take much longer to get dear." "No," said my wife, "I think we will go by the short road. There is a bay tree in blossom near the mineral spring, and I wish to get some of the flowers." "I expects you, fin, some bay trees long the big road, ma'am," suggested Julius. "But I know about the flowers on the short road, and they are the ones I want." We drove down the lane to the highway, and soon struck into the short road leading past the mineral spring. Our route lay partly through a swamp, and on each side the dark, umbrageous foliage, unbroken by any clearing, lent to the road solemnity, and to the air a refreshing coolness. About half a mile from the house, and about halfway to the mineral spring, we stopped at the tree of which my wife had spoken, and reaching up to the low-hanging boughs, I gathered a dozen of the fragrant white flowers. When I resumed my seat in the rockaway, Julius started the mare. She went on for a few rods, until we had reached the edge of a branch crossing the road, when she stopped short. "Why did you stop, Julius?" I asked. "I did Sue," he replied. "T was de mare stop. G long dear, Lucy. What you mean by dis foolishness?" Julius jerked the reins and applied the whip lightly, but the mare did not stir. "Perhaps you had better get down and lead her," I suggested. "If you get her started, you can cross on the log and keep your feet dry." Julius alighted, took hold of the bridle, and vainly essayed to make the mare move. She planted her feet with even more evident obstinacy. "I don't know what to make of this," I said. "I have never known her to balk before." "Have you, Julius?" "No, Sue," replied the old man, "I never has." "It's a serious thing ter me, Sue. What's the best way to make her go?" "I specs, Sue, dat ef I'd to her rune, she'd go de other way." "But we want her to go this way." "Well, Sue, lo ef we da set hia fo, 5 minutes, she'll estiate up by hersef." "All right," I rejoined. "It is cooler here than any place I have struck today. We'll let her stand for a while, and see what she does." We had sat in silence for a few minutes, when Julius suddenly ejaculated, "Uh-huh. I knows why dis mare don't go. It de flash, cross my recommendments." "Why is it, Julius?" I inquired. "CSE she sees Chloe." "Where is Chloe?" I demanded. "Chloe's done bien dead des years remo," the old man returned. "Her hind is set tin ober yender on de other side er de branch, under dat wilier tree, dis blessed minute." "Why, Julius," said my wife, "do you see the haunt?" No he answered, shaking his head, I don't see, but the mare sees, How do you know? I inquired. Well, Sue, this year is a grey hoss, and this year is a Friday, and a grey hoss can aluz see a hind TW at walks on Friday. Who was Chloe? Said Mabel. And why does Chloe's haunt walk? Asked my wife. It's all in the tale, ma'am, Julius replied, with a deep sigh. It's all in the tale. Tell us the tale, I said. Perhaps, by the time you get through, the haunt will go away and the mare will cross. I was willing to humor the old man's fancy. He had not told us a story for some time, and the dark and solemn swamp around us, the amber-colored stream flowing silently and sluggishly at our feet, like the waters of Lethe. The heavy, aromatic scent of the bays, faintly suggestive of funeral wreaths, all made the place an ideal one for a ghost story. Chloe, Julius began in a subdued tone, use, ter belong ter ol Mars Dougal, McAdoo, my ol Mars ter. She was a lackly gal and a smart gal, and ol Miss tuck her up ter the big house, and elarnt her ter wait on de Wite folks, tell bimeby she come to be Mrs. own maid, and paired ter lo she run de house hersef, ter hear her talk about it. I was a young boy den, and use, ter wook, bout de stables, so I knowed everythin' dat was gwine on, roun, de plantation. Well, one time Mars Dougal, wanted a house boy, and sont down ter de quarters fair ter have Jeff and Hannibal come up ter de big house next, mornin'. Ol Mars ter and ol Mis look, de two boys ober, en, scozed with des vs fair a little while, and den Mars Dougal, says he. We lacks Hannibal de bess, and we gwine ter keep him. Hia, Hannibal, you'll wook at de house from now on. And if you are a good nigger and mins yo, business, I'll give you Chloe fair a wife next spring. You other nigger, you Jeff, you kin go back ter de quarters. We ein gwine ter need you. Now Chloe had been stannin', dear behin, ol Mis Dioin all dis your talk, and Chloe made up her min, fum de vy fus minute she sought eyes on dem two dat she did en lack dat nigger Hannibal, and wyant never gwine cure fair him. And she was de easy show dat she lack Jeff, and was gwine ter set sto by him, whether Mars Dougal tuck him in de big house or no. And so cose Chloe was monsta sorry wn ol Mars Dougal tuck Hannibal and sont Jeff back. So she slip ruined de house and waylaid Jeff on de way back ter de quarters, and told him not ter be down he ted, for she was gwine ter see ef she could en fin some way nother ter get rid dat nigger Hannibal. And get Jeff up ter de house in his place. De no house boy koch on monstas faz, and it wyant no time ha daily befo Mars Dougal and ol Mis both, mens, ter lo Hannibal was de best house boy dey eber had. He was pert and supple, quick easy lightnin', and sharp easy a razor. But Chloe did en lack his ways. He was so show, he was gwine ter get, in de spring, dat he did en pair ter lo he had ter do any cotin, wn he de run, cross Chloe, bout de house, he de swell rune, in a biggity way and say. Come here and kiss me, honey. You gwine ter be mine in de spring. You don't, pair ter be easy fawn, me easy you oughter be. Chloe did en, cure nuffin fair Hannibal, en had en, cured nuffin fair him, and she sought de easy much sto, by Jeff easy she did the day she fuss laid eyes on him. En de mo, familius dis your Hannibal got, de mo, Chloe let her men run on Jeff, and one ebeneen, she went down ter de quarters and watch, till she got a chance fair ter talk wid him by hisef. And she told Jeff fair ter go down and see ol Peggy, de Conjure Woman down by de Vimelton road, and ax her ter gib him somepin ter he get Hannibal out en de big house, so de Wite folks you'd sen fair Jeff agin. En bein easy Jeff did en have nuffin ter gib Peggy, Chloe gun him a silver dollar and a silk handkercher fair ter pay her wid, fair Peggy never lack ter wook fair nobody fair nuffin. So Jeff slip off down ter Peggy's one night, en gun de present he brung, en told all, bout him and Chloe and Hannibal, en ax ter he p him out. Oun Peggy told him she d wook roots, en fair, ter come back the next night, and she d tell him at she cd do fair him. So the next night Jeff went back, en oun Peggy gun him a baby doll, with a body made out and a piece coenstock, and with splinters fair amsn legs, and a head made out and elderberry peth, and 2 little red peppers fair feet. Dis your baby doll, says she, is Hannibal. Dis your peth head is Hannibal's head, and dis your pepper feet is Hannibal's feet. You take dis and hide it under the house, on the sill under the dew, or Hannibal hafter walk over it every day. Long easy Hannibal comes anywhere nigh dis baby doll, he'll be the lack it is, light-headed and hot-footed, and ef dem 2 things don't get him into trouble mighty soon, den I'm no Conjure Woman. But when you get Hannibal out and the house, and get all thoo with dis baby doll, you muse fetch it back ter me, for it's monstus powerful goofer, and is liable ter make him trouble ef you leave it layin' ruin. Well, Jeff tuck the baby doll, and slip up ter the big house, and whistle, ter Chloe, and when she come out he told at Olaun Peggy had said. And Chloe showed him how ter get under the house, and when he had put the Conjure doll on the sill, he went long back ter the quarters, and waited. Next day, show nuff, the goofer mence ter wook. Hannibal estiated in the house soon in the morning, with a armful would ter make a fire. And he had an dn got, crossed the dusil befo, his feet begun ter bun so dat he drap, the armful wood on the flow and woke ol Miz up a hour sooner and yushel, and se ol Miz did and lack dat, and spoke shoppy about it. When dinner time come, and Hannibal was helpen, the cook kire the dinner fm the kitchen inter the big house, and was gittin' close ter the do, war he had ter go in, his feet estiated ter bun and his head begun ter swim. And he let the big dish chicken and dumplings fall right down in the dirt, in the middle the yid, and the Wite folks had ter make day dinner dat day off and call, ham and sweet and taters. The next morning, he overslept, his and got inter trouble. At a breakfast, Mars Dougal sont over ter Mars Marabo at least fair turbori a monkey wrench. He oughter be back in half a hour, but he come pokin' home, bout dinner time with a screwdriver stitter a monkey wrench. Mars Dougal sont another nigger back with the screwdriver, and Hannibal did get no dinner. Long in the afternoon, ol Miz sought Hannibal ter weedin' the flowers in the front jayaden, and Hannibal dug up all the bulbs ol Miz had sont way fair, and paid a lot money fair, and tuck down ter the hog pen by the Baenide. And fed ter the hogs. When ol Miz come out in the cool the ebeneen, NCW at Hannibal had done, she was most crazy, and she wrote a note and sont Hannibal down ter the overseer with it. But at Hannibal got fum the overseer did pair ter do no good. Evie now and den, is feet mence ter torment him, is min, you'd get all mix up, and his conduct kept gettin' wusser and wusser, tell finally the Wite folks couldn't stand it no longer, and Mars Dougal tuck Hannibal back down ter the quarters. Mr. Smith, says Mars Dougal ter the overseer, dis your nigger has done got so triflin' yer lately dat we can't keep him at the house no mo, fotch him to you ter be straightened up. You had cass eye on ter deal wid him once, so he knows at ter expect. You to take I'm in Han, and lemme know how he 2ns out. NWN the Hans comes in fum the fiel, dis ebeneen, you kin send dat yaller nigger Jeff up ter the house. I'll try him, ncef he's any better Hannibal. So Jeff went up ter the big house, and please Mars Dougal and ol Miz and the res the family so well dat they all got ter lack kin im fuss rate. They, forget all, bout Hannibal, ef it had bn fair de bad repo tsw at come up fum de quarters, bout im fair a month or so. Fac is, dat Chloe and Jeff was so interested in one another since Jeff bn up ter de house, dat they forget all, bout talkin' de baby doll back ter Peggy, and it kept wuckin' fair a while, and makin' Hannibal's feet bunmo, or less. Tell all the folks on the plantation got ter callin' him Hotfoot Hannibal. He kept gettin' mo triflin', till he got de name bein' de mos no counts nigger on de plantation, and Mars Dougal had ter eaten ter sell him in de spring, bimeby de goofer quit wuckin'. And Hannibal ments ter pick up some and make folks set a little sto by him. Now, dis your Hannibal was a monstus estimate nigger, NWN he got rid dem so feet, his men kept runnin' on, is utter troubles. He a tge fo weeks befo, he had a easy job, waitin' on de wite folks, bin off en de fat de lawn, and promised to finds gal on de plantation fair a wife in de spring, and now he was back in de Coenfiel. With de Obersia a cussin' NARR and EF he did get a hod toss done. With nothin' but Coen bread and bacon and merluses ter eat, and all the fielhans makin', remicaes, and pokin' fun at him, case he bien sont back from de big house ter de fiel. En de Hannibal studied, bout it de matter he got, till he fin llyswo, he was gwine ter get eben with Jeff and Chloe, ef it was de Los AC. So Hannibal slipped way from de quarters one Sunday and hid in de Coen up close ter de big house, till he see Chloe gwine down de road. He waylaid her, and says he, "Hotty, Chloe. I ain't got no time fair ter fool wid fielhans," says Chloe, tossin' her head, "What you want wid me, Hotfoot? I wants ter know how you and Jeff is gittin' long. I lows dat's none o' yo' business, nigger. I don't see at Cassi on any common fielhan has got ter mix in wid de fairser folks at libs in de big house. But ef it'll do you any good ter know, I mought say dat me and Jeff is gittin' long mighty well, and we gwine ter get married in de spring, and you ain't gwine ter be veet ter de weddin' nuther. No, no. Says he, I would spec ter be veet ter de weddin', a common, low-down fielhan lack I is. But I's glad to hear you and Jeff is gittin' long so well. I did knowed but at he had, ments, ter be a little teed. Tea to me? Dat's ridiculous, says Chloe. Dat nigger lubes me so I belieba he go teach fire and water fair me. Dat nigger is de rop up in me. Says Hannibal, den I reckon it muse be some other nigger at meets oman down by de crick in de swamp every Sunday ebenin, ter say nuffin, bout 2 or tche times a week. Yas, hit is another nigger, and you is Aaliyah wn you say it was Jeff. Meb I is Aaliyah, and meb I ein got good eyes. But, less I is Aaliyah, and less I ein got good eyes, Jeff is gwine ter meet dat, oman dis ebenin long, bout 8 o'clock right down dear by de crick in de swamp, bout halfway betwixt dis plantation and Mars Marabo at least. Well, Chloe told Hannibal she did belieba what he said, and call him a low-down nigger, who was tryin' ter slander Jeff, case he was mo luckier, and he was. But all the same, she could keep her min from runnin' on at Hannibal had said. She 'membered she heerd one de niggers say dey was a gal ober at Mars Marabo at least plantation at Jeff use, ter go with some beefo, he got quaint with Chloe. Den she ments ter figure back, and show enough, dey was 2 or tche times in de last week she bn he pin de ladies with day dressin' and utter fixins in de ebenin. And Jeff mought gone down ter de swamp without her knowin' bout it at all. And den she ments ter member little things at she had tuck no notice of beefo, and at you'd make it pair lack Jeff had somepen on his min. Chloe said a monstus heap or sto by Jeff, and would done mos anythin fair him, so long easy he stuck to her. But Chloe was a mighty jealous oman, while she didn't belieba at Hannibal said, she seed how it could be so, and she termin fair ter fin out fair hersef whether it was so or no. Now, Chloe had seed Jeff all day, fair Mars Dougal, had sont Jeff ober ter his daughter's house, young Miss Margiret's, at Libid, bout fo miles from Mars Dougal's, and Jeff was spect home, tell Ebeneem. But de adder supper was ober, Isles de ladies was set tin out on de piazzaer, Chloe slip off from de house and run down de road, dis your same road we come. She got mos ter de crick, dis your same crick right befo us, she kep, in de bushes at de side of de road, tell Finella why she see Jeff set tin on de bank on de other side of de crick. Right under dat ol wilier tree druppin ober de water yender. Evie now and den he get up and look up de road to ds Mars Marabos on de other side of de swamp. Fuss Chloe felt like she go right ober de crick and gib Jeff a piece of her min. Den she load she better be show befo she done anything. So she held herself in de best she could, gittin matter Evie minute, tell bimeby she seed a Oman comin down de road on de other side from to ds Mars Marabo Utley's plantation. She see Jeff jump up and run to ds dat Oman, nth his ams rune, her neck, Chloe did stop ter see no mo, but de 2nt rune run up ter de house, rush up on de piazzaer. Up and told Mars Dougal and ol Miss all bout de baby doll, all bout Jeff gittin de Goopher fum oun Peggy, bout at de Goopher had done ter Hannibal. Mars Dougal was monstus mad. He did let on at fuss lack he beliebed Chloe, but she tuck and showed war ter fin de baby doll, Mars Dougal 2nt easy chalk. What de bills wook is dis, says he. No wonder de niggers feet eached. Sompen got to be done ter elarn dat ol which ter keep her hans off my niggers. Easy fair dis your Jeff, I'm gwine ter do de at I promise, so de darkies on dis plantation'll know I means at I says. Fair Mars Dougal had warned de hans befo bout foolin' wid conjuation. Fac, he had los 1 or 2 niggers his sef fum de be Goophered, he would, had ol oun Peggy whip long ago, Ani oun Peggy was a free Oman, he was feared she conjure him. Isles Mars Dougal say he did belieba in conjin sich, he paired ter lo it was best to be on the safe side, let oun Peggy alone. So Mars Dougal done de he say. Ef ol Miz had ple'd fair Jeff, he mought, kep im. But ol Miz had got ober losin dem bulbs yit, she neber said a word. Mars Dougal tuck Jeff ter town next day sol im ter a speculator, who ted down de river wid im next mornin on a steamboat, fair ter take im ter Alabama. Now, Chloe told ol Mars Dougal, bout dis your baby doll dis udder Goopher, she had daily load Mars Dougal would sell Jeff down south. Howsomever, she was so mad with Jeff dat she suad hersef she did kier. So she hilt her head up went roon lookin' like she was raw glad bout it. But one day she was walkin' down de road, who sh'd come long but dis your Hannibal. When Hannibal seed he bus out laughin' fittin' fair ter kill, ya, ya, ya. Ho, ho, ho. Ha, ha, ha. Oh, hol me, honey, hol me, I'll laugh myself ter death. I ain't neber laugh so much since I bein bound. What you laughin' at, Hotfoot? Ya, ya, ya. What I laughin' at? I's laughin' at myself, to be show, laughin' ter think at a fine Oman I made. Chloe 2nt pale, her heat come up in her mouth. What you mean, nigger? Says she, catchin' holter a bush by de road fair ter stiddy hersef. What you mean by de kin, Oman you made? What do I mean? I means dat I got squared up wid you fair treatin' me de way you done, I got eben wid dat yaller nigger Jeff fair cuttin' me out. Now, He's gwine ter no w at it is ter eat coen bread and merluces once a mo, and wook fum daylight ter decay, and ter have a obersia driven, im fum one day's een, ter de utter. I means dat I sont wid ter Jeff dat Sunday dat you was gwine ter be ober ter Mars Marabos visitin' dat Ebenin, and you want him ter meet you down by de crick on de way home and go de rest er de road wid you. And den I put on a frock and a sunbonnet, and fix myself up ter look like a oman, and Jeff seed me comin', he run ter meet me, and you seed him, fair I, dbn watchin', in de bushes befo and skivered you comin' down de road. And now I reckon you and Jeff both knows w at it means ter mess wid a nigger lak me. Puh, Chloe had heerd mo, dn half de lost partner w at Hannibal said, but she had heerd nuff to larn dat dis nigger had fooled her and Jeff, and dat Jeff had done nuffin'. And dat fair lovin' her too much and goin' ter meet her she had caused him ter be soul way where she never see him no mo. The sun mought shine by day, the moon by night, the flowers mought bloom, and the mockingbirds mought sing, but Jeff was done lost to her fariber and fariber. Hannibal had dn finish w at he had ter say, Chloe's knees gun, way under her, and she fell down in the road, and lay dear half a hour or so befo, she come to. When she did, she crep up ter the house de easy pale easy a goes. And fair amont so she crawled roun the house, and paired ter be so pulley dat Mars Dougal sont fair a doctor, and the doctor kep on ashin her questions tell he found she was de pinin way fair Jeff. When he told Mars Dougal laughed, and said he fix dat. She could have de no house boy fair a husband. But ol' Miz say, no, Chloe ein dat kinner gal, and dat Mars Dougal shed by Jeff back. So Mars Dougal writ a letter ter dis your speculator down ter Vimel Tun, and tol ef he ein done sol dat nigger south w at he bought fum him, he'd lack ter buy him back agin. Chloe ments ter pick up a little wn ol' Miz tol her bout dis letter. Howsomever, bimeby Mars Dougal got a answer fum de speculator, who said he was monsta sorry, but Jeff had fell overboard jumped off en de steamboat on de way ter Vimel Tun, and got drowned dead, and se he could sell him back. Much easy he'd lack ter bleege Mars Dougal. Well, atter Chloe heerd dis, she wa'n't much use ter nobody. She tended ter do her wook, and ol' Miz put up wid her, and had de doctor gib her medicine, and let go ter de circus, and all sots things fair ter take her min off and her troubles. But dey did none do no good. Chloe got ter slippin' down here in de Ebenin de lack she usie comin' ter meet Jeff, and she set dear under dat wilier tree on de other side, and wait fair night atter night. Bimeby she got so bad de wite folk sont her ober ter young Miz Majorette's fair ter gib her a change. But she runned way de fuss night, NWN day looked fair, next mornin', dey found her copse layin' in de branch yender, right cross fum where we resettin now. Eber since den, said Julius in conclusion, Chloe's high comes evie Ebenin and sets down under dat willer tree and waits fair Jeff, her walks up and down de road yender, lookin', and waitin'. Fair her sweetie at w at ein never come back ter her no mo. There was silence when the old man had finished, and I am sure I saw a tear in my wife's eye, and more than one in Mabel's. I think, Julius, said my wife, after a moment, that you may turn the mare around and go by the long road. The old man obeyed with alacrity, and I noticed no reluctance on the mare's part. You are not afraid of Chloe's haunt, are you? I asked jocularly. My mood was not responded to, and neither of the ladies smiled. Oh, no, said Annie, but I've changed my mind. I prefer the other route. When we had reached the main road and had proceeded along it for a short distance, we met a cart driven by a young Negro, and on the cart were a trunk and a valise. We recognized the man as Malcolm Murchison's servant, and drew up a moment to speak to him. Who's going away, Marshal? I inquired. Young Mr. Malcolm Gwine, way on de boat Ternoo yoke dis ebenin, Sue, and I'm talking his things down to the wharf, Sue. This was news to me, and I heard it with regret. My wife looked sorry, too, and I could see that Mabel was trying hard to hide her concern. He's comin' long behin, Sue, and I expects you'll meet 'im up the road a piece. He's gwine ter walk down easy Mr. Jim Williams's, and take the buggy from dear ter town. He expects to be gone a long time, Sue, and say probably he ain't never comin' back. The man drove on. There were a few words exchanged in an undertone between my wife and Mabel, which I did not catch. Then Annie said, Julius, you may stop the rockaway a moment. There are some trumpet flowers by the road there that I want. Will you get them for me, John? I sprang into the underbrush, and soon returned with a great bunch of scarlet blossoms. Where is Mabel? I asked, noting her absence. She has walked on ahead. We shall overtake her in a few minutes. The carriage had gone only a short distance when my wife discovered that she had dropped her fan. I had it where we were stopping. Julius, will you go back and get it for me? Julius got down and went back for the fan. He was an unconscionably long time finding it. After we got started again we had gone only a little way, when we saw Mabel and young Murchison coming toward us. They were walking arm in arm, and their faces were aglow with the light of love. I do not know whether or not Julius had a previous understanding with Malcolm Murchison by which he was to drive us round by the long road that day, nor do I know exactly what motive influenced the old man's exertions in the matter. He was fond of Mabel, but I was old enough, and knew Julius well enough, to be skeptical of his motives. It is certain that a most excellent understanding existed between him and Murchison after the reconciliation, and that when the young people set up housekeeping over at the old Murchison place, Julius had an opportunity to enter their service. For some reason or other, however, he preferred to remain with us. The mare, I might add, was never known to balk again. Appendix. Uncollected Uncle Julius Stories. Essay. Dave's Necklace. Have some dinner, Uncle Julius, said my wife. It was a Sunday afternoon in early autumn. Our 2 women servants had gone to a camp meeting some miles away, and would not return until evening. My wife had served the dinner, and we were just rising from the table, when Julius came up the lane, and, taking off his hat, seated himself on the piazza. The old man glanced through the open door at the dinner table, and his eyes rested lovingly upon a large sugar-cured ham, from which several slices had been cut, exposing a rich pink expanse that would have appealed strongly to the appetite of any hungry Christian. "Thankee, Miss Annie," he said, after a momentary hesitation, "I dunno I cures ef I does tase a piece or dat ham, ef you'll cut me off a slice on it." "No," said Annie, "I won't. Just sit down to the table and help yourself. Eat all you want, and don't be bashful." Julius drew a chair up to the table, while my wife and I went out on the piazza. Julius was in my employment. He took his meals with his own family, but when he happened to be about our house at mealtimes, my wife never let him go away hungry. I threw myself into a hammock, from which I could see Julius through an open window. He ate with evident relish, devoting his attention chiefly to the ham, slice after slice of which disappeared in the spacious cavity of his mouth. At first the old man ate rapidly, but after the edge of his appetite had been taken off he proceeded in a more leisurely manner. When he had cut the 6th slice of ham, I kept count of them from a lazy curiosity to see how much he could eat. I saw him lay it on his plate. As he adjusted the knife and fork to cut it into smaller pieces, he paused, as if struck by a sudden thought, and a tear rolled down his rugged cheek and fell upon the slice of ham before him. But the emotion, whatever the thought that caused it, was transitory, and in a moment he continued his dinner. When he was through eating, he came out on the porch, and resumed his seat with the satisfied expression of countenance that usually follows a good dinner. "Julius," I said, "you seem to be affected by something, a moment ago. Was the mustard so strong that it moved you to tears?" "No, Sue, it wa'n't the mustard," I was studying 'bout Dave. Who was Dave, and what about him? I asked. The conditions were all favorable to storytelling. There was an autumnal languor in the air, and a dreamy haze softened the dark green of the distant pines and the deep blue of the southern sky. The generous meal he had made had put the old man in a very good humor. He was not always so, for his curiously undeveloped nature was subject to moods which were almost childish in their variableness. It was only now and then that we were able to study, through the medium of his recollection, the simple but intensely human inner life of slavery. His way of looking at the past seemed very strange to us. His view of certain sides of life was essentially different from ours. He never indulged in any regrets for the Arcadian joyousness and irresponsibility which was a somewhat popular conception of slavery. His had not been the lot of the petted house servant, but that of the toiling field hand. While he mentioned with a warm appreciation the acts of kindness which those in authority had shown to him and his people, he would speak of a cruel deed, not with the indignation of one accustomed to quick feeling and spontaneous expression, but with a furtive disapproval which suggested to us a doubt in his own mind as to whether he had a right to think or to feel, and presented to us the curious psychological spectacle of a mind enslaved long after the shackles had been struck off from the limbs of its possessor. Whether the sacred name of liberty ever set his soul aglow with a generous fire, whether he had more than the most elementary ideas of love, friendship, patriotism, religion, things which are half, and the better half, of life to us. Whether he even realized, except in a vague, uncertain way, his own degradation, I do not know. I fear not, and if not, then centuries of repression had borne their legitimate fruit. But in the simple human feeling, and still more in the undertone of sadness, which pervaded his stories, I thought I could see a spark which, fanned by favoring breezes and fed by the memories of the past, might become in his children's children a glowing flame of sensibility, alive to every thrill of human happiness or human woe. Dave used ter belong ter my ol' Mars ter, said Julius, he was raised on dis your plantation, and I kin 'member all about him, fair I was ol' 'nuff ter chop cotton when it all happen. Dave was a tall man, and monsta strong, he could do a wook in a day dan any yother two niggers on de plantation. He was one er dese your solemn kiner men, and neber run on wid much foolishness, like de yother darkies. He used ter go out in de woods and pray. Nw'n he hear de Hans on de plantation cussin' and gwine on wid deer dancin' and foolishness, he used ter tell hem 'bout religion and Judgment Day, Wn day would have ter gin account fair evie idle word and all day yother sinful kyrens on. Dave had larn how ter read de Bible. Day was a free nigger boy in de settlement at was monsta smart, and could write and cipher, and was aluz readin' books papers. And Dave had hide dis free boy fair ter larn him how ter read. Hit was in de law, but coese none de niggers did say nuffin ter de wite folks, 'bout it. Howsomedever, one day Mars Walker, he was de overseer, found out Dave could read. Mars Walker wa'n't nuffin but a bakra, and folks said he could read na write hisef, and coese he didn't lack ter see a nigger at node mo, dn he did, so he went and told Mars Dougal. Mars Dougal sought fair Dave, and ax him 'bout it. Dave didn't hardly know at ter do, but he could tell no lie, so he fessed he could read de Bible a little by spellin' out de words. Mars Dougal look mighty solemn. Dis yer is a serious matter, says he. It's in de law ter larn niggers how ter read, lo ter have books. But at your larn out dat Bible, Dave. Dave wa'n't no fool, ef he was a nigger, says he. Mars ter, I larns dat it's a sin fair ter steal, ter lie, fair ter want at don't belong ter yer, and I larns fair ter love de laud and ter, bay my Mars ter. Mars Dougal sorter smile and laugh ter hisef, like he usie mightly tickle, 'bout some pen, says he. Don't pair ter me lack readin' de Bible done you much harm, Dave. Dat, at I wants all my niggers fair ter know. You keep right on readin', and tell de yuther Hans W at your BN tellin' me. How would you lack fair ter preach ter de niggers on Sunday? Dave say he be glad fair ter do W at he could. So Mars Dougal told de overseer fair ter let Dave preach ter de niggers, and tell MW at was in de Bible, and it would he ter keep from stealin', runnin' way. So Dave ments ter preach, and done de Hans on de plantation a heaper good, and most on left off de wicked ways, and ments ter love ter hear bout God, and religion, and de Bible. And dey done dey wook better, and didn't gib de overseer but mighty little trouble fair ter manage Dave was one dese your men W at did keer much fair de gals, leastways he did tell Diley come ter de plantation. Diley was a monstus pert, good-lookin', gingerbread-colored gal, one dese your high-steppin' gals W at holes dey heads up, and one stand no foolishness from no man. She had belonged ter a gem man over on Rockfish, W at died, and whose state ter be soul, fair ter pay his debts. En Mars Dougal had been ter de Octation, NWN he see dis gal a cryin' en gwine on, bout bein' soul away from her ol' mammy, oun Mahaly, Mars Dougal bid both in, en fotch over ter our plantation. De young nigger men on de plantation was de will atter Diley, but it did do no good, and none on could get Diley fair de junzi, tell Dave ments fair ter go roon oun Mahaly's cabin. Dey was a fine-lookin' couple, Dave and Diley was, both tall, and well-shape, and supple. And dey sot a heap by one another. Mars Dougal seed tergetter one Sunday, and the next time he seed Dave atter dat, says he. Dave, WN your Diley gets ready fair ter get married, I ain't got no rejections. Dey's a pound, so chawin' terbacker up at de house, and I reckon yo, Mist ISS kin find a frock and a ribbon two fair Diley. You are both good niggers, and you neenter be feared bein' soul way from one another long easy I owns dis plantation. And I spects ter own it fair a long time yet. Sweetheart. But dear was one man on de plantation W at did lack ter see Dave and Diley tergetter easy much easy ol' Mars ter did. When Mars Dougal went ter de sale war he got Diley and Mahaly, he bought another ban, by de name Wiley. Wiley was one dese your shiny-eyed, double-headed little niggers, shoppy easy a steel trap, and sly easy de fox W at keep out en it. Dis your Wiley had been pesterin' Diley fo, she come ter our plantation, and had nigh, bout worried de life out en her. She did keer nuffin fair but he pestered her so she ter eaten ter tell her Mars ter fair ter make Wiley let her lone. When he come over to our place it was de easy bad, tell bimeby Wiley see dat Diley had got ter thinkin' a heap, bout Dave, and den he sorter hilt off a aisle, and pertin' lack he gin Diley up. But he was one dese yer seatful niggers, while he was laughin' and jokin' wid de yuther bands, bout Dave and Diley, he was set tin a trap fair ter catch Dave and get Diley back fair hisself. Dave and Diley made up dear mins fair ter get married long, bout Christmas time, WN day, have time fair a weddin'. But long, bout 2 weeks befo dat time ol' Mars, ments ter lose a heap bacon. Evie night so somebody steal a side bacon, a ham, a shoulder, some pen, from one de smokehooses. De smokehooses was lock, but somebody had a key, and manage ter get in some way nuther. Dey, ways, one ter skin a cat, days one way ter get in a smokehoose, leastways dat's W at I hearn say. Folks W at had bacon fair ter sell did have no trouble, bout gettin' rid on it. Hit was in the law fair ter buy things from slabs, but lawd. Dat law did mount ter a hill peas. Evie week so one dese your big covered wagons would come long the road, peddlin' terbacker and whisky. Dey was a sight room in one dem big wagons, and it was monstus easy fair ter swap off bacon fair sompen ter chaw ter wyam year up in de wintertime. I suppose the peddlers did no day was breakin' the law, case the niggers alluz went at night, and stayed on the dark side o' the wagon, and it was mighty hard fare ter tell at kine folks they was. Atter two te hunder meat had been stole, Mars Walker call all the niggers up one ebening, and tol hem dat the fuss nigger he caught stealin' bacon on dat plantation would get somepin fair ter member it by long easy he lib. And he say he did gin $5 ter the nigger at Skiver the rogue. Mars Walker say he espicion one two the niggers, but he could tell fair show, and se they all needed he cuse on it. They wa'n't no bacon stole, fair a week or so, tell one dark night somebody tuck a ham from one the smokehooses. Mars Walker de cussed awful he found out the ham was gone, and say he gwine ter sarch all the niggers' cabins. Dis yer wily I was tellin' yer bout up and say he espicion, who tuck the ham, fair he seed Dave comin' cross the plantation fum to the smokehoos the night befo. When Mars Walker hearn dis fum wily, he went and sarch Dave's cabin, and found the ham hid under the floe. Everybody was stonish, but dear was the ham. Se Dave needed ter the loss, but dear was the ham. Mars Walker say it was the easy he spect, he did believe in dece yer readin' and prayin' niggers, it was all hypocrisy, and serve Mars Dougal right fair loin' Dave ter be readin' books it was in the law. When Mars Dougal hearn bout the ham, he say he was mightly seeved and disappint in Dave. He say he would never have no mo confidence in no nigger, and Mars Walker could do de easy he was a maneater with Dave any the res the niggers. So Mars Walker tuck tied Dave up in gin, 40, and den he got summer dis yer wire cloth at day uses fair ter make sifters out and tuck wrap it ruin the ham and fasten it together at the little een. Den he tuck Dave down ter the blacksmith shop, and had Uncle Silas, the plantation blacksmith, fasten a chain ter the ham, and den fasten the yother een, the chain ruin Dave's neck. And den he says ter Dave, says he. Now, Sue, you'll wear dat necklace fair de next 6 months, and I expects you none the yother niggers on dis plantation one steal no mo bacon dioin dat time. Well, it pardy z if fum dat time Dave did have nuffin but trouble. The niggers all turned in him, case he de cass on Mars Dougal, tenin all over ter Mars Walker. Mars Dougal wa'n't a bad Mars ter hisef, but Mars Walker was hard easy a rock. Dave kept on sayin' he did take the ham, but none on did believe him. Diley wa'n't on the plantation Dave was, cuz stealin' the bacon. Ol' Mist ISS had saunter ter town fair a week or so fair ter wait on one of her daughters had a young baby, and she didn't find out nuffin' bout Dave's trouble, till she got back ter the plantation. Dave had patient endio de finger scone, and all the hard words at the niggers pile on him, case he was show, Diley would stand by him, and would believe he was a rogue, none the yother tales the darkies was tellin' bout him. When Diley come back fum town, got down fum behind the buggy where she ridin' with ol' Mars, the fuss nigger, woman she met says ter her. Is your seed Dave, Diley? No, I ain't seed Dave, says Diley. You're the oughter look at dat nigger. Reckon you would want ferio, junzi no mo. Mars Walker cotch stealin' bacon, gone fasten a ham ruin his neck, so he can't get it off hisef. He sutnly do look queer. And den the woman bus out laughin' fit ter kill hersef. When she got though laughin', she up told Diley all bout the ham, and all the yother lies at the niggers tellin' on Dave. When Diley started down ter the quarters, who should she meet but Dave, comin' in fum de cotton fiel. She turned her head ter one side, pertin' lack she did see Dave. Diley, says he. Diley walk right on, did notice him. Oh, Diley. Diley did en paid no tention ter him, en den Dave knowed some de niggers be en tellin' her, bout de ham. He felt monstus bad, but he lowed ef he could de get Diley fair ter listen ter him fair a minute or so, he could make her believe he did en stole de bacon. It was a week or two befo, he could get a chance ter speak ter her agin. But finally he cotch her down by de spring one day, en says he. Diley, at fair yer one speak ter me, en pertin lak yer don't see me. Diley, yer knows me too well fair ter believe I, de steal, or do dis yother witness de niggers is all layin', ter me, yer knows I would en do dat, Diley. Yer ein gwine back on yo, Dave, is yer? But at Dave say didn't have no fec on Diley. Dem lies folks be en tellin', her had piesin', her min g in Dave. I don't want her talk ter no nigger, says she, at bn whip, fair stealin', at gwine roon, with sich a lookin' thing easy dat hung roon his neck. I's a spectable gal, I is. What you call dat, Dave? Is dat a chime fair ter keep off witches, is it a no kind or necklace yer got? Puh, Dave did en no at ter do. The lost one he had pended on fair ter stan by him had gone back on him, en they did en pair ter be nuffin mo wuff lib bin fair. He could en hole no mo pr meetins, fair Mars Walker would en lo im ter preach, en de darkies would en listen ter im ef he had preach. He didn't eben have his Bible fair ter comfort hisef wid, fair Mars Walker had tuck it away fum im and burnt it up, en say ef he catch any mo niggers wid Bibles on de plantation he do wussen he done Dave. En ter make it still harder fair Dave, Diley tuck up wid Wiley. Dave could see him gwine up ter round Mahaly's cabin, en set tin out on de bench in de moonlight wid Diley, en singin' sinful songs en playin' de banjer. Dave use ter scrouch down behind the bushes, and wonder at the Lord sen im all dem tribulations fair. But all Dave's yother troubles wa'n't nuffin side dat ham. He had wrap the chain roon wid a rag, so it did en hurt his neck. But enever he went ter wook, dat ham would be in his way, he had ter do his task, howsomedever, did the same easy ef he did en hab de ham. Whenever he went ter lay down, dat ham would be in de way. Ef he turn over in his sleep, dat ham would be tuggin at his neck. It was the lost thing he seed at night, and the fust thing he seed in de mornin'. Whenever he met a stranger, the ham would be the fust thing the stranger would see. Most would mence ter laugh, and wherever Dave went he could see folks tin at him, en year sayin'. What kind collar dat nigger got roon his neck, ef dey knowed him, is yer stole any mo hams lately? What yer take fair yo necklace, Dave, some joker nuther, bout dat ham. Fuss Dave did en mine it so much, case he knowed he had en done nuffin. But bimeby he got so he could en stan it no longer, en he hide hisef in de bushes whenever he seed anybody comin', en aluz kep hisef shet up in his cabin adder he comin' fum wook. It was monstus hard on Dave, en bimeby, at wid dat ham everlastin' en eternally draggin' roon his neck, he mence fair ter do en say queer things, and make de niggers wonder ef he wa'n't gittin' out en his mind. He got ter gwine roon talkin' ter hisef, en singin' corn-shuckin' songs, en laughin' fit ter kill bout nuffin'. En one day he tol' one de niggers he had skivered a no way fair ter raise hams, gwine ter pick ham off en trees, en save de expense smokoozas by kyoin' em in de sun. En one day he up en tol' Mars Walker he got sompen particular fair ter say ter him, en he tuck Mars Walker off ter one side, en tol' him he was gwine ter show him a place in de swamp where dey was a whole track ian covered wid ham trees. When Mars Walker hearn Dave talkin' dis kind fool talk, NWN he seed how Dave was mensin' ter get behind in his wook, NWN he ax de niggers en dey tol' him how Dave be en gwine on, he load he reckon he punish Dave enough. And it mout do mo harm dan good fair ter keep the ham on his neck any longer. So he sont Dave down ter de blacksmith shop and had de ham tuck off. Dey wa'n't much de ham lef, by dat time, fair de sun had melt all de fat, and de lean had all swivel up, so dey wa'n't but fo pounds lef. When de ham had bien tuck off and Dave, folks kinder stopped talkin' 'bout I'm so much. But de ham had bien on his neck so long dat Dave had sorter got used ter it. He looked alak he de lo sumpen fair a day or so atter de ham was tuck off, and didn't care ter no at ter do wid his f. And finally he up and tuck and tied a lighter knot ter a string, and hid it under de floe, his cabin, and nobody was lookin', he take it out and hang it roun his neck, and go off in de woods and holler and sing. And he alus tied it roun his neck he went ter sleep. Fac, it paired lak Dave done gone clean out and his mind. And atter a while he got one de quarest notions you eber hearn tell on. It was, 'bout dat time dat I come back ter de plantation fair ter wook, I had bien out ter Mars Dougal's yother place on Beaver Crick for a mont or so. I had hearn 'bout Dave and de bacon, and 'bout at was gwine on de plantation. But I did believe at dey all say, 'bout Dave, fair I knowed Dave wa'n't dat kinder man. One day atter I come back, me and Dave was choppin' cotton together, and Dave lean on his hoe, and motion fair me ter come ober close ter him. And den he retch ober and whispered ter me. Julius, says he, did you know you was wuckin' long you wid a ham? I could imagine at he meant. Gway fum yer, Dave, says I, yer ein weren't no ham no mo, try and forget 'bout dat. Ein gwine ter do yer no good fair ter remember it. Look a yer, Julius, says he, kin yer keep a secret? Coese I kin, Dave, says I don't go roun tellin' people at yother folks says ter me. Kin I trust yer, Julius? Will yer cross yo heart? I cross my heart. Woosh I may die ef I tells a soul, says I. Dave look at me de lak he was lookin' though me way on de yother side er me, and says he. Did you knowed I was tinnin' ter a ham, Julius? I tried ter swad Dave dat was all foolishness, and dat he oughtn't ter be talkin' dat away, hit wa'n't right. And I told him ef he to be patient, the time would surely come everything would be straightened out, and folks would find out who de raw rogue was at stole de bacon. Dave paired ter listen ter at I say, and promise ter do better, and stop gwine on dat away, and it seemed lak he pick up a bit he see dey was one poosin did believe dem tales, 'bout him. Hit wa'n't long atter dat beefo Mars Archie McIntyre, ober on de Wimbledon road, mence ter complain 'bout somebody stealin' chickens from his henoos. De chickens kep on gwine, and at lost Mars Archie told de bands on his plantation dat he gwine ter shoot de fuss man he ketch in his henoos. In less than a week atter he gin dis warneen, he cotch a nigger in de henoos, and fill him fuller squirrel shot. When he got a light, he skivered it was a strange nigger. He call one of his own sarvants, the nigger tole him it was our Wiley. When Mars Archie found dat out, he sont over ter our plantation fair ter tell Mars Dougal he had shot one of his niggers, and dat he could send ober deer and get at was left on him. Mars Dougal was mad at fuss. But he got ober deer and hearn how it all happened, he did have much ter say. Wiley was shot so bad he was gwine ter die, so he up and says ter ol Mars ter. Mars Dougal, says he, I knows I's bien a monstus bad nigger, but befo I go I wanter get sompen off en my mind. Dave didn't steal dat bacon at was tuck out en de smokehoos. I stole it all, and I hid de ham under Dave's cabin fair ter thou de blame on him, and made a good Lord forgive me fair it. Mars Dougal had Wiley tuck back ter de plantation, en sont fair a doctor fair ter pick de shot out en him. En de vey next morning Mars Dougal sont fair Dave ter come up ter de big house, he felt kinder sorry fair de way Dave had been treated. Se it wyant no falter Mars Dougals, but he was gwine ter do w at he could fair ter make up fair it. So he sent word down ter the quarters fair Dave and all the yother Hans ter semble up in the yard befo the big house at sun up next morning. Yearly in the morning the niggers all swarm up in the yard. Mars Dougal was feelin' so kind dat he had brung up a barrel er cider, and told the niggers all fair ter heapy deyselves. All the Hans on the plantation come but Dave. En bimeby, wn it seem lak he wyant comin', Mars Dougal sont a nigger down ter the quarters ter look fair him. The sun was gittin' up, en day was a heap wook ter be done, en Mars Dougal sorter got teed waitin'. So he up and says, "Well, boys and gals, I sont fair yer all up your fair ter tell yer dat all dat bout Dave stealin', the bacon was a mistake, easy I suppose yer all done hern befo, now, and I s mighty sorry it happen. I wants ter treat all my niggers right, and I wants yer all ter know dat I sets a heap by all my Hans w at is hones and smart. And I want yer all ter treat Dave de lak yer did befo dis thing happen, and mine w at he preached ter yer. Fair Dave is a good nigger, and has had a hard road ter hoe. End of fuss when I catch sayin' anythin' gin Dave, I'll tell Mr. Walker ter gin im 40. Now take another drinker cider all roon, and den get at dat cotton, fair I wanter get dat persimmon hill track all pick ober ter day." When the niggers was gwine way, Mars Dougal told me fair ter go and hunt up Dave, and bring him up ter the house. I went down ter Dave's cabin, but could en find him dear. Den I look roon the plantation, en in the age the woods, en long the road, but I could en find no sign Dave. I was bout ter gin up the sarch, wn I happen fair ter run cross a foot track w at look lak Dave's. I had walked long with Dave so much dat I knowed his tracks. He had a monstrous long foot, with a holler instep, which was sumpen skays, mongs, black folks. So I follered dat track cross the fiel fum the quarters till I got ter the smoke ooze. The fust thing I notice was smoke comin' out en the cracks. It was us, case they had been no hogs kill on the plantation fair 6 month or so, and all the bacon in the smoke ooze was done killed. I could imagine fair ter sabe my life w at Dave was doin' in dat smoke ooze. I went up ter the do and hollered, "Dave!" Dey didn't nobody answer. I didn't want ter open the do, fair w-ite folks is monstrous particular bout dey smoke oozes. Nef de overseer had come up and cotch me in deer, he mout not wanter believe I was de lookin' fair Dave. So I sorter knock at the do and call out in. "Oh Dave, hits me, Julius. Don't be skeered. Mars Dougal wants yer ter come up ter the big house, he done skivered who stole the ham." But Dave didn't answer. Nwn I look roon agin and didn't seed none his tracks gwine way fum the smoke ooze. I knowed he was in deer yit, and I was termin' fair ter fetch him out, so I pushed the do open and look in. Dey was a pile bark burnin' in the middle the flow, and right over the fear, hangin' fum one the rafters, was Dave. Dey was a rope roon his neck, and I didn't have ter look at his face dn once fair ter see he was dead. Den I knowed how it all happened. Dave had kep on gittin' wusser and wusser in his mind, till he'd got ter believin' he was all done turned ter a ham. En den he had gone and built a fear, en tied a rope roon his neck, the lak the hams was tied, en had hung hisself up in the smoke ooze fair ter kyo. Dave was buried down by the swamp, in the plantation buryin' ground. Wiley didn't died fum the wound he got in Mars McIntyre's hen ooze. He got well at her a while, but Diley wouldn't have nuffin' ter do wid him, and want long fo Mars Dougal sold him ter a speculator on his way south. He say he didn't want no sich a nigger on the plantation, nay in the county, ef he could he pee it. Nwn de year come, Mars Dougal turned Mars Walker off, and run the plantation hisself atter dat. Eber since den, said Julius in conclusion, whenever I eats ham, it mins me Dave. I lacks ham, but I never can eat mo dn 2 or 3 pounds beefo, I gets ter studyin' 'bout Dave, and den I has ter stop and leave de res fair another time. There was a short silence after the old man had finished his story, and then my wife began to talk to him about the weather, on which subject he was an authority. I went into the house. When I came out, half an hour later, I saw Julius disappearing down the lane, with a basket on his arm. At breakfast, next morning, it occurred to me that I should like a slice of ham. I said as much to my wife. "Oh, no, John," she responded, "you shouldn't eat anything so heavy for breakfast." I insisted. "The fact is," she said, pensively, "I couldn't have eaten any more of that ham, and so I gave it to Julius. A deep sleeper." It was 4 o'clock on Sunday afternoon, in the month of July. The air had been hot and sultry, but a light, cool breeze had sprung up, and occasional cirrus clouds overspread the sun, and for a while subdued his fierceness. We were all out on the piazza, as the coolest place we could find, my wife, my sister-in-law and I. The only sounds that broke the Sabbath stillness were the hum of an occasional vagrant bumblebee, or the fragmentary song of a mockingbird in a neighboring elm, who lazily trolled a stave of melody, now and then. As a sample of what he could do in the cool of the morning, or after a light shower, when the conditions would be favorable to exertion. "Annie," said I, "suppose, to relieve the deadly dullness of the afternoon, that we go out and pull the big watermelon, and send for Colonel Pemberton's folks to come over and help us eat it. Is it ripe, yet?" She inquired sleepily, brushing away a troublesome fly that had impudently settled on her hair. "Yes, I think so. I was out yesterday with Julius, and we thumped it, and concluded it would be fully ripe by tomorrow or next day. But I think it is perfectly safe to pull it today." "Well, if you are sure, dear, we'll go. But how can we get it up to the house? It's too big to tote." "I'll step round to Julius's cabin and ask him to go down with the wheelbarrow and bring it up," I replied. Julius was an elderly colored man who worked on the plantation and lived in a small house on the place, a few rods from my own residence. His daughter was our cook, and other members of his family served us in different capacities. As I turned the corner of the house I saw Julius coming up the lane. He had on his Sunday clothes, and was probably returning from the afternoon meeting at the Sandy Run Baptist Church, of which he was a leading member and deacon. "Julius," I said, "we are going out to pull the big watermelon, and we want you to take the wheelbarrow and go with us, and bring it up to the house." "Does you reckon dat watermelon's ripe yet, saw?" said Julius. "Didn't pair ter me it went quite plunk enough yistiddy fair ter be pull, beefo ter more." "I think it is ripe enough, Julius. Morning ud be a better time fair ter pull it, saw, wn de night Aaron, de Jews done cool it off nice." "Probably that's true enough, but we'll put it on ice, and that will cool it, and I'm afraid if we leave it too long, someone will steal it." "I expects dat so," said the old man, with a confirmatory shake of the head. "Yer takes chances wn yer pulls it, and yer takes chances wn you don't. Dey's a lot wi trash roon, he a at ein none too good fair ter steal it. I seed some on them loafin' long de big road on mare way home fum Ch just now. I has ter watch mare own chicken coop ter keep chickens nuff fair Sunday eatin'. I'll go and get the wheelbarrow." Julius had a profound contempt for poor whites, and never let slip an opportunity for expressing it. He assumed that we shared this sentiment, while in fact our feeling toward this listless race was something entirely different. They were, like Julius himself, the product of a system which they had not created and which they did not know enough to resist. As the old man turned to go away he began to limp, and put his hand to his knee with an exclamation of pain. "What's the matter, Julius?" asked my wife. "Yes, Uncle Julius, what ails you?" echoed her sweet young sister. "Did you stump your toe?" "No, miss, it's dat miserable rheumatis. It catches me now and den in the left knee, so I can't hardly draw my breath. Oh Lottie," he added between his clenched teeth, but dat do hurt. Ouch. It's a little better now, he said, after a moment, but I don't believe I kin roll dat wheelbarrow out ter de watermelon patch and back. Ef it's all the same ter yo, saw, I'll go roon, ter my house and send Tom ter take my place, whiles I rub some linimum on my leg. That'll be all right, Julius, I said, and the old man, hobbling, disappeared round the corner of the house. Tom was a lubberly, sleepy-looking Negro boy of about 15, related to Julius's wife in some degree, and living with them. The old man came back in about 5 minutes. He walked slowly, and seemed very careful about bearing his weight on the afflicted member. I sont Liza Jane fair ter wake Tom up, he said. He's down in de orchard asleep under a tree somewhere. Liza Jane knows where he is. It takes a minute or so fair ter wake him up. Liza Jane knows how ter do it. She tickles him in de nose or de yeah wid a broomstraw, hollerin' don't do no good. Dat boy is one er de seeben sleepers. He's wuss'n his granddaddy used ter be. Was his grandfather a deep sleeper, Uncle Julius? Asked my wife's sister. Oh, yas, Miss Mabel, said Julius, gravely. He was a monstrous powerful sleeper. He slept fair amount once. Dear me, Uncle Julius, you must be joking, said my sister-in-law incredulously. I thought she put it mildly. Oh, no, ma'am, I ain't jokin'. I never jokes on Sarah subjects. I was dear when it all happened. Hit was a monstrous queer thing. Sit down, Uncle Julius, and tell us about it, said Mabel, for she dearly loved a story, and spent much of her time drawing out the colored people in the neighborhood. The old man took off his hat and seated himself on the top step of the piazza. His movements were somewhat stiff and he was very careful to get his left leg in a comfortable position. Tom's granddaddy was named Scundus, he began. He had a brother named Two-Shoes and another named Cottus and another named Squinchus. The old man paused a moment and gave his leg another hitch. My sister-in-law was shaking with laughter. What remarkable names, she exclaimed. Where in the world did they get them? Dem names was gun ter by Ol Mas Dougal, McAdoo, what I use, ter belong ter, and de use, ter belong ter Mas Dougal, named all de babies at was bound on de plantation. Dese young UN's mammy wanted ter call something plain and simple, like Rastus, Caesar, George Washington, but Ol Mas say no, he want all de niggers on his place ter have different names, so he kin tell apart. He'd done use up all de common names, so he had ter take something else. Dem names he gun Scundus and his brothers is Hebrew names and was tuck out en de Bible. Can you give me chapter and verse? Asked Mabel. No, Miss Mabel, I don't know, Hit ein my fault dat I ain't able to read de Bible. But easy I was sayin', dis your Scundus growed up ter be a pert, lively kinder boy, and was very well liked on de plantation. He never quarreled with de res de bands en alluz behaved iscfn tended ter his wook. De only fault he had was his sleepness. He'd have to be woke up every morning ter go ter his wook, and whenever he got a chance he'd fall sleep. He was mightly nigh gittin' inter trouble mod en once fair gwine ter sleep in de fiel. I never seed his beat fair sleepin'. He could sleep in de sun or sleep in de shade. He could lean upon his hoe and sleep. He went ter sleep walk en long de road oncet, en mighty nigh bust his head open, gin a tree he run inter. I did hear he oncet went ter sleep while he was in swimmin'. He was floatin' at de time, en come mighty nigh gittin' drown dead befo he woke up. Ol Mas heerd bout it en forbid his gwine in swimmin' any mo, fair he said he couldn't 'ford ter lose him. When Scundus was growed up he got ter lookin' roon at de gals, en one de likeliest tuck his eye. It was a gal named Cindy, at libbied wid her mammy in a cabin by days vs. Cindy tuck ter Scundus easy much easy Scundus tuck ter Cindy, and Bimeby Scundus axed his marster ef he could marry Cindy. Moss Dougal belong ter de Pisbite and Chuch never load his niggers ter jump de broomstick, but Aluz had a preacher fair ter marry em. So he told Scundus ef him and Cindy would ter day whoop good dat summer till de crap was laid by, he'd let em get married en have a wed din down ter de quarters. So Scundus en Cindy wucked hard as day could till, bout a mont or so befo layin' by, W.N. Moss Dougal's brother, Colonel Washington McAdoo, W. at Libby down in Sampson County, bout 100 mile erway, come fair ter visit Moss Dougal. Dey was 5 or 6 folks in de visitin' party, en our W.ite folks needed a new gal fair ter heapy wait on em. Dey picked out de likeliest gal dey could find mongs de fielhans, en cos dat was Cindy. Cindy was mightly tickled fair ter be tuck in de house sarvice, fair it meant better vittles en better CLOs en easy wook. She didn't seed Scundus quite as much, but she seed im whenever she could. Prosbity didn't spile Cindy. She didn't get stuck up en both sociatin' wid fielhans, like some gals in her place a done. Cindy was sec a handy gal round de house, en her marster's relations lacked her so much, dat when day visit was over, dey wanted ter take Cindy way wid em. Cindy didn't want ter go en said so. Her marster was a good-natured kinder man, en would, kep her on de plantation. But his wife say no, it never do ter be let en de sarvants have dey own way, or dey soon wouldn't be no doin' nothin' wid em. Ol marster tol her he done promised ter let Cindy marry Scundus. Oh, well, says ol miss, dat don't cut no figure. Dey's too much dis foolishness bout husbands en wibs mongs de niggers nowadays. One nigger man is de same as another, en dey'll be plenty on em down ter Washington's plantation. Ol miss was a mighty smart woman, but she didn't know everything. Well, says ol Moss, de craps'll be laid by in a mont now, en den dey won't be much ter do fair another mont 6 weeks. So we'll let her go down dear and stay till cotton pickin' time, I'll jes len ter em till den. Ef dey wants ter keep en we finds we don't need den we'll talk further bout sellin' her. We'll tell her dat we jes gwine let her go down dear wid de cheel en a week or so en den come back, en den we won't have no fuss bout it. So dey fixed it dat way, en Cindy went off wid em, she expectin' ter be back in a week or so, en de W'ite folks not hadly lowin' she'd come back at all. Scundus didn't lack ter have Cindy go, but he couldn't do nothin'. He was wuckin' off in another part de plantation when she went way, en had ter tell her goodbye de night befo. Bimeby, when Cindy didn't come back in 2 or 3 weeks, Scundus meant ter get restless. En Scundus was different from other folks. Most folks when they gets restless can't sleep good, but de mo restlesser Scundus got, de mo sleepier he paired ter git. Whenever he was en wuckin' ef eatin', he'd be sleepin'. When de yuther niggers be skylarkin' roon nights and Sundays, Scundus be sown asleep in his cabin. Things kep on dis way fair bout a mont atter Cindy went away, when one mornin' Scundus didn't come ter wook. Dey look fair im roon de plantation, but dey couldn't fin him, en befo de day was gone, everybody was show dat Scundus had runned way. Cos dey was a great howdy-do bout it. Nobody hadn't never runned way from Moss Dougal befo, and dey hadn't been a runaway nigger in de neighborhood fair fo years. De W'ite folks was all wucked up, en dey was mo ridin' her hosses en mo hitchin' up her buggies dn a little. Ol Moss Dougal had a lot papers printed en stuck up on trees long de roads, en dey was somepen put in de newspapers. A free nigger fum down on de Vimelton road read de paper ter some our bands, tellin' all 'bout how high Scundus was. N.W. at kine teeth he had, bout a skya he had on his left cheek, how sleepy he was, offerin' reward $100 fair huber ud catch im. But none of em eber koch im. When Cindy Fuss went away she was kinder down in de mouth fair a day or so. But she went to a fine new house, the folks treated her well dear was sich good comp New York mongs, her own people, that she made up min she might's well have a good time fair de week two she was gwine ter stay down dear. But when de time roll on she didn't heerd nothin' bout gwine back, she ments ter get kinder skeered she was neber gwine ter see her mammy Niscundus no mo. She was monstus cut up bout it, los appetite got so skinny, her missed sant down ter de swamp fair ter get some roots fair ter make some tea fair health. Her missed sant her way, bout teach o'clock Cindy didn't come back till atter sundown, she say she be lookin' fair de roots, dat day didn't pair ter be none dem kin, roots fair a mile or so long de age de swamp. Cindy ments ter get better jes easy soon as she begun ter drink de root tea. It was a monstus good medicine, leasways in her case. It done Cindy so much good dat her mistess eluded she'd take it hersef gib it ter de chielen. De fust day Cindy went atter de roots day was some left ober, her mistess tol her fair ter use dat fair de next day. Cindy done so, but she tol mistess hit didn't have no strength didn't do no good. So every day atter dat Moss Washington's wife ud sent Cindy down by de age de swamp fair ter get fresh roots. Cindy, said one de Fielhans one day, you're better keep way fum dat swamp. Dey's a high walkin' down dear. Go way fum year wid yo, foolishness, said Cindy. Dey ain't no high-s. White folks don't believe in sich things, fair I heerd em say so, but yer can't spec nothin' better fum Fielhans. Dey was one man on de plantation, one dece yer dandy niggers at uzlas runnin' atter de vim folks, dat got ter pesterin' Cindy. Cindy didn't paid no tention ter im, but he kept on tryin' fair ter coat her he could get a chance. Finally Cindy told him fair ter let her lone, ese sompen might happen ter im. But he didn't min Cindy, one ebenin he followed her down ter de swamp. He lost track on easy he was startin' back out de swamp, a great big black high bout 10 feet high, wid a fence rail in its bands jump out de bushes chase im clar up into coen fiel. Leasways he said it did. Atter dat none de niggers wouldn't go nigh de swamp, sep Cindy, who said it was all foolishness, it was dis nigger's guilty conscience dat skeered him, she hadn't seed no high was skeered nuffin she didn't see. Bimeby, Cindy had gone fum home, bout 2 months, harvest time come on, Moss Dougal found hisef shorter bands. One de men was down with de rheumatiz, Scundus was gone, Cindy was gone, Moss Dougal tol ol Miss Day was no use talkin', he couldn't ford ter by no new bands, he'd ha, tersen, fair Cindy, put her into fiel. Fair de cotton crap was a monstus big dat year, Cindy was one de best cotton pickers on de plantation. So Day wrote a letter to Moss Washington dat day fair Cindy, wanted Cindy by de mont, Moss Washington sent her home. Cindy didn't pair ter want her come much. She said she'd got kinder use ter her no home. But she didn't have no mo ter say bout comin' dan she did bout goin'. Howsomedever, she went down ter de swamp fair ter get roots fair her mistess up ter de lost day she was dear. When Cindy got back home, she was mightly put out, case Scundus was gone, hit didn't pair easy ef anythin' anybody said ter ud comfort her. But one morning, she said she'd dray dat night dat Scundus was gwine ter come back. Sho nuff, de vey next morning, who sh'd come walkin' out in de fiel, with his hoe on his shoulder but Scundus, rub in his eyes easy he hadn't got waked up good yet. Day was a great miration mongs de niggers, and somebody run off ter de big house fair ter tell Moss Dougal. Bimeby here come Moss Dougal, his mad as a hornet, a cussin' and gwine on like he gwine ter hurt somebody. But anybody at look close could seed he was mos tickled ter deaf fair ter get Scundus back urgin. Warrior bn run erway ter, you're good fair nothin', lazy, black nigger, says I'm gwine ter give your fo 100 lashes. I'm gwine ter hang yer up by yer thumbs and take every bit of your black hide off en yer, and den I'm gwine ter sell yer ter de fuss specilator at comes long by in niggers fair ter take down ter Alabam. What you mean by runnin' away from your good, kin, Mars ter, your good fair nothin', wool-headed, black scoundrel. Scundus looked at him easy he didn't understand. Lord, Moss Dougal, says I don't know at you are talkin' bout. I ein rund erway, I ein bn now har. Warrior bn fair de los mon, said Moss Dougal. Tell me de truth, or I'll have your tongue pulled out by de roots. I'll tar yer all over yer and set yer on fire. I'll, Moss Dougal went on at a terrible rate, but everybody knowed Moss Dougal bark usy wussen his bite. Scundus look lack was skeered mos ter def fair ter hia Moss Dougal gwine on dat erway, and he couldn't pair to unerstan at Moss Dougal was talkin' erbout. I didn't mean no harm by sleepin' in de barn last night, Moss Dougal, says and if you'll let me off this time, I won't never do so no mo. Well, to make a long story short, Scundus said he had gone ter de barn dat Sunday afternoon befo de Monday he could be found, fair ter hunt eggs. And whiles he was up dear de hay had pared so soft and nice dat he had laid down fair take a little nap. Dat it was morning he woke and found hisself all covered up where de hay had fell over on him. A hen had built a nest right on top on him, and it had half a dozen eggs in it. He said he hadn't stopped fair ter get no breakfast, but had just suck one or two de eggs and hurried right straight out into fiel, fair he seed it was late and all de res de bands was gone ter wook. You are a liar, said Moss Dougal, and de truff ain't in yer. Yer bn run erway and hid in de swamp somewhere or nudder. But Scundus SWO up and down dat he hadn't bn out en dat barn, and finally Moss Dougal went up ter de house and Scundus went on with his wook. Well, yer mought no day was a great miration in de neighborhood. Moss Dougal sont fair Scundus ter come up ter de big house next day, and Scundus went up specten fair ter catch 40. But when he got dear, Moss Dougal had fetched up old Dr. Leach from down on Rockfish, and another young doctor from town, and they looked at Scundus's eyes and felt of his rise and pulled out his tongue, and hit him in de kais. And put de yes ter his side fair ter hia, his heart beat. And den they up and made Scundus tell how he felt when went ter sleep and how he felt when woke up. They stayed ter dinner, and when they got though talkin' and eatin' and drinkin', they told Moss Dougal Scundus had had a catacornered fit, and had been in a trance fair fo weeks. And when they learned about Cindy, and how dis your fit had come on gradual adder Cindy went away, they load Moss Dougal, de better let Scundus and Cindy get married, or he be liable ter have some mo, dem fits. Fair Moss Dougal didn't want no fitified niggers could he pee it. Atter dat, Moss Dougal had Scundus up ter de house lots times fair ter show him off ter folks at come ter visit. And as Cindy was back home, and she and Scundus wucked hard, and he couldn't ford fair ter take no chances on dem long trances, he load ter got married soon easy cotton pickin' was over. And gib a cabin dey own ter lib in down in de quarters. And show nuff, dey didn't, had no trouble keepin' Scundus whack dat time foth, fair Cindy turned out ter have a temper of her own, and made Scundus walk a chalk line. "Dis your boy, Tom," said the old man, straightening out his leg carefully, preparatory to getting up, "is jest like his granddaddy. I believe ef somebody didn't wake him up he'd sleep till Jedgment Day. He comes now. Come on here with dat wheelbarrow, you're lazy, good-for-nothing rascal." Tom came slowly round the house with the wheelbarrow, and stood blinking and rolling his eyes as if he had just emerged from a sound sleep and was not yet half awake. We took our way around the house, the ladies and I in front, Julius next and Tom bringing up the rear with the wheelbarrow. We went by the well-kept grapevines, heavy with the promise of an abundant harvest, through a narrow field of yellowing corn, and then picked our way through the watermelon vines to the spot where the monarch of the patch had lain the day before. In all the glory of its coat of variegated green. There was a shallow concavity in the sand where it had rested, but the melon itself was gone. Lonesome Ben. There had been some talk among local capitalists about building a cotton mill on Beaver Creek, a few miles from my place on the Sand Hills in North Carolina. And I had been approached as likely to take an interest in such an enterprise. While I had the matter under advisement, it was suggested, as an inducement to my cooperation, that I might have the brick for the mill made on my place, there being clay there suitable for the purpose, and thus reduce the amount of my actual cash investment. Most of my land was sandy, though I had observed several outcroppings of clay along the little creek or branch forming one of my boundaries. One afternoon in summer, when the sun was low and the heat less oppressive than it had been earlier in the day, I ordered Julius, our old colored coachman, to harness the mare to the rockaway and drive me to look at the claybanks. When we were ready, my wife, who wished to go with me for the sake of the drive, came out and took her seat by my side. We reached our first point of destination by a road running across the plantation, between a field of dark green maize on the one hand and a broad expanse of scuppernong vines on the other. The road led us past a cabin occupied by one of my farm hands. As the carriage went by at a walk, the woman of the house came to the door and curtsied. My wife made some inquiry about her health, and she replied that it was poor. I noticed that her complexion, which naturally was of a ruddy brown, was of a rather sickly hue. Indeed, I had observed a greater sallowness among both the colored people and the poor whites thereabouts than the hygienic conditions of the neighborhood seemed to justify. After leaving this house our road lay through a cotton field for a short distance, and then we entered a strip of woods, through which ran the little stream beside which I had observed the clay. We stopped at the creek, the road by which we had come crossing it and continuing over the land of my neighbor, Colonel Pemberton. By the roadside, on my own land, a bank of clay rose in almost a sheer perpendicular for about 10 feet, evidently extending back some distance into the low, pine-clad hill behind it, and having also frontage upon the creek. There were marks of bare feet on the ground along the base of the bank, and the face of it seemed freshly disturbed and scored with finger marks, as though children had been playing there. "Do you think that clay would make good brick, Julius?" I asked the old man, who had been unusually quiet during the drive. He generally played with the whip, making little feints at the mare, or slapping her lightly with the reins, or admonishing her in a familiar way. But on this occasion the heat or some other cause had rendered him less demonstrative than usual. "Yas, Sue, I knows it would," he answered. "How do you know? Has it ever been used for that purpose?" "No, Sue, but I got my reasons fair sayin' so. Ol' Mars Dougal used ter have a brickyard foother up the branch, I dunno as you noticed it, for it's all growed over wid weeds and grass. Mars Dougal said dis your clay wouldn't make good brick, but I knowed better. I judged from the appearance of the clay that it was probably deficient in iron. It was of a yellowish-white tint and had a sort of greasy look. Well, I said, we'll drive up to the other place and get a sample of that clay, and then we'll come back this way. Hold on a minute, dear, said my wife, looking at her watch, Mabel has been over to Colonel Pemberton's all the afternoon. She said she'd be back at 5. If we wait here a little while she'll be along and we can take her with us. All right, I said, we'll wait for her. Drive up a little farther, Julius, by that jessamine vine. While we were waiting, a white woman wearing a homespun dress and slat bonnet, came down the road from the other side of the creek, and lifting her skirt slightly, waded with bare feet across the shallow stream. Reaching the clay bank, she stooped and gathered from it, with the aid of a convenient stick, a quantity of the clay which she pressed together in the form of a ball. She had not seen us at first, the bushes partially screening us. But when, having secured the clay, she turned her face in our direction and caught sight of us watching her, she hid the lump of clay in her pocket with a shamefaced look, and hurried away by the road she had come. "What is she going to do with that, Uncle Julius?" asked my wife. We were northern settlers, and still new to some of the customs of the locality, concerning which we often looked to Julius for information. He had lived on the place many years and knew the neighborhood thoroughly. "She's gwinneter eat it, Miss Annie," he replied, "when she gets out her sight." "Ugh," said my wife with a grimace, "you don't mean she's going to eat that great lump of clay?" "Yas I does, dat's jest what I means, gwinneter eat evy bit on it, and den come back bimeby fair dot." "I should think it would make them sick," she said. "Dey gets use ter it," said Julius. "Howsomeber, ef dey eats too much it does make em sick. And I knows what I'm talkin' erbout. I don't min what dem kinder folks does," he added, looking contemptuously after the retreating figure of the poor white woman, "but whenever I sees black folks eatin' clay of dat particlar clay bank. It alluz sets me ter studyin' 'bout poor lonesome Ben." "What was the matter with Ben?" asked my wife. "You can tell us while we're waiting for Mabel." Old Julius often beguiled our leisure with stories of plantation life, some of them folklore stories, which we found to be in general circulation among the colored people, some of them tales of real life as Julius had seen it in the old slave days. But the most striking were, we suspected, purely imaginary, or so colored by old Julius's fancy as to make us speculate at times upon how many original minds, which might have added to the world's wealth of literature and art, had been buried in the ocean of slavery. "When ol' Mars Marabo McSwain owned dat place ober de branch deer, at Cunnel Pemton owns now," the old man began, "he used ter have a nigger man named Ben. Ben was one dese your big black niggers, he was den 6 foot high and black easy coal. He was a fiel hon, and a good wucker, but he had one little failin', he would take a drap so oncet in a while. Coesi everybody locks a drap now and den, but it paired ter fec Ben den it did yother folks. He didn't have much chance dat away, but evy now and den he'd get holt somepen, somewhere, and shows he did, he'd get out and Denara road. Mars Marabo kep on wanin bout it, and fin ll he tol ef he eber catch in dat shape ag and he use gwinneter gib fo tie. Ben knowed ol' Mars Marabo had a good memanson alluz done at he said, so he was monst us careful not ter gib no cas ion fair ter use his memance on him. And so fair mos a whole Ben need his and neber teched a drap nuffin. But it's ad wook ter larna old dog new tricks, ter make him forget de ol' uns, and Ben's time come bimeby, jes lak everybody es's does. Mars Marabo sent ober ter dis your plantation one day wid a bundle cotton sacks fair Mars Dougal, and whiles he was ober year, de old Deb Bill sent a oman at had cas her eyes on and knowed his weakness. Fair ter temp Ben wid some liquor. Mars whiskey was right dear and Mars Marabo was a mile away, and so Ben minded Mars whiskey and forget 'bout Mars Marabo. When he got back home he couldn't scazely tell Mars Marabo de message at Mars Dougal had sent back ter him. Mars Marabo listen at temp ter tell it, and den he says, kinder call and cutten like, he didn't pair ter get mad nuffin. "You are drunk, Ben." De way his Mars ter spoke sorter sobered Ben, and he needed of co-se. "Who? Me, Mars Marabo. Ian, drunk. No, Mars ter, Ian, drunk. I ein teched a drap nuffin since Las Christmas, Sue. You are drunk, Ben, and don't you dare ter sput my wud, or I'll kill you in yo tracks. I'll talk to you sad day night, Sue, wn you'll be sober, and wn you'll have Sunday ter fleet over ou conversation, and nus yo wounds. When Mars Marabo got teach oo talkin', Ben was mo sober dan he was befo he got drunk. It was Wednesday wn Ben's Mars ter told him dis, and twixt den and Friday night Ben done a heap studyin'. And demo, he studied demo, he didn't lack the way Mars Marabo talked. He hadn't much trouble with Mars Marabo befo, but he knowed his ways, and he knowed dat the longer Mars Marabo waited to do a thing the wusser he got, stid gittin' better lack mos folks. And Ben Fin Lly made up his min, he wa'n't gwinneter take dat cowhiden. He load dat ef he was little, like some the dockies on the plantation, he wouldn't min it so much. But he was so big dey bmo ground fair Mars Marabo ter cover, and it would hurt dat much mo, so Ben sighed to run way. He had a wife and 2 children, and they had a little cabin ter days vs down in the quarters. His wife Dasti was a good-lookin', good-knotted woman, and paired ter said a heap sto by Ben. The little boy was named Pete. He was 'bout 8 or 9 years old, and had already men said ter go out in the fiel, and he his mammy pick cotton, fair Mars Marabo was one dese your folks at once ter make age cut. Dis your little Pete was a mighty supple dancer, and his daddy would set out in the yard and pick the banjo fair Pete could teach the old folks no steps, dancin' just seemed to come natural ter him. Dey was a little gal too. Ben didn't pay much tention ter the gal, but he was monstrous fonder Dasti and the boy. He was sorry ter leave and he didn't tell nuffin 'bout it fair fear dey'd make a fuss. But on Friday night Ben tuck all the bread and meat day was in the cabin and made fair the woods. When sad day comin' Ben didn't pair, and nobody didn't know nuffin 'bout him, Mars Marabo load of co-se dat Ben had run way. He got up a potty and tucked the dogs out and follered descend down ter the crick and los it. Fair Ben had tuck a goat fuller tar long wid him, and he got ter the crick he had enint his feet with tar, and dat tho'd de hounds off and descent. Dey sarched the woods and follered the roads and kep watchin' fair a week, but dey couldn't fin no sign Ben. And den Mars Marabo got mo strick, and wooked his niggers hotteren eber, easy ef he wanted ter try ter make up fair his loss. When Ben started out he wanted ter go ter the no th. He didn't know how fur it was, bet he load he retch dar in fo 5 days. He knowed the no th sta, and the fust night he kep gwine right straight to the esit. But the next night it was rainin', and fair 2 the nights it stayed cloudy, and Ben couldn't see the no th sta. Howsomever, he knowed he had got started right, and he kep gwine right straight on the same way fair a week or mo, spectin ter get ter the no th every day, one mawin early, adder he had been walkin' all night. He come right smack out on the crick jess war he had started fom. Co-se Ben was monstrous disappoint. He had been wand'rin' why he hadn't got ter the no th befo, and behold, he was back on the old plantation. He couldn't unerstin' it at fuss, but he was so hungry he didn't have time ter study 'bout nuffin fair a little while but jest ter get somepen ter eat. Fair he had done eat up the bread and meat he tuck away wid him, and had been libbin' on roas and ears and sweet and taters he'd slip out en the woods and fin in co-en fiels and tater patches. He look cross the crick, and seed dis your clay bank, and he waded over and got all he could eat, and den tuck a lump wid him, and hid in the woods in, till he could study the matter over some. Fuss he load dat he better gib his ef up and take his lamb in. But just den he membered the way Mars Marabo looked at him and at he said, 'bout sad day night. And den he load dat ef Mars Marabo catch him now, he'd wear him ter a frazzle and chaw up the frazzle, so the wouldn't be nuffin left on him at all, and dat Mars Marabo would make a example and a warning of him fair all the niggers in the neighborhood. Fac, is Mars Marabo probably wood, done much ter im ferret, udb monstus p, couragement fair runaway niggers ter come back, ef de gwiniter get killed wn de come. And so Ben waited, till night, and den he went back and got some mo, clay and eat it and hid hisself in de woods agin. Well, hit was quare bout Ben, but he stayed roon, he a fair amont, hidin' in de woods in de daytime, and slippin' out nights and gittin' clay ter eatin' water fom de crick yanker ter drink. De water in dat crick was clar in dem days, stidder bein' yaller lack it is now. We had observed that the water, like that of most streams that take their rise in swamps, had an amber tint to which the sand and clay background of the bed of the stream imparted an even yellower hue. What did he do then, Julius? Asked my wife, who liked to hear the end of a story. Well, miss, he made up his min den dat he was gwiniter stot fair de nothagin. But whiles he been layin' roon, in de woods he had, mens ter feel monstus lonesome, and it paired ter him dat he jes couldn't go widout seein' Dasty and little Pete. Fuss he lowed he'd go up ter de cabin, but he thought bout de dogs roon and de yard, and dat de yuther dockies mought see im. And so he sighed he'd better watch fair till day come long de road. It was dis your same road, wn he could come out en de woods and talk ter And he eben lowed he mought swad to run erway wid him and dey could all get ter de noth, fair de nights was clar now, and he couldn't lose de noth style. So he waited 2 or the days, and show nuff long come Dasty one mornin', comin' over to Mars Dougal's fair ter fetch some things fair her missus. She was lookin' kinder down in de mouth, fair she thought a heap Ben, and was monsta sorry ter lose im, whiles at de same time she was glad he was free, fair she lowed he done got ter de north long beefo. And she was studyin' bout Ben, at a fine-lookin' man he was, and wonderin' ef she'd eber see im any mo. When Ben seed her comin', he waited till she got close by, and den he stepped out en de woods and come face ter face wid her. She didn't pair to know who he was, and seemed kinder skeered. "Howdy, Dasty honey," he said. "Ha," she said, "'pears ter me you are mighty familiar on showed acquaintance." "Showed acquaintance? Why, don't you know me, Dasty?" "No. I don't know your fom a scarecrow. I never seed your beefo in my life, and never once ter see your agin. Where did your com fom anyhow? Whose nigger is your? Is your some lowdown free nigger dat don't belong ter nobody and don't own nobody? What fair you talk to me like dat, honey? I's Ben, yo, Ben. Why don't you know yo, own man?" He put out his arms fair ter draw her ter im, but she jest gib one yell, and started to run. Ben was so stonish he didn't know at ter do, and he stood dear in de road, till he heard somebody ese comin', wn he dotted in de woods agin. Ben was so sturbed in his min dat he couldn't hadly eat any clay dat day. He couldn't make out what was de matter wid Dasty, but he lowed maybe she'd heard he was dead somepen, and thought he was a high tea, and dat was why she had run away. So he watch, by de side of de road, and next mornin' who should come erlong but little Pete, wid a reed over his shoulder, and a goatful bait, gwine fishin' in de crick. Ben called im, "Pete, oh Pete. Little Pete." Little Pete cocked up his ears and listened. Paired lack he'd heard dat voice beefo. He started fair de woods fair ter see who it was callin' him, but beefo he got dear Ben stepped out and retched fair him. "Come here, honey, and see yo daddy, who ein senior fair so long." But little Pete tuck one look at im, and den mensider holler and squeal and kick and bite and scratch. Ben was so stonish dat he couldn't hoig de boy, who slipped out en his bands and run to de house easy faz easy his legs would tote him. Ben kept gettin' wuss and wuss mixed up. He couldn't make out fair de life im at could be de matter. Nobody didn't pair ter wanter own im. He felt so cast down dat he didn't notice a nigger man comin' long the road, till he got right close up on him, and didn't he at dis man wn he said, haughty, tur him. What's the matter wid yer? Said the yother man wn Ben didn't spawn. What judge or member or the legislator or hotel keeper does you belong ter dat you can't speak ter a man wn he says haughty ter yer. Ben kinder come ter his and seed it was Primus, who belonged ter his Mars ter and knowed him as well as anybody. But befo, he could get the words out and his mouth Primus went on talkin'. You are the most miserable lookin' merlatter I eber seed. Dem rags look lak dey bien run teach a sawmill. My Mars ter don lo no strange niggers ruin dis your plantation, and yo, better take yo, yaller hide, way yer as faz as yo, kin. Jest den somebody hollered on the yother side of the crick, and Primus started off on a run, so Ben didn't have no chance ter say no mo, ter him. Ben Almas load he was gwine out and, his min, he was so stonished and mazed at none er dese your folks recognizen him. He went back in the woods agin and stayed dear all day, wandering at he was gwinneter do. Once it or twice it he seed folks comin' long the road, and started out ter speak ter but changed his min, and slip back agin. Coesef Mars Marabo had been huntin' Ben he would found him. But he had long since los all hoper seein' him agin, and so nobody didn't stir Ben in the woods. He stayed hid a day or two mo, and den he got so lonesome and homesick fair dasty and little Pete and de yother dockies, somebody ter talk ter, dat he jest made up his min, ter go right up ter de house and gib hisself up and take his medicine. Mars Marabo couldn't do nuffin mo, dn kill him and he moughts well be dead as hidin' in de woods wid nobody ter talk ter or look at nuffin. He had jest come out en de woods and started up dis vy road, who sh'd come long in a hoss and buggy but ol Mars Marabo, drivin' ober ter dat yother brickyard you are gwinter see now. Ben run out en de woods, and fell down on his knees in de road right in fronter Mars Marabo. Mars Marabo had to pull on de lines and hoy de hoss up ter keep him runnin' ober Ben. Get out en de road, you fool nigger, says Mars Marabo, does your wanter get run over? Whose nigger is you, anyhow? I's yo, nigger, Mars Marabo, don you know Ben, at rund way? Yas, I knows my Ben at rund way. Does you know where he is? Why, I's yo, Ben, Mars Marabo. Don you know me, Mars ter? No, I don't know yer, you yaller rascal. What did de bill you mean by tellin' me sich a lie? Ben was black easy a colon straight easy and you a yaller easy dat claybank, and crooked easy a barrel hoop. I reckon you are some stracted nigger, tunt out by some Mars ter at don't wanter take care of yer. You get off en my plantation, and don't show yo clay-colored hide around yer no more, or I'll have yer sent ter jail and whip. Mars Marabo drove away and left Ben dead and alive. He crept back in the bushes and laid down and weep like a baby. He didn't have no wife, no chili, no friends, no Marster, he'd be willin' enough to get long without a Marster, he had one, but it paired lack a sin fair his own Marster New York him and cass him off dat away. It paired ter him he mought jes easy well be dead easy livin', fair he was all alone in de world, with now hard ter go, and nobody didn't have nuffin ter say ter him but ter buse him and drive way. Atter he got over his grievin' spell he ments ter wonder at Mars Marabo meant by Callan him yaller, and easy long easy nobody didn't seem ter care whether dey seed him or not, he went down by de crick in broad daylight. And kneeled down by the water and looked at his face. Fuss he didn't recognize his and glanced back ter cef dey wa'n't somebody lookin' over his shoulder, but dey wa'n't. And he looked back in the water he seed the same thing, he wa'n't black no mo, but had turned ter a light yaller. Ben didn't know at ter maker it fair a minute or so. Fuss he load he must have de yaller fever, or de yaller janders, or sompen lack dat. But he had knowed rall dark folks ter have janders befo, and it hadn't never, fected, him dat away. But bimeby he got up offn, is Hans and knees and was standin' lookin' ober de crick at de clay bank, and wonderin' ef de clay he'd been eaten, hadn't, turn't him yaller wn he heerd sompen say jes easy plain easy wa ds. Turnt ter clay. Turnt ter clay. Turnt ter clay. He looked all roun', but he couldn't see nobody but a big bullfrog set tin, on a log on de yuther side er de crick. And when he turned roun' and estated back in the woods, he heard the same thing behind him. Turnt ter clay. Turnt ter clay. Turnt ter clay. Dem what ds kept ringin' in is yes till he finally load day was bound ter be so, ese day would a bien told ter him, and dat he had libbied on clay so long and had eat so much, dat he must, jes knockly turn ter clay. Imperious Caesar, turn to clay, might stop a hole to keep the wind away. I murmured parenthetically. Yas, Sue, said the old man, turn ter clay. But you's mistook in de name, Sue, hit was Ben, you member, not Caesar. Ol' Mars Marabo did have a nigger named Caesar, but dat was another one. Don't interrupt him, John, said my wife impatiently. What happened then, Julius? Well, Ben didn't know at ter do. He had been lonesome enough befo, but now he didn't eben have his own sef ter sociate wid, for he felt mo like a stranger, and he did lack Ben. In a day or so mo, he ments ter wonder whether he was libbin and not. He had hearn 'bout folks tenin' ter clay wn day was dead, and he load maybe he was dead and didn't knowed it, and dat was de reason why eve body run erway fm, him and wouldn't have nuffin ter do wid him. And anyhow, he load ef he wa'n't dead, he moughts well be. He wanda ed roon a day or so mo, and finally de lonesomeness, and de sleepin' out in de woods, mongs, de snakes and pions, and not habin' nuffin fit ter eat, ments ter tell on him, emo and emo. And he kept gettin' weaker and weaker, till one day, when he went down by de crick fair ter get a drink or water, he found his limbs gettin' so stiff hit, usie all he could do ter crawl up on de bank and lay down in de sun. He laid dear, till he died, and the sun beat down on him, and beat down on him, and beat down on him, fair teach days, till it baked, I'm as hot as a brick. And den a big wind come erlong and blowed a tree down, and it fell on him and smashed him all ter pieces, and ground him ter powder. And den a big rain come erlong, and washed him in de crick, and eber since den de water in dat cricks been jes as you sees it now. And dat was de lonesome Ben, and dat's de reason why I knows dat clay'll make brick and why I don't never lack ter see no black folks eatin' it. My wife came of a family of reformers, who could never contemplate an evil without seeking an immediate remedy. When I decided that the bank of edible clay was not fit for brickmaking, she asked me if I would not have it carted away, suggesting at the same time that it could be used to fill a low place in another part of the plantation. It would be too expensive, I said. Oh, no, she replied, I don't think so. I have been talking with Uncle Julius about it, and he says he has a nephew who is out of employment, and who will take the contract for $10, if you will furnish the mule and cart, and board him while the job lasts. As I had no desire to add another permanent member to my household, I told her it would be useless. That if the people did not get clay there they would find it elsewhere, and perhaps an inferior quality which might do greater harm, and that the best way to stop them from eating it was to teach them self-respect, when she had opportunity. And those habits of industry and thrift whereby they could get their living from the soil in a manner less direct but more commendable. Superstitions and folklore of the South. During a recent visit to North Carolina, after a long absence, I took occasion to inquire into the latter-day prevalence of the old-time belief in what was known as conjuration, or goofer. My childish recollection of which I have elsewhere embodied into a number of stories. The derivation of the word goopher, I do not know, nor whether any other writer than myself has recognized its existence, though it is in frequent use in certain parts of the South. The origin of this curious superstition itself is perhaps more easily traceable. It probably grew, in the first place, out of African fetishism which was brought over from the Dark Continent along with the Dark people. Certain features, too, suggest a distant affinity with voodooism, or snake worship, a cult which seems to have been indigenous to tropical America. These beliefs, which in the place of their origin had all the sanctions of religion and social custom, became, in the shadow of the white man's civilization, a pale reflection of their former selves. In time, too, they were mingled and confused with the witchcraft and ghost lore of the white man, and the tricks and delusions of the Indian conjurer. In the old plantation days they flourished vigorously, though discouraged by the great house, and their potency was well established among the blacks and the poorer whites. Education, however, has thrown the ban of disrepute upon witchcraft and conjuration. The stern frown of the preacher, who looks upon superstition as the ally of the evil one. The scornful sneer of the teacher, who sees in it a part of the livery of bondage, have driven this quaint combination of ancestral traditions to the remote chimney corners of old black aunties, from which it is difficult for the stranger to unearth them. Mr. Harris, in his Uncle Remus stories, has, with fine literary discrimination, collected and put into pleasing and enduring form, the plantation stories which dealt with animal lore. But so little attention has been paid to those dealing with so-called conjuration, that they seem in a fair way to disappear, without leaving a trace behind. The loss may not be very great, but these vanishing traditions might furnish valuable data for the sociologist, in the future study of racial development. In writing, a few years ago, the volume entitled The Conjure Woman, I suspect that I was more influenced by the literary value of the material than by its sociological bearing, and therefore took, or thought I did, considerable liberty with my subject. Imagination, however, can only act upon data. One must have somewhere in his consciousness the ideas which he puts together to form a connected whole. Creative talent, of whatever grade, is, in the last analysis, only the power of rearrangement. There is nothing new under the sun. I was the more firmly impressed with this thought after I had interviewed half a dozen old women, and a genuine conjure doctor. For I discovered that the brilliant touches, due, I had thought, to my own imagination, were after all but dormant ideas, lodged in my childish mind by old aunt this and old uncle that, and awaiting only the spur of imagination to bring them again to the surface. For instance, in the story, Hotfoot Hannibal, there figures a conjure doll with pepper feet. Those pepper feet I regarded as peculiarly my own, a purely original creation. I heard, only the other day, in North Carolina, of the consternation struck to the heart of a certain dark individual, upon finding upon his doorstep a rabbit's foot, a good omen in itself perhaps, to which a malign influence had been imparted by tying to one end of it, in the form of a cross, 2 small pods of red pepper. Most of the delusions connected with this belief in conjuration grow out of mere lack of enlightenment. As primeval men saw a personality behind every natural phenomenon, and found a god or a devil in wind, rain, and hail, in lightning, and in storm, so the untaught man or woman who is assailed by an unusual ache or pain, some strenuous symptom of serious physical disorder, is prompt to accept the suggestion, which tradition approves, that some evil influence is behind his discomfort. And what more natural than to conclude that some rival in business or in love has set this force in motion? Relics of ancestral barbarism are found among all peoples, but advanced civilization has at least shaken off the more obvious absurdities of superstition. We no longer attribute insanity to demoniac possession, nor suppose that a king's touch can cure scrofula. To many old people in the South, however, any unusual ache or pain is quite as likely to have been caused by some external evil influence as by natural causes. Tumors, sudden swellings due to inflammatory rheumatism or the bites of insects, are especially open to suspicion. Paralysis is proof positive of conjuration. If there is any doubt, the conjure doctor invariably removes it. The credulity of ignorance is his chief stock in trade. There is no question, when he is summoned, but that the patient has been tricked. The means of conjuration are as simple as the indications. It is a condition of all witch stories that there must in some way be contact, either with the person, or with some object or image intended to represent the person to be affected, or, if not actual contact, at least close proximity. The charm is placed under the door-sill, or buried under the hearth, or hidden in the mattress of the person to be conjured. It may be a crude attempt to imitate the body of the victim, or it may consist merely of a bottle, or a gourd, or a little bag, containing a few rusty nails, crooked pins, or horsehairs. It may be a mysterious mixture thrown surreptitiously upon the person to be injured, or merely a line drawn across a road or path, which line it is fatal for a certain man or woman to cross. I heard of a case of a laboring man who went 2 miles out of his way, every morning and evening, while going to and from his work, to avoid such a line drawn for him by a certain powerful enemy. Some of the more gruesome phases of the belief in conjuration suggest possible poisoning, a knowledge of which baleful art was once supposed to be widespread among the imported Negroes of the olden time. The blood or venom of snakes, spiders, and lizards is supposed to be employed for this purpose. The results of its administration are so peculiar, however, and so entirely improbable, that one is supposed to doubt even the initial use of poison, and figure it in as part of the same general delusion. For instance, a certain man swelled up all over, and became piedied, that is, pied or spotted. A white physician who was summoned thought that the man thus singularly afflicted was poisoned, but did not recognize the poison nor know the antidote. A conjure doctor, subsequently called in, was more prompt in his diagnosis. The man, he said, was poisoned with a lizard, which at that very moment was lodged somewhere in the patient's anatomy. The lizards and snakes in these stories, by the way, are not confined to the usual ducts and cavities of the human body, but seem to have freedom of movement throughout the whole structure. This lizard, according to the doctor, would start from the man's shoulder, descend to his hand, return to the shoulder, and pass down the side of the body to the leg. When it reached the calf of the leg, the lizard's head would appear right under the skin. After it had been perceptible for 3 days, the lizard was to be cut out with a razor, or the man would die. Sure enough, the lizard manifested its presence in the appointed place at the appointed time, but the patient would not permit the surgery, and at the end of 3 days paid with death the penalty of his obstinacy. Old Aunt Harriet told me, with solemn earnestness, that she herself had taken a snake from her own arm, in sections, after a similar experience. Old Harriet may have been lying, but was, I imagine, merely self-deluded. Witches, prior to being burned, have often confessed their commerce with the evil one. Why should Harriet hesitate to relate a simple personal experience which involved her in no blame whatever? Old Uncle Jim, a shrewd, hard old sinner, and a palpable fraud, who did not, I imagine, believe in himself to any great extent, gave me some private points as to the manner in which these reptiles were thus transferred to the human system. If a snake or a lizard be killed, and a few drops of its blood be dried upon a plate or in a gourd, the person next eating or drinking from the contaminated vessel will soon become the unwilling landlord of a reptilian tenant. There are other avenues, too, by which the reptile may gain admittance, but when expelled by the conjure doctor's arts or medicines, it always leaves at the point where it entered. This belief may have originally derived its existence from the fact that certain tropical insects sometimes lay their eggs beneath the skins of animals, or even of men, from which it is difficult to expel them until the larvae are hatched. The chico or jigger of the West Indies and the Spanish Main is the most obvious example. Old Aunt Harriet, last name uncertain, since she had borne those of her master, her mother, her putative father, and half a dozen husbands in succession, no one of which seemed to take undisputed precedence, related some very remarkable experiences. She at first manifested some reluctance to speak of conjuration, in the lore of which she was said to be well versed. But by listening patiently to her religious experiences, she was a dreamer of dreams and a seer of visions, I was able now and then to draw a little upon her reserves of superstition, if indeed her religion itself was much more than superstition. When I was a gal, 'bout 18 or 19, she confided, that Wite folks use, ter send me ter town ter fetch vegetables. One day I met a old Conjure man named Jerry MacDonald, and he said some rough, ugly things to me. I says I, you muse be a fool. He didn't say nothin', but jest looked at me wid his evil eye. When I come long back, that old man was standin' in de road in front of his house, and when he seed me he stoop down and tek de ground, jest like he was pickin' up somethin', and den went long back in his yard. The very minute I step on de spot he tek, I felt a sharp pain shoot through my right foot, it too went under me, and I fell down in the road. I pick myself up and, by the time I got home, my foot was swole up twice its natural size. I cried and went on, for I knowed I'd been tricked by dat old man. Dat night in my sleep a voice spoke to me and says, go and get a plug or tobacco. Steep it in a skillet or warm water. Strip it lengthways, and bin it ter the bottom or yo foot. I never didn't use tobacco, and I laid dear, and says ter myself, my lord, what is dat, what is dat? Soon easy my foot got kinder easy, dat voice up and speaks in, go and get a plug or tobacco. Steep it in a skillet or warm water, and bin it ter the bottom or yo foot. I scrambled ter my feet, got the money out of my pocket, woke up the two little boys sleepin' on the floor, and told him ter go ter the STO and get me a plug or tobacco. They didn't want ter go, said the STO was shet, and the STO keeper gone ter bed. But I chased MFOTH, and they found the STO keeper and fetched the tobacco, they sho did. I soaked it in the skillet, and stripped it long by degrees, till I got ter the when I bound it under my foot and ruined my ankle. Then I kneeled down and prayed, and next morning the swellin' was all gone. Dat voice was the spirit or the Lord talkin' ter me, it sho was. The Lord have mercy upon us, praise his holy name. Very obviously Harriet had sprained her ankle while looking at the old man instead of watching the path, and the hot fomentation had reduced the swelling. She is not the first person to hear spirit voices in his or her own vagrant imaginings. On another occasion, Aunt Harriet's finger swelled up as big as a corn cob. She at first supposed the swelling to be due to a felon. She went to old Uncle Julius Lutterlow, who told her that someone had tricked her. My lord! She exclaimed, how did they fix my finger? He explained that it was done while in the act of shaking hands. Dr. Julius opened the finger with a sharp knife and showed Harriet 2 seeds at the bottom of the incision. He instructed her to put a poultice of red onions on the wound overnight, and in the morning the seeds would come out. She was then to put the 2 seeds in a skillet, on the right-hand side of the fireplace, in a pint of water, and let them simmer 9 mornings, and on the 9th morning she was to let all the water simmer out. And when the last drop should have gone, the one that put the seeds in her hand was to go out of this world. Harriet, however, did not pursue the treatment to the bitter end. The seeds, once extracted, she put into a small phial, which she corked up tightly and put carefully away in her bureau drawer. One morning she went to look at them, and one of them was gone. Shortly afterwards the other disappeared. Aunt Harriet has a theory that she had been tricked by a woman of whom her husband of that time was unduly fond, and that the faithless husband had returned the seeds to their original owner. A part of the scheme of conjuration is that the conjure doctor can remove the spell and put it back upon the one who laid it. I was unable to learn, however, of any instance where this extreme penalty had been insisted upon. It is seldom that any of these old Negroes will admit that he or she possesses the power to conjure, though those who can remove spells are very willing to make their accomplishment known, and to exercise it for a consideration. The only professional conjure doctor whom I met was old Uncle Jim Davis, with whom I arranged a personal interview. He came to see me one evening, but almost immediately upon his arrival a minister called. The powers of light prevailed over those of darkness, and Jim was dismissed until a later time, with a commission to prepare for me a conjure, hand, or good luck charm, of which, he informed some of the children about the house, who were much interested in the proceedings. I was very much in need. I subsequently secured the charm, for which, considering its potency, the small sum of silver it cost me was no extravagant outlay. It is a very small bag of roots and herbs, and, if used according to directions, is guaranteed to ensure me good luck and keep me from losing my job. The directions require it to be wet with spirits 9 mornings in succession, to be carried on the person, in a pocket on the right-hand side, care being taken that it does not come in contact with any tobacco. When I add that I procured, from an equally trustworthy source, a genuine graveyard rabbit's foot, I would seem to be reasonably well protected against casual misfortune. I shall not, however, presume upon this immunity, and shall omit no reasonable precaution which the condition of my health or my affairs may render prudent. An interesting conjure story, which I heard, involves the fate of a lost voice. A certain woman's lover was enticed away by another woman, who sang very sweetly, and who, the jilted one suspected, had told lies about her. Having decided upon the method of punishment for this wickedness, the injured woman watched the other closely, in order to find a suitable opportunity for carrying out her purpose. But in vain, for the fortunate one, knowing of her enmity, would never speak to her or remain near her. One day the jilted woman plucked a red rose from her garden, and hid herself in the bushes near her rival's cabin. Very soon an old woman came by, who was accosted by the woman in hiding, and requested to hand the red rose to the woman of the house. The old woman, suspecting no evil, took the rose and approached the house, the other woman following her closely, but keeping herself always out of sight. When the old woman, having reached the door and called out the mistress of the house, delivered the rose as requested, the recipient thanked the giver in a loud voice, knowing the old woman to be somewhat deaf. At the moment she spoke, the woman in hiding reached up and caught her rival's voice, and clasping it tightly in her right hand, escaped unseen, to her own cabin. At the same instant the afflicted woman missed her voice, and felt a sharp pain shoot through her left arm, just below the elbow. She at first suspected the old woman of having tricked her through the medium of the red rose, but was subsequently informed by a conjure doctor that her voice had been stolen, and that the old woman was innocent. For the pain he gave her a bottle of medicine, of which 9 drops were to be applied 3 times a day, and rubbed in with the first 2 fingers of the right hand, care being taken not to let any other part of the hand touch the arm, as this would render the medicine useless. By the aid of a mirror, in which he called up her image, the conjure doctor ascertained who was the guilty person. He sought her out and charged her with the crime which she promptly denied. Being pressed, however, she admitted her guilt. The doctor insisted upon immediate restitution. She expressed her willingness, and at the same time her inability to comply. She had taken the voice, but did not possess the power to restore it. The conjure doctor was obdurate and at once placed a spell upon her which is to remain until the lost voice is restored. The case is still pending, I understand. I shall sometime take steps to find out how it terminates. How far a story like this is original, and how far a mere reflection of familiar wonder stories, is purely a matter of speculation. When the old mammies would tell the tales of Br Rabbit and Br Fox to the master's children, these in turn would no doubt repeat the fairy tales which they had read in books or heard from their parents' lips. The magic mirror is as old as literature. The inability to restore the stolen voice is foreshadowed in the Arabian Nights, when the "open sesame" is forgotten. The act of catching the voice has a simplicity which stamps it as original, the only analogy of which I can at present think being the story of later date, of the words which were frozen silent during the extreme cold of an Arctic winter, and became audible again the following summer when they had thawed out. Modern Culture, May 1901. Charles W. Chesnutt. Stories, Novels, and Essays. The Conjure Woman. The Wife of His Youth and Other Stories of the Color Line. The House Behind the Cedars. The Marrow of Tradition. Uncollected Stories. Selected essays. The Library of America. The Conjure Woman. The Goophered Grapevine. Sandy. Mars James's Nightmare. The Conjurer's Revenge. Sis Becky's Pickaninny. The Grey Wolf's High and Tea. Hotfoot Hannibal. The Wife of His Youth and Other Stories of the Color Line. The Wife of His Youth. Her Virginia Mammy. The Sheriff's Children. A Matter of Principle. Cicely's Dream. The Passing of Grandison. Uncle Wellington's Wives. The Bouquet. The Web of Circumstance. The House Behind the Cedars. The Marrow of Tradition. Uncollected Stories. Dave's Necklace. A Deep Sleeper. Lonesome Ben. The Dumb Witness. The March of Progress. Baxter's Procrustes. The Doll. White Weeds. The Kiss. Selected essays. What is a White Man? The Future. American Superstitions and Folklore of the South. Charles W.